Hayes Lisbon, the eldest son of the Lisbon family, and his sister Ray. Lisbon, the eldest daughter of the Lisbon family, both lost everything they have in an ongoing war with a neighboring country followed by an economic recession. The debt left to them by their father who just passed away, their mother who went into recuperation from the shock, and on top of that, their brother who got scammed and lost all his fortune. And to make things worse, they got thrown out of the house they relied on, leaving them with nowhere to go to. While on the journey, Hayes gives Ray her word that she will live a royal life after he takes care of business, and even promises to pay back all the debt they owe. Our mother will be able to raise her chin back up again, he says. With Ray lost in her thoughts, Hayes asks if she understands. She flinches and replies, yes. Further on into the bushes, Hayes says to her, I thought this was supposed to be a distinguished family. Why do they have a manor in the middle of nowhere? I wouldn't be surprised if a farmer came out to greet us, he said sarcastically. Hayes, she scolded. I'm just being honest. Sometimes you have to say things as they are, Hayes responds, but Ray tells him not to say that in front of them. They argue for a while, leading Ray to blame him for her inability to read. As they exchange words, Hayes raises his hand, causing Ray to flinch as she thinks he was just about to hit her again because whenever she talks back at him, he either hits her or yells at her. Looking through the window, she inwardly mentions that she feels suffocated and would like to listen to the rain. As they arrive at their destination, Hayes gets into an argument with the driver because he refuses to drive them further to avoid the rain. While he's still fuming with rage, Ray suggests they head inside, or they'll get sick. But the ever-ready-to-fight Hayes swears that he'll break the driver's legs if he ever runs into him again. They walk toward the grand building, both staring at it in silence before Hayes starts banging on the gate. Despite Ray's attempt to convince him that they might be at the wrong place, he continues banging until a man comes out of the house. On sighting the man, he gets chills all over his body and quickly introduces himself as Hayes Lisbon, adding that he's here to see the master of the household. Then, he rummages through his luggage searching for the letter he's supposed to present, but the man interrupts him and says that he's never heard of the name Lisbon from his master, so he has no choice but to ask them to leave. Just at that moment, Ray brings out the letter and hands it to the man, pleading for him to give it to his grace. After a stern stare at Ray and the letter, he finally accepts it and ushers them inside. Shamelessly, Hayes orders the man to show them their rooms and get the bathtub ready, while his sister sighs. To her surprise, the man asks if she'll also need any extra clothes or bath amenities. She responds by saying that she'd like to see his grace first, while inwardly noting that the man is acting friendly now. Dressed like that? The man asks. All he can see is a rugged, filthy-looking girl. She then requests that he deliver the letter to the master first, while acknowledging the delicious aroma of food spread across the house. Just before they know it, the master takes steps down the stairs, licking his lip on sewing Ray. The man immediately introduces them and reveals that they have brought him a letter. The master opens the letter and comes across the name Elliot Wester, so Hayes begins explaining that it's their grandfather who passed away last year, and they were told that he helped this master's family years back. He further adds that their family has recently had some issues, so he and his sister are looking for a temporary place to stay. Amid his explanation, the master cuts in, telling him that his sister is pretty. He even goes so far as to ask if she's engaged. Could this be love at first sight? He doesn't stop there. He walks towards her to ask her directly. After she replies that she's not, he grins and permits them to stay as long as they like. Tense, Hayes asks the master for his name, and he reveals that his name is Cloden Cassell. A week later, Ray reminisces on the fact that the rain hasn't stopped since they arrived at the castle. She notes that the longer they stayed inside, tucked away from the sun, the worse her relationship with her brother became. She and Hayes stopped speaking, what barely seemed to be a word, and even though he was the relatively lively one, he gradually lost his energy. The manor wasn't very considerate of her brother's picky taste, and they ignored all of his requests, no matter how big or small. Hayes's complaints about the castle grew. He wasn't happy with the number of servants at first. There's Lady Mary in the kitchen, Philip, the butler who let them into the castle upon arrival, Jack, who's in charge of the barn, and the gardener who stays in the annex. Except for these 4 people, there were hardly any servants around, and not only were they unfriendly and cold, but they also treated Hayes as if he were a pile of rubbish on the streets, and he was too loud and proud to take the disrespect shown to him. Another thing Hayes complained about was the master of the house, Cloden, who was very particular. He did his best to be accommodating, but he wasn't particularly welcoming. He seemed relaxed, but there was a clear barrier between him and others. Even when they had breakfast together the first time, he warned them never to set foot on the 3rd floor. During that breakfast, Hayes made a business proposal to Cloden, which he surprisingly accepted, subject to repayment should it fail. From that moment on, Hayes got really busy. He was always out and about, while Ray ended up being the only one left in the castle most of the time, and it made her envious of him. Her brother graduated from one of the county's top schools and had many connections. He was also proud and boastful, but his lively personality drew a lot of people to him, whereas Ray always felt like she was on an island. It was always dead silent in the manor, and she could hardly ever hear the footsteps of the servants walking around, so she spent most of her days looking out the window. This didn't make her feel lonely or sad, because it was the type of silence and peace she had longed for. No moneylenders were barging into their house whenever she lit a candle. Neither was her mother incessantly asking for help from her grandparents, or her cousins talking about their family behind their backs. Everything was peaceful, without any trouble. One day, while she sits by the window, a woman walks up to her inquiring if she's cold and needs a blanket, but she declines and thanks her. However, she continues to stare at her, forcing her to ask if there's anything else she'd like to say to her. Grumbling, the woman asks her why someone like her is at a place like this. A place like this? Ray asks, confused. The woman continues to say that she's still pure and hasn't been tainted yet. She warns Ray to be careful because everyone in the manor is looking for a chance to swallow her whole. She grabs her hand, telling her that she'll lose her parents early, and her brother doesn't have a particularly bright future ahead of him either. She warns that the castle is cursed and Ray must not accept anything from the people in it, not even a cup of water. Also, she warns her not to make eye contact with anyone and not to give away her body, especially her heart. As Ray still struggles to free herself from the lady's grip, the woman asks, "Do you want to end up like me?" This time around, she reveals that the beast has his eyes on her and she shouldn't ever trust him. As this continues, the master calls out the woman's name, saying she's scaring their guest, so she immediately retreats and tells Ray to look out for herself, even the master. Confused, Ray apologizes to him for causing a scene with her presence there, but instead he questions why she's there in the first place, knowing fully well that he's on the 3rd floor. He mentions that it's nice watching her standing there all pretty, but it would be nicer if she could join him. Then he invites her over, assuring her that she won't be bored. On hearing this, she squeezes the curtain, reminding him that he told her not to come up, but he teases her instead by asking if she's trying to seduce him. Since there's nothing for her to do anyway, he stretches his hand to reach for her, inviting her up. As Ray goes upstairs to meet him, she notices the antique furniture and old works of art displayed there, as if time has stopped. They continue walking until they get to a door, and Cloden ushers her in. She muses to herself, noting that it's a secret chamber without any windows, and the room is filled with his scent. She notices the faint cigar smoke mixed with the refreshing, childlike innocence and the scent of youth. As she continues to admire the scent of the room, he asks if she likes it. Caught off guard, she quickly replies that the room is nice and very neatly put together. Just then, he holds her hand and says that he only brings things that he likes up there while handing her a book. Staring at the book, she inwardly notes that she can't tell what kind of story it is, as she can't read. But Cloden interrupts her musing and asks if she has read it before. She fidgets as she asks him if he likes storybooks, but he in return asks if she doesn't fancy the book because she's barely even looked at it. Or maybe she thinks it's childish. Little does he know that it is not the problem, and she wishes she could just tell him that she doesn't know how to read. With him standing right in front of her, she wonders if she's strange for thinking that she wishes she could just lean forward and kiss his lips. She summons the courage and leans toward him, requesting that he read the book to her with his voice, which he readily accepts with a grin. He prepares to begin reading, but the position keeps Ray wondering because she thought he'd be sitting right next to her. But here she is, sitting on his thighs with him hugging her from behind. At this point, her breathing and heartbeat are so loud that he can hear them. He brushes his hand through her hair and kisses her neck, urging her to be patient for him to read. She finally opens up about their position, feeling uncomfortable, but he asks how, and she says it's because he's behind her. However, this doesn't stop him. Instead, he tightens his grip on her body and says that he's not the one who's unable to focus on the book. All the while, Ray inwardly admits that she's not supposed to do this with him, but she can't seem to refuse him either. In fact, she finds herself wanting more. Suddenly, a voice calls out the master, informing him that Hayes has returned and wants to see him downstairs. Thinking to herself, Ray says that her brother seeing her like this should never happen. Realizing her brother's presence in the castle, she assumes he must be looking for her. But just as she's about to get up, Cloden caresses her even tighter. The messenger, still waiting for a reply from the master, asks if he should tell Hayes that he's unable to see him today, but he replies, saying that he'll be with him shortly. Ray springs up from his body, but he grabs her again, saying he'll lend her the book. But her response makes him question whether she doesn't like it. "I do. What's there not to like?" she says, still intending to hide the fact that she can't read to him. They walk out of the room, and Ray notices that it has finally stopped raining. She admires the warm weather, leading Cloden to ask if she enjoys the warm weather. She affirms, and then he asks what makes her like the warmth. She explains that if she falls asleep under the warm sunlight, it feels as if she can have a good dream. After giving her response, she throws the same question at him, but before he can answer, Hayes interrupts, yelling her name. He angrily asks why she's coming down from there, but just before she can reply, he shouts again, asking if she realizes how rude she's being. He goes on ranting about how she's going to ruin things for them if she says anything stupid that's going to get them both in trouble, but Cloden abruptly shuts him up by asking who's being rude now. Then he mentions that he was the one who called Ray over to lend her a book. A book to an illiterate fool like her? Hayes screams. These words pierce through Ray, but she still tries to maintain her composure by telling herself that it's not the first time that her brother has said this to her, and she's used to it already. As if that is not enough, he orders her to come downstairs at once and also adds that it's beyond him how she had the nerve to lie to Lord Cloden's face. This time around, his words crack her deeper, but she still tries to endure it until the master calls out her name. Shivering with tears in her eyes, she dashes off to her room and slams the door, crying bitterly. She feels sorry that she doesn't like storybooks because, to her, in the real world, there are no fairy godmothers and there is no such thing as magic, only sadness. Several days pass by, and one day there's a knock on her door. It's Lady Mary, who has brought her meal and medicine. She thanks her but notices she isn't trying to leave the room. After a moment of staring at her, Lady Mary mentions that she's been in bed for the past 3 days and asks if it's because of Master Cloden, but Ray declines, saying it's actually her fault. She hid away from his eyes because of how worthless and feeble she is, but Lady Mary assumes she must have had a rough time after all. What did she expect? Ray, obviously confused, just sits there listening, and the lady asks again if she can't tell by Master Cloden's physique. Unexpectedly, she reveals that tall men are bound to be bigger down there as well. Ray covers her mouth in shock and recalls all that happened in the secret room and realizes that she indeed felt something poking her from the back. The lady tries to explain how the master's demeanor has changed ever since his private time with Ray and urges her to understand. Seeing that Lady Mary totally misunderstands the whole event, Ray clarifies the air by saying that nothing happened between her and Lord Cloden. Lady Mary spills that there's not a single man in the world who would invest in a business that they're not interested in, and the master only did it because Hayes is her brother. With this revelation, Ray asks if Lord Cloden would kick them out if her brother's business fails, but Lady Mary assures her not to worry because the master wouldn't do that. She reveals that the master never does anything that would cost him loss. Rather, it would be the opposite, and Ray might be the one to run away. Surprised, Ray asks the lady if she isn't fond of Lord Cloden, and she replies that she's just a mere servant and that her opinions don't matter. Ray then mentions that the old lady named Della, who advised her earlier, didn't seem very fond of the master either. Lady Mary tells her that the old lady is the master's nanny, and she's the only person in the manor who can go out and about. She mumbles and adds that perhaps the old lady should consider herself lucky. On her way out, she gives Ray some advice, telling her not to be too spiteful towards Master Cloden and to just think of it as if she had finally found her person. Perhaps it could be fate. She drops a gentle reminder that she won't be able to stop by the day after tomorrow, and should make sure she stays in her room that day. What could possibly be happening on that day? On a beautiful sunny day, Ray finally steps out of her room, squeezing the book the master gave to her. The pent-up emotions she'd held back and pressed down had finally burst out, and she felt like a hibernating animal. She was stuck in bed for days with a high fever, and once the pouring sweat that pressed her body down against the sheets had lifted, she thought of Master Cloden. Strange, right? She tries locating the master's room but can't, despite asking several people in the castle. All she wants is to apologize for not telling him the truth, though she hopes she can do that before it's too late. Suddenly, she starts hearing his groaning voice from the room as if he's in pain. Then she begins banging on the door, asking if he's all right, but gets no response. She finally figures out a way to open the door and barges in, only to be met with a very disturbing scene of Lord Cloden unclad wanking. He questions her presence there, and after she reveals that she came to return his book, he just instructs her to leave it there. She tries to apologize, but she starts rambling halfway through, prompting him to send her out of his room. She leaves the room crying and wondering how he could be so cruel when he's the one who started all of this. She falls to the ground, crying bitterly, asking herself questions. What did I do so wrong? Not being able to read? That's not even my fault, she says as she sniffles. She picks herself up and dashes back to his room, yelling and crying continuously, raining several questions on him, but he abruptly cuts in by calling her name. He walks toward her and asks why she's only visiting him now. She replies that it's because she was embarrassed about borrowing his book without telling him she couldn't read. To her surprise, he sniffs her hair and tells her that he doesn't care whether she can read or not. He also acknowledges that she fooled him that day, but how does she expect him to interpret her intentions when she didn't show up the next day? He holds her closely and asks if she likes what happened between them the other day, and as soon as she affirms, he lifts her up in his arms and begins kissing her. This leads to an intimate moment despite all of Ray's efforts to stop him. He finally pauses and asks, "Ray, how are you so pretty?" She quickly recalls how often he calls her pretty, and it dawns on her that it's something that she's never heard from her own brother, not even from her parents. Meanwhile, Hayes is out of the castle, grumbling his way home with his ruined clothes caused by the rain. Apparently, he had another quarrel with a horseman over the payment he was offering. As he continues to walk home, a man approaches him and asks if he's going that way, pointing at the castle. But Hayes tries to shut him down, thinking his scheme is to beg for money. The man warns that it's dangerous over there and that no one in the village ever goes in that direction. But as always, he ignores the warning, saying that a mere farmer like him shouldn't be nosing around anyone's business. After walking past the man, he thinks to himself, his mother's illness is getting worse every day, plus he doesn't know what his business partner is doing or thinking. On top of that, all the goods that he got delivered for his business are defective. He's probably almost running out of investment money. At last, he makes it to the castle, calling for anyone who's around, but gets no response. He takes out a gift box and considers giving it to his sister before dinner, while hoping that she isn't still in her room crying. He continues to stare at the gift when Philip suddenly walks by, startling him. He requests dinner in his room, but Philip informs him that dinner is already over, and that he can make himself dinner with the leftover ingredients in the kitchen. Pissed, Hayes yells, asking if this is how rudely the people in the manor treat their guests. Furthermore, he explains that he walked all the way in the blistering cold, and reiterates that he wants his dinner prepared at once. They're all looking down on me, everyone's looking down on me, even an old man like this, Hayes says inwardly as he trembles in anger. Then he grabs a vase and smashes it on the floor, telling Philip to act like a servant if he's one. It is at that moment that Hayes gets the greatest shock of his life. Philip turns to him with his tongue out like that of a snake, warning him to behave well while everyone's turning a blind eye. Frightened, Hayes falls to the ground and immediately recalls the farmer he met on his way home and what he said to him about no one ever going in that direction. He rises and dashes off, thinking about his sister and the fact that they have to get out of the castle. He walks by the rooms, searching for her, until he finally sees her sitting alone. But as he moves closer, he realizes she's with Lord Cloden, and he frowns at how close they've become. Just when he tries calling out her name, he coughs and notices that he can't use his voice. It's almost as if there's something choking him. All the while, Lord Cloden and his discussion about his late return went on without noticing his presence in the castle. A moment later, Ray asks the master, "Clodan, if my brother's business fails and you lose your money because of it, you would end up hating me?" He assures her that there's no need to worry about that. And when she inquires why, he clenches her body and replies that he always takes what's rightfully his. As Hayes watches this sight, still struggling to use his voice, it dawns on him that Lord Cloden never cared about his business in the first place. He was only after his sister, Ray. Subsequently, Ray rises and suggests it's time she headed back, and she requests that Lord Cloden teach her the rest of the book the next day, but he declines, saying he can't do it on that day. He reminds her about their custom of not coming out of their rooms on a designated day. Curiously, she asks whether the custom he's talking about is something they have to keep, no matter what, having heard it was an old tradition passed down. Being that everyone in the manor seemed to hate the custom, she asks what would happen if one didn't participate in it. But his response only sparks more curiosity. He replies that if he happens to visit her room that day, she shouldn't let him in, no matter what. But before she can even ask why, he shifts his attention to Hayes, who's still struggling on the ground. He springs up but can't move his body despite his sister's efforts to talk to him. Despite him, Lord Cloden holds Ray close while kissing her hand, then asks Hayes why he isn't answering his sister and even assumes he must be exhausted. The look on the master's face makes him realize he's the one responsible for his predicament, but because he can't move, all he can do is glare at his sister. From his glare, you could tell that he isn't fond of his sister being so close to Lord Cloden. She hurriedly dashes out of the room, leaving both guys there. After she's gone, the master snaps his fingers, more like releasing Hayes from the stiffness of his body, and then he inquires about the state of his business. The only thing Hayes keeps telling him is to let his sister go because whatever rift he has with him has to do with his business, and his sister has nothing to do with any of that. Where would she go? You're not planning on making her sleep on the streets, are you? Lord Cloden asks. Hayes replies that she has places to go. Besides, she's way past her marriageable age, and he plans to send her off somewhere next spring. Who are you going to send her to? The master asks with a very scary demon-looking gaze, but at this point, Hayes was already seriously trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Ray is in her room reminiscing on what happened earlier. She actually thought her brother was going to yell at her, but probably held himself back because he was standing before Lord Cloden. Little does she know that the situation was way beyond his control. Amid her musing, Lady Mary interrupts, reminding her that starting at midnight, she must not come out of her room till tomorrow evening. She breathes a sigh of relief on hearing that the master informed Ray about this custom himself, but Ray curiously asks if there's a problem. Lady Mary assures her that there's no problem, and urges Ray to inform her the day after if there's anything she wishes to eat, because she doesn't want her wandering around looking for her. She exits the room after laying out all the instructions, but Ray can't help but think about how strange it is for everyone to act so mysteriously. The so-called customs of the castle, not being unable to step out of the room on a designated day, seem really strange because everyone kept saying different things about the reason behind it. However, on the said day, she doesn't hear any sweeping, and it's just as if everyone in the castle has disappeared. Not a single creature stirring, not even a mouse. The whole castle just fell dead silent. Even when she asked Lord Cloden earlier, she didn't seem to understand what he meant by his response. Nonetheless, she just assumes they're not telling her the truth because she's a guest, or maybe because they feel it's unnecessary to explain it to her, since it's a general rule of thumb. But except for this so-called custom, desserts that entice her taste buds, being able to learn how to read, and the person who looks at her as if she's the loveliest person in the world whenever they lock eyes, all make her happy. Just as she decides to stop thinking and go to sleep, there's a loud bang at her door, and her brother's voice screams her name to open it immediately. Her mind races with several thoughts. Why is he calling her at this hour? Did she do something wrong? Or is he trying to scold her for getting too close to the master? He continues banging on the door until she finally opens up, and then he walks in, crying bitterly. Worried, Ray asks what happened to him and what exactly is going on, but he grabs her, saying that there's no time for all the questioning and that they have to get out of the castle immediately. This statement sends chills down her body, leaving her confused, but her brother pulls her hand instead and runs out, still insisting there's no time. Still trying to comprehend the situation, Ray asks if he lost all of Lord Cloden's investments, but Lord Cloden replies that the money wasn't worth anything to begin with, so she should forget about it. Hearing this, she smacks his hand off hers and reminds him that the money is what it cost them to be here. Then she asks him again what he did with the money. Angered, Hayes slaps her and questions her audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Furthermore, he asks her if she honestly thinks that the master has feelings for her, and as if that's not enough torment, he reveals that the castle is the devil's den. He also adds that Lord Clodan is the master of all the monsters in the castle, and he's trying to swallow her up whole. It's obvious that no one in Ray's shoes would believe such a thing, and this makes her question if he's drunk or trying to run away, because he's afraid of taking the blame for failing his business again. To his surprise, she smacks his hand and insists that she's not going anywhere, but this only angers him further, and he curses at her. He tries to convince her that she's been completely fooled by him, but she still thinks that he needs to go and beg Lord Cloden for forgiveness. "Where do you even plan on going this time?" she asks, noting that there's no other place they can go to. She explains that she likes it in the castle and everyone's so nice to her, but Hayes interjects, saying that it's because they're all trying to eat her up. At this point, it becomes clear that nothing he says will get into her head, so he grabs her hand and runs towards the door, saying she's been bewitched and that she doesn't realize it. He says that he's her legal guardian when their parents aren't there, so she must do as he says. He also adds that this is their only chance to escape. Ray flounders while asserting that at least one of them should apologize, but just as her brother is about to respond, his eyes catch sight of a creepy figure. The strange thing is that when he asks about the person's identity, he discovers he's the only one who can see the person, and at that point, he decides to run away, leaving his sister behind. Ray flops to the ground, still trying to grasp what just happened, and if her brother really just ran away. Her thoughts? If Lord Cloden finds out about this, he's going to hate her and she doesn't want him to hate her. Somewhere at the back of her mind, she already knew this happiness was never bound to last. Her brother's business was never going to succeed unless some miracle happened, and the cold, harsh reality she desperately tried to ignore came at last. She just knew this happiness was never hers. As she sits on the floor lamenting, someone walks behind her and she immediately calls out her brother's name, thinking he has returned. But as she turns, she realizes it is Lord Cloden. With the way he's looking at her, she inwardly wonders if he already knows everything. Frightened, she asks him if he came to see her brother, then apologizes on his behalf and promises to repay what he owes by working in the castle. She also promises to be a good worker and to make money by doing whatever she can. She even hopes that her brother will come back eventually. To her surprise, Lord Cloden mentions that this is annoying because she keeps calling her brother's name. He even says that she's acting as if he's her husband or something. So he kneels and touches her chin, saying that no matter how much he tries to be nice to her, she's always talking about her brother. And now she won't stop calling his name, which makes him want to puke. In her musing, Ray acknowledges that she's never seen the master so angry before, so she starts apologizing for what her brother did, but Lord Cloden instructs her on how to stop mumbling. She continues apologizing and begging him not to be cold towards her, but he reminds her of his warning not to step outside her room. She apologizes again, but he reminds her to stop mumbling. And then he presses his finger on her tongue, saying that for every time she mumbles, he just gets this urge to shove his weenie deep down her throat. As if that's not enough, he grabs her by the hand and pushes her to the bed and begins kissing her. After they are done and Ray has fallen asleep, he looks at her and asserts that he can't let her go anymore. The next morning, Lady Mary is seen attending to Ray in the master's room when she tells him that he was too rough on the young girl. She says that Ray is a normal person and he shouldn't have gone that far. As she speaks, he tells her to take a look with her own eyes and asks if she can't see how poor Ray looks. He admits that it would be impossible to be gentle, and he doubts that Lady Mary herself will even be able to hold back if she were opportuned, but she still insists that he should leave Ray alone for a couple of months. In addition, she says she doesn't know whether the poor girl will be able to handle what's going to happen to her in the near future, but before she can finish, the master groans, causing her to shiver. Then she falls to the ground coughing and begging for forgiveness for a previous event. It seems as if she's been bound by a stronger demonic force controlled by Lord Cloden. She continues to plead as she trembles on the floor, but unknown to them, Ray had woken up and witnessed her pleading. She calls out the master's name, and he quickly retreats from his axe and smirks at her. How can he be smiling in a situation like this? She thinks. Noticing her silence, he asks her what the problem is and leans toward her, but she turns away and mentions that Lady Mary was yelling just now. Angrily, he asks if she's avoiding him. She notices his gaze and quickly apologizes by saying that she didn't do that on purpose, just that she was startled, but he just stares at her without saying a word. Then he suddenly rises from the bed. He suggests that she eat first because she's been in bed all day, but Ray ponders the fact that he's acting as if Lady Mary isn't wallowing in pain. She finds it strange and more disturbing as she seems to be the only person who's confused by the situation. However, she insists that her meal isn't what's important at the moment, and they need to take care of Lady Mary first. But before she can turn to her direction, the cook is already on her feet. How is she up as if nothing happened when she was just on the ground earlier? Well, I guess that's what dark magic does. Surprised, she asks Lady Mary if she's okay, considering that she was just in pain, but she replies by saying that she acts that way sometimes, and there's no need to worry about her. This whole scene leaves Ray wondering whether she was imagining things, but Lord Cloden cuts in, suggesting he might just fire Lady Mary. According to him, seeing Ray defend her in such a manner makes him jealous, so she has to be mindful of the things she says in front of him. She questions his attitude toward her, but he clears the air by reiterating that he's talking about Lady Mary, not her. He further explains that the cook was already irritating him, but seeing how Ray can't stop talking about her makes him even angrier. They discuss for a while, and in summary, he urges her to give in, because if she can do that for him, they'll get along pretty well as lovers. Just as she's about to speak, she notices the sparkle of the piece of jewelry on her ankle, given to her by Lord Cloden. He reveals that he made it himself, and now she wishes she could do something for him too, but she has nothing. However, he reminds her that all she has to do is give in to him, and she readily agrees. This gesture of hers leaves him bewildered because he thinks that after making her go through all of that, she should slap him across the face, curse him out, and run away far away from the palace as fast as she can. Yet, she's embracing a vicious beast that's tearing into her flesh. He likes her, but can't help that it annoys him. We find out that a long time ago, Lord Cloden was cursed by his godfather to have eternal life and become a monster who couldn't escape the castle. The man who cursed him passed on right after saying those words. After that, Lord Cloden thought he'd be able to lift the curse in no time, but all his efforts proved it impossible, and now he's the only wizard left in the world. When he was little, his godfather revealed to him his secret of being the sole surviving wizard, but kept one thing back: his source of power. Turns out that the resources for this power were infinite, and once he found out about this, he wanted all the power to himself. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to lift the curse, and his estrus cycle certainly made him feel like one. The curse affected those around him as well, and eventually consumed their lives. Now he can't even escape the castle, even if he wanted to run away. He's just like a beast on a leash. Presently, sitting in his room looking all gloomy, Philip inquires if his body is acting up again. But instead of answering the question, he asks about Ray. He learns that she's out on a picnic in the garden and suggests that Philip let her be, rather than bring her over. As Lady Mary attends to Ray during her picnic, she wishes that Lord Cloden could have joined them, but Lady shares that the master is awfully busy. As the lady quickly runs off to get more water, Ray comes across the gardener, and then she offers him some sandwiches. Later, the gardener goes to the basement where he meets Philip, who questions whether he's supposed to be in charge for the night and discharges him afterward. The gardener mutters a word, and this leaves Philip thinking because he hasn't heard the guy speak for the past 50 years. Apparently, the gardener has come to inform him that Ray requested blue roses, but Philip immediately warns him to be careful, lest he end up like Hayes, who will not live long. Fear grips Hayes as he hears this, so he starts pleading for them to let him see Lord Cloten. He also reveals that a ship will be coming into port soon, and if it does, he'll be able to pay back the money he owes. If that's too long a wait, he will borrow money. Philip bluntly tells him he can't pay back the money because no one will listen to him, looking the way he does. And then he hands him a mirror to look at his face. Hayes screams upon seeing what his face has turned into, saying they should change it back to how it was, but Philip notes that a curse can't be lifted once it's set. As Hayes continues to bluff, Philip shares that he's not exactly thrilled about having a new member, especially people like him who have no idea where they stand, and then he reveals his snake-like tongue. He explains that he's been taking care of the master since he was young and was devoted to him, but then this happened when he attempted to run away once. Fun fact, it's not just him. Everyone in the castle is in the same boat, and they all owe something to the master. So he advises him to give up trying to escape, else he'll turn into a complete monster if he sets foot outside the castle. Meanwhile, the gardener has come to seek the master's help in blooming a special flower, with the intention of repaying Ray with blue roses. Seeing the master's gestures, he quickly apologizes for probably asking for too much, but to his surprise, he agrees to the idea and hands him some potions. As he muses to himself, the master stares at him, fully aware that the reason behind his request is Ray. In another scene, Ray has just finished reading all the books she brought and starts thinking about Lord Cloten. She understands his busy schedule, but still, she hasn't seen him for days, and even though she wants to visit him, she doesn't want to be a bother. It suddenly starts raining again, so she moves toward the window to watch the rain, but her eyes catch sight of something, causing her to hurriedly run downstairs. She flaps open an umbrella and heads outside to take a closer look at the blue roses. She appears stunned at the sight of them because she always thought that blue roses didn't exist, just as her brother always said. While she continues to fantasize, the gardener walks right behind her, catching her off guard. Shocked, she lets go of the umbrella and falls to the ground, wondering if he heard her talking to herself. She quickly rises and says this is the first time she's heard him speak. Then he asks if she likes the flowers and reveals that they're a thank you for the sandwiches. Suddenly, Lady Mary screams her name, telling her to come inside because she's getting wet. But Ray thinks she might have misunderstood, so she promises the gardener she'll explain. She thanks him for showing her the flowers, then walks back inside and immediately explains to Lady Mary that she tripped by herself. Glaring back outside, the lady asks her if she's trying to send her to her grave. All the while, the master seems restless in his room. With memories of Ray in his mind, he even goes as far as sniffing the clothes she used in his room. On the other hand, while Ray takes a shower, she pauses to ask Lady Mary if she feels all better now. All better? The lady asks, confused. Then Ray mentions that she was sick not quite long ago and asks if she saw a doctor. Lady Mary waves it off, saying that it's nothing, so she doesn't need to worry about it. In a bid to help out, Ray asks if it's because there aren't any doctors nearby. She also suggests that the lady take a couple of days and go to the city, and then she even offers to ask Lord Cloten for a carriage. The lady replies that she barely even remembers the last time she went out. Then she begins asking questions that go back years. Ray even inwardly says that Lady Mary acts as if she's someone from the past. After the shower, the lady escorts her back to her room and leaves afterward. Just as Ray is about to go to bed, the master grabs her to the bed and asks why she's so late. Almost immediately, he falls asleep, leaving her to her thoughts. The next morning, he wakes up and stares at her while she's still asleep. She, on the other hand, is having a terrible dream about a snake that's just about to swallow her up whole. She tries to run away but falls down instead. Coincidentally, the snake in her dream has the same eyes as Lord Cloten. For a moment, it stops and glances at her, then twirls its tail around her and lifts her high up. After raising her so high up, it glares at her and releases her to the ground, and just at that moment, she springs up from the nightmare. What a strange dream, she says, panting. They talk for a while, then he grabs her, initiating an intimate moment. Their private moment lingers for a while. Later in the day, they're both seen in the garden on a picnic, but Ray doesn't look happy. She's still angry about how he forced himself on her yesterday despite all her efforts to stop him, but he blames her for exposing her body to him. As if that's not enough, he starts to caress her body again, but this time around she warns him to stop, or else she'll be mad at him. So he quits being nasty and offers to get her some food. This gesture leaves her staring at him for a moment, and when he catches her staring at him, she expresses that he's such a sweet person. She explains that she knows he hates the weather, yet he still came out for her sake. That's something nobody's ever done for her. She quickly recalls a childhood memory with her mom and mentions that she was taught not to bother people, yet he still does the things she likes even when he doesn't feel up for it. She asserts that it's the reason she likes him. Lord Cloten flinches upon hearing this, but Ray continues to ask if he has anything he hates, so she can bear it for him. To her surprise, he says that if she keeps doing things like this, she's going to spoil him. He always says mysterious things, so she tries to convince him that she means what she says. Anything? He asks, while holding her chin, but she takes his hand and kisses it, affirming that anything he says, she'll grant it. And he inwardly laments that whenever Ray becomes vulnerable in front of him and shows that she loves him, it feels like some part of his body is cracking in half, probably because they are so different. He only ever learned that victory could be achieved by stealing and claiming what's his. If only he could learn how to be vulnerable like her, or if only he could have avoided that curse. Maybe he wouldn't have to feel this way. As this thought crosses his mind, his hand drops from her own, and then he takes a moment to think, did I just regret my past? He's never regretted anything in his life, even his course. He has only gotten mad about its inconvenience, but he has never regretted it. Then he recalls the curse again. The sound of birds flapping their wings draws him out of his musings, but then he suddenly starts looking unwell, causing Ray to inquire about his health. Before she can even finish asking her question, he begins caressing her body, saying that it's too late for him to become a good person now. He also adds that he'd rather turn her into someone just like him. Meanwhile, Hayes is still locked up in the basement, where Philip and Lady Mary are on their way to release him, but not to set him free. Rather, they say it's time for him to say his greetings. As they walk back into the castle, Hayes thinks to himself, saying that it's foolish of them because he can actually take them down now that his hands are free. He mentions that one is an old man and one is a middle-aged lady, so he can easily take both of them down. He asserts that he needs to get away because he can't just end his life here, and all he has to do is push them off the stairs. But just as he's about to do that, Lady Mary turns to inform him that henceforth his name will be John. He insists that his name is Hayes Lisbon, but she tells him that there's no one there with that name anymore. Then she gives him a piece of advice to try not to act all arrogant in front of the master, because if he does, he won't even be able to imagine what he will do to him. He yells for them to explain things to him to better understand, but they simply ignore him. Angered, he says that they are not even listening to him, and they are treating him as if he's some pile of garbage on the streets. But all the while, Lady Mary and Philip just stand by the corner whispering to themselves. Hayes considers escaping first while they are not paying attention, but then he suddenly overhears his sister's voice in the room, talking to Lord Cloten. He recognizes his sister's voice. Sharing a romantic moment with the master, he can't help but think that while he was locked up in the dungeon, she was busy fawning over the monster like a dog and even abandoning her own brother. He dashes into the room to confront her, but realizes a spell has been cast on him, and he can't seem to say what he has in mind. He keeps saying what the spell directs him to. It gets so bad when he realizes that his sister does not even recognize him. Why can't Ray recognize him? He asks himself. He admits he turned into a monster, but she's still supposed to recognize her sibling. Seeing all this, Philip steps in, apologizing on his behalf, and introduces him as John, a new servant to help with the chores around castle. It's okay. I was just startled. Nice to meet you, John, Ray says. As they trudge out of the room, Hayes reflects on the things Lady Mary said to him on their way there, which he took as a joke. He asserts that he needs Ray by his side to at least plan an escape because he can't give up easily. He's certain that even the most vicious snakes go into hibernation, and Lord Cloten is bound to have some weakness. He only needs to find the right timing. As the day continues, Ray takes a leisurely stroll through the castle and unexpectedly stumbles upon a childhood picture of Lord Cloten. He walks up to her to ask what she's staring at, and she replies that she's looking at his portrait, which is so cute. Then she poses a question. What kind of kid were you when you were you? She requests that he tell her about his childhood too. So, he begins the tale telling. His parents passed away in a carriage accident, and his professor, who took the initiative to become his godfather, was always an arm's length apart. His nanny took his side no matter what he's done, the people around him who turned a blind eye, and his so-called friend who always blabbered the same thing like a parrot, he couldn't stand them all. He tells her that he can't really remember the details, and all he remembers are the bad parts. He adds that there was not a single enjoyable thing about his childhood, so he doesn't know what to tell her. He brushes his hand against her cheek and says that there hasn't been a single boring moment ever since she came. Plus, she also lets him have her body. He grabs her and starts kissing her while she worries about someone seeing them in such a position. Just then, Lady Mary walks in and stumbles upon them smooching, causing her to drop the items in her hand. However, Lord Cloten notices this and uses his dark magic to keep the items afloat. Despite all that's going on without Ray's knowledge, he still assures her that there's no one around, while Lady Mary quietly picks up the tray hanging in the air and dashes off. This intimate moment lingers for a while, with them exploring various corners of the castle. After a while, she suddenly becomes thirsty and requests water. While she drinks the water, she overhears John's voice nagging from outside the room, and she inwardly notes that his attitude reminds her of someone, which is her brother Hayes. I guess she'll never find out that they're the same person. She wonders if her brother is doing well, as she's not even sure where he would be. She recalls that they were holding on to their last straw of hope, which was the letter about Elliot Wester. It seems just like yesterday that they barged into the castle with just a letter in their hands. Coming to the castle was her brother's idea, but now he's gone. And she and Lord Cloden are lovers. You never know what's going to happen. Then she turns to Lord Cloden and asks him how he knew their grandfather because he let them in when all they had was just a letter. Why all these questions in a heated moment like this? He asks. Along the way, he remembers the name Elliot Wester and how they met. It turns out that 50 years ago, the man walked into the castle on a rainy day, pleading to wait there until the rain stopped. After Lord Cloden took the man in that day, he invited him over for dinner. And while he sipped out of his drink, he noted that he had heard of the name Elliot Wester before. And for all he knew, he was from a noble family. He was as refreshing as the warm, sunny breeze in the spring, and his wife was pregnant with his baby. I see that you are about to have a daughter, Lord Cloden said to him. Shocked, the man inquired how he knew about that, but the master quickly said that it was just his instincts. On hearing this, the man hoped he was right, because he had always wanted a daughter who resembled his wife, but Lord Cloden said he didn't think the man's wife would see the light of the world because she was sick. The man sprang up from his chair, shocked by the fact that the master had all this information. Just then, the master thought to strike a deal to help the man's wife give birth to his daughter without any trouble, and in return, he must send the daughter over to him once she's older. Terrified, the man rose from his seat and said that he was afraid the master was taking the joke way too far. But when he saw that there was no reason for a nobleman like him to make such ridiculous remarks, he fell back on his seat. Subsequently, he confessed that he hadn't come for the portrait. He had come because he had heard of a particular medicine for his sick wife. He gulped down his drink and asserted that as long as his daughter was born healthy with all 10 fingers, nothing else mattered, and if the master was willing to offer his help, then there was no reason for him to decline. Elliot Wester was the first person to make it out alive of the manor, and his life back home was nothing less than perfect. His daughter grew up happy and healthy, just like he had always hoped. He was a man who had it all until the promises that he had made crept up to him, and the curse was passed down from generation to generation until it finally reached Ray. At the present time, after Ray has fallen asleep, the master asserts that it's of no use, and all he knows is how to take what's his. That's precisely why she's in his arms right now. The next day, Lady Mary is in the kitchen lost in her thoughts. She can't stop thinking about the situation she saw the master in the day before, because she never would have expected him to do such a thing in the corridor. Soon after, Ray abruptly disrupts her musings with her presence, prompting her to question whether Ray should be with Master Cloden at this hour. She questions her presence there, and Ray responds by saying she has a question but doesn't know who to ask. When Lady Mary asks what the question is, she whispers that she's wondering if lovers make out as often as they can, because what she's experiencing is nothing like what she expected. After hearing her question, Lady Mary inwardly says that it's normal for someone like Ray to expect something, but what she's saying is mere fantasy for someone like the master. So she goes ahead to explain that it's normal during the first few months of marriage, especially when you are deeply in love with someone. She adds that Master Cloden may be a little overboard, but it's nothing out of the ordinary. Furthermore, she tells Ray to suggest to Master Cloden that she get a new pair of shoes. One thing Lady Mary knows for sure is that as long as the master has Ray by the neck, her normal life is over. It's already scary that his obsession with her is getting worse every day. If she ever breaks up with him, he's going to throw quite the fit, and if she ever leaves, the servants will be the ones to take the blow. Ray basically has the key to everything now, and if anything goes wrong with her, the outcome will be unimaginable. In the next scene, Lady Mary approaches Philip to inquire about the master's whereabouts, and after he directs her to his study, she reveals that there's something she wants to tell him, then walks away. She thought about this all night and decided that before Ray runs away, and before the servants take the blow for all the aftermath, she must interfere when she can. She says that if they could have some peace in the manor, it would be worth something. But is this the right thing to do? She asks herself as she walks towards Lord Cloden's room. She enters the room and sees Ray fast asleep on his body. Then she shares that the young lady only has one pair of shoes, so she thought it would be nice to get her a new pair. In his musings, Lord Cloden urges Lady Mary to keep doing what she's doing and listen to all of Ray's silly ramblings. Also, she should make her talk about her concerns and feelings, because she should at least have someone to lean on when her only brother disappears. Just as Lady Mary is about to leave the room, the master orders her to inform Philip to get the carriage ready. Later that day, as Ray wakes up, Lady Mary urges her to get dressed immediately. After that, she grooms her hair, and all these preparations make Ray question if they're having a guest today. Really? Why would anyone visit this God-forbidden place? Anyway, the servant replies by sharing that she will be going outside today, or rather, she'll be going into town with the master. Ray can't contain her excitement after hearing this news, but her mind soon shifts to her brother. She asks if Lady Mary has heard from him, but she denies it and continues brushing her hair. After Ray is all done preparing, she rushes to meet Lord Cloden. By then, the carriage is ready, and the master is all handsomely dressed, waiting for her. As soon as she sees him standing outside, she runs to give him a hug, and he can instantly feel her excitement. Meanwhile, Philip is by the corner ordering John to tie the horse to the carriage, but he grumbles and replies that he doesn't know how to do it. They argue for a bit, catching Ray's attention, and she inwardly remarks that John talks just like her brother, and she's never met anyone who talks that way other than Hayes. After everything is set, they hop on the carriage and embark on the journey, but John signals her through the window, pointing toward a certain direction. She notices that he's pointing at a place where all the woodpiles are and wonders if he's asking her to meet him up there and why. During the journey, something strange catches her attention, so she curiously asks Lord Cloden, who's driving the carriage, and he replies that the horse has been specially trained, but unknown to Ray, the carriage is being controlled by his dark magic. Then she asks where they are headed, and he reveals they're going to get her a new pair of shoes. Seeing her mood, he takes her hand and assures her that the reason is not that he's embarrassed by her shoes, but that he just wants to buy her a new pair. She admits she knows this, but is sad because she never gives him anything. All she does is take from him. She shares that, no matter how badly she wants to return his love, she has nothing to offer, which makes her sad. "Don't say that," he says, squeezing her hand. He adds that the fact she's saying this makes it sound as if she's by his side because she's indebted to him. He explains that he knew Hayes would never be able to pay back the money from the start, and he only helped him with his business because he wanted to leave a good impression on her. He teases her and says that money isn't what's important to him after all. It all worked out in the end, and you can tell by the way she's sitting on top of him. As they arrive at their destination, Ray stomps out of the carriage, frowning, but Lord Cloden suggests they take their time to look around since she wanted to come out. "Would you grant me the honor of escorting you, milady?" he asks, taking her hand. A few hours later, while they are still out in town, they take a break to munch on some food while Ray expresses her gratitude for all he's gotten for her already, although she thinks it's a bit too much. However, he bluntly says it's not enough, and that's what he does for someone he likes. She looks at him, taken aback, and suggests they head back home after they finish their meal, but he insists that they still have one more stop left. He teases her further, and before Ray knows it, she finds herself in an inn and can't help but ask when you had time to look for a place like this. For Ray, love is a feeling she's only ever heard about from others, but she never imagined it would be this overwhelming. Their intimate moment lingers for a while. Much later, Lord Cloden wakes up first and watches Ray while she sleeps. He hopes their children will have her hair. Does it sound ridiculous? A father who can't even take a walk out in the park because of his curse? He wonders how long it will take for her to realize the truth. Later at night, as Philip and Lady Mary watch the master return in his carriage, Philip remarks on the fact that he's seen the master using magic for a long time, but never has he seen him use this much magic for an extended period. He can't help but wonder if it's taking a toll on his body. Lord Cloden gets down from the carriage, holding Ray in his arms while she's asleep. He takes her to the bedroom and undresses her himself, despite all Lady Mary's attempts to help. Just as she's about to leave the room, the master makes a statement, wishing he could be normal. He mentions that he has never had this kind of regret before, and now he's stuck thinking about a way to lift the curse. Lady Mary remarks that breaking free from the curse has always been a wish that everyone in the manor has dreamt of. For many years, the master had been looking for ways to lift his curse, but eventually he gave up. And since then, he'd only go into the lab to make painkillers. Now he's back to trying again, even when he knows very well that it's impossible. The next day, Lady Mary prepares Ray's outfit for the day while Ray reminisces about the retreat she had with Lord Cloden. He was busy again at work, and she returned to her normal day-to-day routine. If there's anything that's changed, it's the fact that Lord Cloden's gifts have been delivered to her door every day. One thing is certain, the master sure has good taste. Ray stares at the dresses with a long face, not because she doesn't like them, but because she thinks that all the dresses probably cost more than the amount of debt her brother owes Lord Cloden. But Lady Mary tries to assure her that she's worried over nothing because the master would get an entire dress shop if she wanted. She remarks that this only means that Lord Cloden likes her, and other ladies would be jealous of her. Suddenly, Ray asks about the master's whereabouts and mentions that she hasn't seen him in days. Apparently, that's what all the dress-up is for, to meet him during his afternoon snack. Subsequently, Ray goes to him with some snacks, asking if he's okay after she hears a strange noise coming from his room. She notices his bleeding hand, but he assures her that it's nothing and asks why she's there. She replies by saying that she brought him something to eat, and then she suggests that they get his hand treated, but he insists that he's busy at the moment. However, she still insists on going into his room, but he warns that it's dangerous because of the broken glass, so she should go back. Angered, she smacks his hand and begins shouting, asking if he's hiding something. But amid the heated moment, the plate of food she was holding falls to the ground and shatters. With a deep sigh, she bends down to pick it up while asking herself what she just did. She quickly apologizes, saying she didn't mean to be a burden or annoy him. She assumes he must be busy and suggests he should get back to what he was doing. Grabbing her, he says, "I never said you were an annoyance. Don't ever say that again." With no idea what to do, she glances at him, announcing her intention to leave. But then he's forced to ask if she's running away from him. "Running away? I'm going to ask the housekeepers to sweep the broken glass," she replies. He then asserts that he doesn't care if she raises her voice at him or gets mad at him, but when she tries to get away from him, it drives him crazy. He reveals that his head feels like it's about to explode, and he's well known for his temper, especially when he's working, which is why no one comes near him when he works. He curses himself and asks her for forgiveness, but Ray thinks otherwise. She starts explaining that he can be the sweetest person on earth, always encourages her to do her best, and has no idea how much it helps her. But he responds by saying it's because he likes her. Surprised, she asks if this means that it's possible he won't like her. But he replies by saying she should be more worried about him falling for her even harder. While he speaks to her, he notices she's acting a bit strangely today. But when she tries to explain, she accidentally touches his injured hand, prompting him to ask to be treated by her. As she begins treating him, he just stares at her, compliments how beautiful she looks, and asks if she dressed up just for him, but she ignores him and turns away. Seeing her in this mood, he explains that just like how she wants to be beautiful in front of him, there's a side of him he doesn't want to show her. However, she's scared that he might change and end up not liking her anymore, but he assures her that such a thing will never happen. Instead, he should be the one asking her not to change. Ray shares that her love was always one-sided, and she thought it'd be that way for the rest of her life. But to her surprise, he liked her back for the first time. This has never happened to her before. So why would she ever change? She asks. He hugs her and inwardly remarks that this feels like a curse that he never wants to break free from. On a beautiful sunny afternoon, Ray wanders in the garden, admiring the blue roses, which appear particularly big, while also searching for the gardener. Suddenly, she hears a rustling sound behind the flowers and is glad, thinking she has found the gardener. As she steps closer, she realizes it is John, and he addresses her by her last name, even though everyone else calls her Ray. She greets him, but he starts rambling, saying that normal people aren't able to grow such flowers. While crushing the flowers, he says that blue roses don't exist, and that maybe only a monster could make something like this. Amid his rambling, he feels a smack on his head with a stick, but before he can know what's happening, Jack, the gardener, pushes him to the ground and starts punching him despite all Ray's efforts to stop him. While beating John up, he wonders if Ray has already found out the truth from what he said earlier. Even though John is being beaten up, he still goes on bluffing, claiming that he knows the kind of tricks the gardener is playing. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Philip has just gone to give the master his medicine. We learn that the side effects of Master Cloden's curse get stronger when it's a full moon, but this time around it's happening too soon, and it's not even a full moon yet. Philip thinks that it's probably because he used too much magic. However, he's glad they have the medicine to ease his temper. Philip awkwardly remarks that the master probably made the medicine because of Ray, and if it weren't for her, there would have already been blood in the manor. All of a sudden, the master throws a key to him, instructing him to keep it somewhere safe. He explains that if you lock the door with the key, someone inside can come out, but no one outside can enter the room, and by doing so, it will keep Ray safe. He continues giving Philip instructions concerning the key when Lady Mary suddenly knocks at the door, drawing his attention to what's going on in the garden. As they all rush to the garden, he questions if she got into a fight, but she replies by saying that Mr. Jack, the gardener, stopped before it got too serious. Curiously, he asks why she was with the two servants, and she says that she wanted to help since everyone is always busy, so she came out. On hearing this, he grabs her hand, telling her she doesn't need to do that, and that he doesn't want her to ever touch dirt. If she does, he'll cut off the gardener's wrist. He adds that she doesn't have to do anything because, just like he already told her, he only wants to give her the best of everything. This is quite a princess treatment, I must say. But then, what if he doesn't love her anymore? Would he still say the same thing? He promised her he would never change, but she doesn't know where she stands, and she needs some kind of connection so she can stay there, even if his feelings change. He catches her off guard, lost in her musings, so she immediately confesses that she was outside so she could look at the flowers, and she just happened to run into the servants. "Were you looking at the flowers without me?" he asks, but this question comes as a shock to Philip and Lady Mary, as their master has never liked or enjoyed doing such things. As Lord Cloden and Ray walk back inside, he orders Philip and Lady Mary to make sure that John and Jack get proper training. Although we all know that it is that time of the year when the curse gets stronger and that the medicine only helps him to ease his temper, it was expected that the master at least rip off John's tongue or make the gardener go blind. It's a relief to Philip that the master at least found his composure, while Lady Mary acknowledges that their life depends on Ray now. But what if she ever changes her mind and runs away? What will happen then? Philip, however, believes that it's a pointless presumption, and all they have to do is do their jobs right. Then he turns toward John, who's still trying to defend his actions. Philip sternly gazes at him, warning him to know his place and adding that they only turned a blind eye because he was a guest from a wealthy household. But there won't be any of that from now on. During Lord Cloden's meal, he begins to have wild imaginings about himself and Ray, but he soon snaps out of it when she draws his attention, asking if he's okay. She notices him sweating and reaches for his face. Then she rises from her seat and heads to the kitchen for water and a towel to help with his fever. Meanwhile, all he wants is for her to run away from him. He remarks that he needs to call Lady Mary, then hide until tomorrow to keep Ray safe and to make sure the servant prepares everything she needs. To his surprise, she returns with the water and towel and starts pressing his body, suggesting that they call a doctor. But he flops on her body, expressing his feeling of nausea and thirst. "If only I could take just a tiny sip, then maybe I'll feel all better," he says, holding her closely. "You are sick right now. Calm down," she says. But he teases her by saying he meant that he wanted a sip of ice-cold water. After teasing her for a while, he orders her to go back to her room and not come out until the next day because of the customs of the manor. So, she mumbles and asks if this means that she won't be able to see him tonight, but he gives her no response. Then she suggests they spend the night together, but before she can finish, he calls on Philip and Lady Mary to take her back to her room. Just before she leaves, he calls her back and says that if he happens to visit her bedroom tonight, she should not open the door, no matter what. Confused, she asks what he means, but he makes a promise to her instead of answering. He promises to take her somewhere fun if she can keep her promise not to open her door for him. As Lord Cloden steps back into his room, he falls to the ground, coughing out blood due to the intensity of the curse. Meanwhile, as Ray is being escorted, she can't stop thinking about the strange favor the master requested of her. But Lady Mary reassures her that it's because the master has a plan. Being that the master is very fond of her and is doing all this for her sake, they urge her to abide by his wish. So she reluctantly walks into her room, and then Philip locks the door with the key Lord Cloden gave him earlier. He hopes everything goes smoothly this time around. Within the confines of the room, Ray thinks to herself. It's not unusual for Lord Cloden to be acting so secretive, but to make a promise like that is quite fishy. Plus, he looked sick. She can't wait for all this to be over. Meanwhile, Philip and Lady Mary can't seem to find the master anywhere in the castle. Lady Mary starts to imagine the worst that could happen if he had gone to Ray's room, but Philip exhales and reminds her that the master said he'd prepared a strong spell and would be able to protect Ray no matter what. It's a relief hearing this, but Lady Mary insists they check Ray's room just in case. It's true that when a starving beast is hindered with food right in front of its nose, no one is going to be able to take the wrath. On the other hand, Ray has just woken up from a nightmare, so she decides to drink some water. Just as she pours the water, there's a knock on the door, and it's Lord Cloden. He asks if she isn't sleeping yet, and she replies by saying that she just woke up and will be going back to sleep. He continues banging on the door and says he just wants to see her face, but she reminds him of his explicit warning not to open the door, even if he comes by tonight. Hearing this, he makes several promises to sing her a lullaby and to pillow her head with his arm. All the drama keeps Ray wondering whether his promise was a joke, but he continues to plead to just see her before going to bed. With fierce determination, she tells him that she wants to keep their promise, but this only escalates the situation. He slams on the door harder, insisting that she open the door, and even goes as far as asking if she's with someone else in the room. He even accuses her of hanging around with the gardener. His behavior seems strange tonight because, although he has played jokes on her before, he's never been this scary. After a while of trying to open the door, he finally accepts that Ray has won this time around, but it doesn't end there. He makes another offer to take her to see the ocean and also asks why she's so cold to him that she's not even opening the door for him. "Maybe this is just how you feel about me," he says. Meanwhile, Ray is more concerned and scared of all the thunderstorms. By the time she speaks to him again, she notices how everything has suddenly become silent as if he's left her doorpost. She tries to put the pieces together to understand what's going on, and then she starts crying and explaining that there's a misunderstanding. She expresses her love for him, but before she knows what's going on, he grabs her from behind and says, "I guess God didn't completely abandon me after all, he gave me you." Upon seeing him, she is happy to know that he hasn't left yet. However, she looks up and realizes that she's no longer in her room, but rather by the ocean. How is this even possible? She asks. Before she can wrap her head around the situation, Lord Cloden initiates an intimate moment. After using his dark magic to take them back to the castle, Ray orders him to leave her room. And when he asks her why she's pushing him away, she replies that he's not the Cloden she knows at the moment. Then he reminds her of the saying that a dog never pulls out, even after they're done. The next morning, Lord Cloden wakes up, wondering how he got back to his room after sending Ray back. He springs up from the bed after finding her by his side, then recalls what happened last night, and he appears to regret his actions. Meanwhile, Ray is still fast asleep, dreaming when she feels a warm touch on her head, only to wake up and see Lord Cloden. She soon realizes she's not undressed, and her clothes feel soft, which makes her question where they are. She knew everything seemed strange from the beginning, and then she asked why he told her not to come out and why they were by the ocean. She's certain that she didn't step foot outside her room, and that's all the more reason everything is so confusing. He just stares at her without saying a word, and before you know it, he holds her close, attempting to kiss her. But she covers his mouth. To his surprise, she asks if he's a fairy, which makes him recall that he's still in heat and has to keep his distance from her. His situation isn't something that simply spending a night with her can solve, and he considers himself an animal who can't even control his intimate desires. He diverts the topic by reminding her that she was talking about how hungry she was in her sleep. Then he urges her to eat something. Surprisingly, she says, "You already know everything, Cloden. I love you." She complains bitterly, saying that he made her love him, yet she's the one who barely knows anything about him out of everyone in the manor. She hugs him from behind and says he's the one who tricked her into opening the door for him, yet he never tells her anything. He just holds her hand, instructing her to let go. She yells that they are lovers, which simply means that she should know more about him, but all the while he's just busy thinking of ways to devour her. Seeing him react this way, Ray professes her hatred for him and adds that she doesn't want to be his lover anymore. In response, he only says she should suit herself. But after hearing this, Ray begins to cry, realizing he's not even afraid to lose her. Little does she know that it's the curse making him act so strangely toward her. Although he's trying so hard to be careful, if he doesn't watch himself, he can tear her apart limb by limb. Crying, she asks him what she is to him and whether she's someone he doesn't have to share anything with, but he responds by yelling for her to stop talking before he kisses her. "Is that all you have to say to me?" she asks, but yet again, he has no reply for her. With a sad face, she walks back to the bed, declaring her hate for the environment. Back at the castle, Lady Mary is seen carrying food to Ray's room, but as she climbs the stairs, she notices that all the windows in the hall are open. It occurs to her that this is Ray's floor, and her greatest fear might have just come to pass. She quickly runs to Philip, who's outside with John, to report that Ray isn't in her room and all the windows in the hallway are shattered. She screams, saying that Master has done it again, just like the last time. Upon hearing this, John asks her what she means and if she's talking about his sister. Furiously, he asks if the Master did something to his sister or if he's trying to make a monster out of her as well. But Lady Mary shuts him up. Still, he insists that they would rather take the lives of himself and his sister instead of making them more miserable than they already are. Lady Mary laughs and asks him if that's why he tried to run away and leave his precious sister behind, but he denies it and says he was going to come back for his sister as soon as he found someone who could help them. So she reveals her monster tongue and asks him what he would have done if Ray became a monster while he was gone. They continue to exchange words until Philip stops them. "This isn't the time to quarrel," he says, while letting out a deep sigh. Just at that moment, Ray and Lord Cloden walk back into the castle, and Ray mentions that she's tired and will be in her room. The servants, unable to comprehend what's going on, just stare at her. Mary walks into the room quietly, noticing that Ray is still trying to get ready. Without hesitation, Mary offers to help her get dressed, knowing that Ray might need the assistance. As she starts helping, Mary can't help but think about how much Cloden has changed because of his curse. It's clear that the curse has driven him mad, but she thinks that maybe it's a good thing it didn't go further, because at least Ray is still able to walk on her own 2 feet. Mary sighs softly, keeping her thoughts to herself, knowing that it's better to say nothing. As Mary adjusts Ray's dress, Ray suddenly asks why she's always the one who's left in the dark. She questions why nobody ever tells her what's really going on. There's frustration in Ray's voice, and Mary can sense how tired she is of being kept out of the loop. But Mary doesn't let on that she understands Ray's frustration. Instead, she pretends not to know what Ray is talking about and gently reminds her of that time when she fainted because of Cloden. Mary hopes that bringing up the past will distract Ray, but she can see that Ray isn't satisfied with the answer. Mary thinks to herself that it's only a matter of time before Ray figures everything out. Even though Ray is inexperienced and a bit naive, Mary knows that Ray isn't foolish. She's bound to notice that something strange is going on in the castle. but Mary doesn't want to be the one to reveal the truth to her. She doesn't want to face the consequences that might come from being honest. So instead of telling Ray what's really happening, Mary tells her that there's been a misunderstanding. She insists that Ray fainted because of her illness and that Cloden had nothing to do with it. Mary tries to sound convincing, but she knows deep down that she's not telling the whole truth. Ray listens to Mary, but it's clear that she doesn't believe her. Suddenly, Ray's frustration boils over, and she yells at Mary. She accuses her of being just like everyone else, of keeping her in the dark on purpose. Ray says she thought Mary was different and expected more from her. Ray doesn't want to be kept in the dark anymore. She doesn't want to be told to keep her eyes and ears closed to everything happening around her. She's tired of being treated like she's too fragile to handle the truth. Ray tells Mary that she doesn't want to laugh it off when strange things happen, like it's nothing. She wants to know what's really going on, no matter how hard the truth might be. Ray, feeling overwhelmed, tells Mary to leave the room. She says she wants to be alone, and as she speaks, she places her face in her palms, trying to hide her frustration. Mary hesitates for a moment, but then quietly steps out of the room, softly shutting the door behind her. As she turns around, she sees Cloden standing close to the door, as if he has been waiting there. Mary tells him Ray is upset and suggests he try to soothe her, hoping he can calm her down a bit. She wonders if Ray has figured out the truth about everything and asks Cloden if Ray knows what's really going on. Cloden simply replies that Ray will be okay, offering little by way of explanation. Mary, wanting to believe that everything will be fine, reminds Cloden of Ray's kindness and innocence. She tells him that Ray would understand if he just took the time to explain everything to her. But Cloden seems doubtful. He questions what exactly he is supposed to explain to Ray. He wonders whether he should tell her that he is cursed, that he turns into an animal that goes into heat because of it. He asks Mary if she really thinks that telling Ray this will give her any peace of mind. Mary, already feeling overwhelmed, drops to her knees, not knowing what to say. She stays silent, realizing that the truth might be too much for Ray to handle. Cloden, seeing her reaction, comments that it's probably better to keep things as they are. Mary, still wanting to protect Ray, asks Cloden what he means. She doesn't fully understand what he's trying to say. She asks if he really wants Ray to stay with him, despite everything. Mary is clearly worried, not just about Ray's safety, but about what the future holds if Ray remains in the dark. She hopes that Cloden will reconsider and find a way to let Ray go before things get worse. But Cloden doesn't give her a clear answer, leaving Mary to wonder what will happen next. Cloden looks at Mary and says she has a cunning side, noting that life has probably been easier for her lately because she's been sleeping well. He reminds her of the time he heard her humming the other day, as if to prove his point. But then, with a hint of bitterness, he adds that she must find life pretty bearable now that she's made Ray the sacrificial lamb. He accuses Mary of only caring about her own well-being, not Ray's. As he walks away from her, he coldly states that it won't do her any good to be involved with monsters like them, leaving her to absorb his harsh words. Later, at the dining table, Ray and Cloden are seated together while the others stand quietly behind them, waiting to serve. The atmosphere is tense, and Ray seems distant, lost in her own thoughts. As dinner progresses, Ray stands up, ready to leave the table. Cloden notices and asks her if she isn't going to finish her meal. Ray, without looking at him, tells Mary that starting the next day, she would prefer to dine in her room. She says she wants to be alone, making it clear that she needs some space. The request hangs in the air, signaling that something is deeply troubling her, but she doesn't say anything more, and the room falls into a heavy silence as she leaves. Mary has never seen Ray so mad before. It worries her to see such an intense reaction, but she also knows how much Ray and Cloden desire each other. She thinks that maybe all they need is some time to cool off and work things out. But Ray doesn't want to be near Cloden anymore, and it's clear to Mary that Cloden isn't putting any effort into fixing the problem. This makes Mary even more anxious because she knows that if things keep going this way, nothing good will come of it. One day, Mary finally snaps and shouts out in frustration. Philip, who is nearby, hears her and comes over to ask why she's so upset. Mary, unable to hold back her feelings, explains that it seems like Ray has made up her mind to bury her feelings for Cloden. She's convinced that Cloden isn't going to do anything to change the situation, and Mary fears that if Ray finally leaves him, it will push Cloden over the edge. She is terrified that Cloden will end up harming both Ray and himself if things don't get better, and she is determined not to let that happen. Philip, seeing how serious Mary is, asks her if she has a plan to prevent the worst from happening. Mary, with a determined look in her eyes, gives him a firm and positive reply. She doesn't have all the details figured out yet, but she is sure of one thing. She is going to do everything she can to protect Ray and stop Cloden from making a terrible mistake. The determination in her voice makes it clear that she won't back down, no matter what it takes. Cloden asks Mary if she is the mother of 2 sons, and she says yes. Then he asks her to send one of her sons to him as a guardian when they are feeling better because they've been looking rough these past few days. When Mary's family is dying from a deadly plague, she rushes to the castle in a desperate attempt to find help. The mysterious owner of the castle shows her kindness and gives her a miraculous medicine that saves her family. Her son, who couldn't even get out of bed, starts walking around again in just a few days. Mary's heart fills with gratitude for the master of the castle. Clodin asks her to send one of her sons to him, but as time goes on, and her son grows up, he gets married. Mary breaks her promise to the master of the castle because she figures that it's normal for people to go back on their word. She thinks that the master, living in such a big castle, will be able to find others to work for him. Plus, since he was generous enough to give her the cure that saved her family, she assumes it's okay to not keep her end of the deal. However, after some time, regret starts eating away at her. She goes back to the castle, bangs on the door, and pleads for forgiveness, begging the master of the castle to help her once more. When she realizes she's been cursed, Clodin tells her that he can't help her and that she should have kept her promise. She mumbles that she never would have taken the medicine if she had known this would happen. Then Philip comes in and asks her how long she plans to stay like that, while handing her a bowl of soup. As time goes on, she starts to think that maybe her mind is getting better, or maybe she's just getting used to the pain. Working in the castle, she tells herself that she's making up for breaking her promise and that her family will be closer to God because of her sacrifice. Later, she knocks on Clodin's door, saying that she has brought some tea for Ray's cold, but Ray refuses to open the door for her. Clodin remembers Mary's earlier comment about him only caring about his own well-being and not Ray's, but all he says in response to Ray's refusal to open the door is, "So what?" Even though Clodin is the one who gave up on breaking the curse, Ray is the reason he changes his mind. Mary doesn't want to let go of that, so she insists that Ray sounds like she's come down with a terrible fever. Mary doesn't care if people call her sly or cunning. For her, the line between good and evil has long been blurry. She doubts that Clodin will give up on Ray, so she says Ray will open the door for him. As Mary walks down the stairs, she hopes they will soon make up. She thinks about how they are all lonely souls gathered inside this cursed castle. They need Lady Ray and the manor to help them free themselves from being monsters. She believes that Ray, only Ray, can help them finally understand what it means to feel human. Clodin walks into the room carrying the tea that Mary prepared for her. He places the tea gently on the table. Ray, still feeling weak, apologizes and asks Clodin not to leave her alone, even though she isn't fully aware of what she's saying. After a while, Ray sits up and asks Clodin why he is there. She notices a smell and wonders if Lady Mary has stopped by. Clodin feels her forehead and says he doesn't think she has a fever. He offers her a cup of tea. Ray then mentions that her stomach hurts, her shoulders and back ache, and her legs and hands are sore too. While she's talking, Clodin leans in and kisses her. She responds to the kiss, and as they're kissing, she thinks to herself that it feels like the empty part of her heart is finally becoming full. She doesn't care if the first person who truly sees her is a monster. Even though he's sweet and kind, she wouldn't mind if he wanted to eat her. Lying unclothed on the bed with Ray, covered in a warm blanket, Clodin talks with Philip. He says he knew he'd end up in this situation, even though it took him a while to get here. Clodin admits there's nothing more he wants at the moment and asks Philip if he's having any regrets about his decision. He can sense it, feeling that the walls he's built around himself for many years are slowly starting to crumble. At first, he saw Ray as just a new toy to keep him entertained, and now he almost feels bad for keeping her captive. At the dining table, Ray thanks Mary and apologizes for yelling at her the other day. She tells Mary she really appreciates everything she has done for her. Ray insists that Mary shouldn't mention it, saying she was wrong too and that they should move on. Ray then asks Mary if she was able to talk to Clodin, noting that she believes a good conversation can solve almost anything. Mary shakes her head and says she hasn't talked to him yet. Ray wonders if she should try talking to Clodin herself and ends by saying she feels like a coward for not speaking to him sooner. Ray then admits that she can't answer any of her questions about the manor. She says Clodin is the only one who knows the answers, and she understands that. The more she tries to learn about Clodin and the manor, the more mysterious everything becomes. But now, being with him, the raindrops falling outside feel like a blessing, while being alone makes the sunshine seem too harsh. She finds it strange because she never thought falling in love would feel like falling into a deep hole. That's why she never wanted to get involved in the first place. Now, though, she laughs and cries because of him, and she concludes that she's already been tamed. There she is again, looking for Clodin. As she searches through the bookshelves, Clodin picks up a book, and she turns around, feeling happy to see him. He asks her why she is there, and she wonders what he thinks about them. She questions if she's an inconvenience to him and if she has a place in his future. Then, she replies that the weather is nice, even though it's not the kind she usually enjoys. She adds that she's started to like rainy days too. Ray then asks Cloden why he left without waking her up. She wonders if it's normal to do that when people break up. Cloden responds by asking if she wants to break up with him, and he questions why she smiled and hugged him the day before. He says he thought about ending all the confusion and asks why she keeps coming to him like this. He admits that it drives him crazy when she takes something back that she gave him. Holding his shoulder, Ray assures him that she doesn't want to stop and that she loves him. Ray then tells Cloden that she doesn't understand why he does certain things, or why he can't answer any of her questions. She realizes it might be unusual, especially since she's never relied on anyone the way she relies on him now, but she can't help but love him. She kisses him and asks him to promise that when he's ready, he will come to her and tell her everything. She tells him she will wait for him. Walking away from Cloden's room, Ray admits to herself that she has been completely honest about her feelings for the first time in her life. She hopes Cloden understands how she feels. As she lifts her face, she sees Cloden's nanny staring at her. It's the first time the nanny has appeared since she tried to scare Ray away. Ray bows to greet her and then admits that she ignored the nanny's warning. She asks the nanny if she wishes Ray would leave Cloden, and the nanny says yes. Ray then asks why. The old lady seems doubtful that Ray really doesn't know, but Ray tells her to stop talking. This makes the nanny question whether Ray doesn't want to hear the truth. Ray admits she is scared to hear it and doesn't want to run away before facing the truth. She decides she will wait until Cloden tells her everything. As Ray walks away, the nanny says that Ray still has a pure soul. She adds that for some reason, Ray hasn't been tainted, which seems impossible in the manor. The nanny explains that the manor is a place where all the cursed souls end up. Every once in a while, they have guests visit the manor, but no matter who comes, they always end up leaving with a curse that the master of the manor puts on them. That's why she warned Ray to run away before she becomes Cloden's scapegoat. The nanny is worried about Ray and wants her to leave the manor before anything foolish or dangerous happens to her. Ray then walks into Cloden's room and asks him to confirm that Ray is indeed the youngest among the siblings who came by recently. She wants to know if Cloden has done anything to her brother lately. She reminds him that she has told him many times not to cast such curses, as it always comes back as part of his karma. Ray then stretches out a booklet toward Cloden and says it contains news she got from her recent visit outside the manor. The booklet contains details about recent important events. She asks Cloden if he will send Ray back, hoping he will reconsider and let her go. Cloden calls her Della and tells her to be careful with her words, saying that some people might think he kidnapped her. Ray acknowledges that he understands what she's trying to say, but tells him to stop avoiding the issue and get to the point. She says he can't deny he intended for her to fall for him and insists he needs to let her go. She adds that he has to handle things on his own. Cloden responds by saying that it was never his intention to make her fall in love with him. He didn't force her to love him, but he does want her. The nanny explains that whenever Cloden wanted something for himself, he would hide it away in a secret place since he was young. She worries about what might happen if he starts developing strong feelings for a person. She reminds him that she is not cursed, as he knows. She was lucky enough to be out in town and escape the curse's wrath, which is why she's the only one who can travel outside the manor. She says she might not be a monster, but she isn't fully human either because of her connection to the manor. The nanny explains that she doesn't die, but she's not really a ghost either. It's like she's floating inside an empty shell of a body. She could disappear at any moment if she decides to leave the manor. She asks Cloden if he plans to turn Ray into someone like her. She says she doesn't want them both to end up on a path of destruction and sincerely hopes that karma doesn't catch up with him as she walks away. Cloden then tells Philip not to let Della come inside the manor anymore. He says that even though he should forgive her, she won't last long outside the manor. Cloden questions if he's planning to leave her to disappear completely. He explains that it's because Della made an inappropriate comment about Ray, so Philip should make sure she never returns. Walking down the hall, Ray thinks about the nanny's words about ignoring her warning. She wonders if she should expect Cloden to change, or if some things will always stay the same, no matter how hard she tries. She feels like she might regret it. She knows there's a lot happening, and although she trusts Cloden, she feels uncertain. As she is deep in thought, someone interrupts her by asking if she would like something to drink. She declines, saying she was about to head to the kitchen. John approaches and addresses her as Miss Lisbon. He asks if she's happy because he heard she has a brother, but she seems perfectly happy even without him. Ray responds that she's not sure, as it's been a while since her brother left, and she hasn't received any letters from him since then. John tells her to look closely at him and see if he reminds her of someone. As she stares at him, she is surprised and asks if he is the one. John confirms it and asks if she recognizes him. Ray thinks he used to work at the Lisbon Manor. Mary then interrupts, saying that John seems bothered, and suggests that Ray should report to Master Cloden to assign John a task. Annoyed, John walks away from Ray. Mary approaches and asks Ray if she's all right, and if John said anything unusual. Ray responds that John didn't say much. Mary then offers to get Ray a drink, and Ray agrees. Ray leans to one side of the couch, holding a bottle of drink. She thinks Mary must have given her something stronger than usual, even though it's supposed to have the lowest alcohol content. The drink makes her feel relaxed and a bit lightheaded. Before she realizes it, Cloden is already by her side. Surprised, she asks when he arrived, and Cloden replies, "Not long ago?" Sitting on Cloden's lap, Ray tells him that his lips are the prettiest thing she's ever seen. She explains that his lips were the first thing she noticed about him. As she touches his lips, they begin to kiss tenderly. While they're still kissing, Ray asks Cloden if he can stay with her for the night. Cloden asks what she is trying to do to him and gives her a gentle kiss on the cheek. He then lifts her up and carries her to the bed. He tells her that since she knows he doesn't have a mother, there's something he's always wanted to try. Ray asks what it is, and Cloden wonders if she can help him with it. She assures him she will do whatever he asks. Cloden explains that when he was a child, he saw children fall asleep while being comforted by their mothers. He's always been curious about that, and thanks to Ray for being so willing to help him experience it. Ray struggles to think clearly because of the alcohol. She realizes she will lose control if Cloden continues, so she quickly sits up. Cloden kisses her forehead and says that from now on they will share their drinks. Mary quietly opens the door and peeks inside. Philip walks up and asks what she is doing there, but Mary tells him to keep his voice down. He looks through the door and, seeing Ray and Cloden together, his mouth drops open. Philip tells Mary to go back to her room, warning her that he won't be able to protect her if Cloden finds her. Mary responds that it's quite a sight to see them so close and cozy. She adds that Philip shouldn't tell her he's embarrassed. Philip thinks to himself that it's clear Mary has been alone for a long time. He realizes that since Ray is the only other woman in the castle, Cloden might call on Mary whenever Ray needs something. Philip decides he needs to do something because he suspects Mary has other motives. He thinks that while Mary should show some respect for Cloden, he shuts the door and walks away, hoping that things will stay peaceful for a while. In the room, Ray is crying and pleading. She notices that she has wet the bed. He leans in and gives her a kiss, then tells her she is wet from head to toe and decides to get something to clean her up. Ray wonders to herself why he stopped without going further. She thinks maybe it's because she was drunk or making too much noise, but she decides she is probably overthinking things. Cloden asks her what's wrong. She says she wants to ask him something, and he tells her to go ahead. She asks why he didn't go all the way, and Cloden questions why she wants more. He says that he might next time. Ray explains that's not what she meant. As he cleans her up, he asks if the temperature is okay, and she says it is. At night, Ray lies in bed, fast asleep, while Cloden sits nearby. He softly calls her name to see if she's awake, but she doesn't respond. He gently calls her again, but she remains still, lost in her dreams. As he watches her, he thinks to himself that it's sad and unfair. He realizes that if he doesn't even try to hide the curse he carries, she'll have to deal with the madness every day. Cloden worries that if things continue this way, he might end up completely consuming her. He stands up from the bed just as Philip approaches. Philip walks over and asks Cloden if everything is okay. Cloden, seeming impatient, tells Philip that he needs to tie himself down. Philip looks confused and says he doesn't understand what Cloden means. Cloden, clearly frustrated, insists that Philip shouldn't make him repeat himself. Philip quickly agrees and promises to get everything ready. The next morning, Ray wakes up early but finds Cloden missing from the bed in the room. Mary enters, carrying a tray with breakfast. Ray asks Mary where Cloden is. At first, Mary says Cloden is busy with many things and won't be able to visit. Ray then mentions that Cloden has been acting strangely lately and seemed to be hiding something the day before. She says she wants to talk to Cloden because she feels he might have answers to her questions. Mary responds that she doesn't know all the details, and it might not be good for Ray to seek him out. However, if Ray is determined, Cloden is at the end of the second-floor corridor. Mary asks Ray to promise that if she senses anything strange, she will turn back and leave immediately. She also tells Ray to make sure she finishes her meal. Ray agrees and thanks Mary, who then leaves, saying she will come back later to check on her. As Ray looks at her meal, she notices a letter tucked beneath it. The letter features a skylark logo, the symbol of the Lisbon family. There aren't many people who know about this symbol. Just Ray, her mother, her cousins, and her brother Hayes. Ray reads the letter and realizes it's from Hayes because of the way he writes. She starts to wonder whether Lady Mary is helping Hayes. However, she remembers that Mary has always ignored Hayes, making it puzzling how he managed to leave the letter under her plate. Ray had thought Hayes would leave her behind and vanish forever. Now she wonders if Hayes might be waiting for her outside, perhaps in the rain. Ray remembers Hayes calling her names and questioning why she thinks Cloden is interested in her. She hides the letter under a flower vase and thinks about how she had already made up her mind about what to do, even though it's hard for her to leave Hayes behind. She decides that if she sees Hayes again, she will act like she doesn't know him. She hopes he will find happiness and build a family of his own, and that they will both fade from each other's memories. Ray knocks on Cloden's door and calls out to him, asking him to open up. When there's no response, she decides to go in anyway. She opens the door and calls his name. As she steps inside, she sees Cloden chained up in a corner. She asks who did this to him and tells him she will get the chains off him right away. Cloden looks at Ray and asks who she thinks is responsible for his chains. Ray asks him why he did this to himself. Cloden explains that he was scared he might lose her because of his own actions. He says that no matter what he does, she always finds him, but she doesn't realize how dangerous it is. She's like a moth drawn to a flame, and that's why he tied himself up. If he didn't, he would go crazy again. Cloden goes on to say that he wants to keep her all to himself, even if it hurts her. Ray clutches her dress and tells him she loves him, which is why she needs to hear the truth from him. She begs him to tell her everything, but he thinks it's pointless. Philip stands by the window, watching the rain fall outside. He worries about what might happen if Cloden ends up hurting Ray, since Cloden has been away from the manor for so long. Philip wonders if he could go back in time and change how Cloden turned out, but he figures that Cloden would probably make the same mistakes again. Philip thinks that right now, Ray is the only one who can save Cloden. Still chained up, Cloden asks Ray to come closer. He begs her to release him and let him go, but Ray apologizes and explains that helping him right now would only cause him more pain later. Cloden then says he thought she loved him and wonders whether she suddenly changed her mind. Ray reassures him that she still loves him, but she is worried about him. She moves closer to him and pleads with him to stop hurting himself, asking how she can help him. As Ray helps him, she avoids looking him in the eye because she's never seen him like this before. Cloden tells her he actually likes it and asks her to go faster. He cries out in response, and she kisses him on the lips. After a while, she decides to wash her hands, but he begs her not to leave. Noticing that Ray seems to be in the mood, Cloden tells her not to be shy, saying it's clear from her face that she wants it. He then asks her to spread her legs, but she says no. Cloden keeps persuading her to spread her legs wider, and eventually she gives in. But when he says he still can't see her properly and needs her to open up more, she insists it might just be his eyesight, or maybe she's just embarrassed. Then he breaks free from the chains and she falls to the floor, fidgeting. Cloden asks where she thinks she's going and tells her not to run away from him. She wonders if he did it on purpose to test her and if pretending to be shackled was part of his plan. He then says that her body seems to be reacting differently and questions whether she's actually into what's happening. He mentions that his excitement isn't the reason for their intimacy. As they continue, she asks why he doesn't seem excited, and he asks if her tears are because of embarrassment, dislike, or love. She stays silent, though the real reason is that he is too deep inside her. He asks if she loves him no matter who he is, and she says yes. She tells him she doesn't care about his actions or her reading ability because he didn't care about her limitations either. Cloden says it's nothing special, but she disagrees, telling him that it made her very happy. As they're finishing, he suddenly tells her he loves her. She's surprised and asks if she's dreaming, but he confirms she heard him correctly. He then says he's not going to hold back anymore and that she needs to give herself completely to him. When she questions why he's being so demanding, he says he doesn't mind if he breaks her and insists that he loves her. She asks him never to change, and he promises he won't. The next day, Ray is outside, looking lovely in her outfit and glowing with beauty. She mentions how nice the weather is and how everything was set up for her when she decided to go out. She greets John, calling him Mr. Gardner, and he bows in response. She notes that it has been raining a lot lately and thinks the flowers could use some sunlight, to which he agrees. Ray says he doesn't talk much, but she feels oddly at ease with him, especially with everything that's been happening recently. She wonders what Cloden meant when he said he's afraid of losing her, and if he's still keeping something from her. Even though he told her he loves her, she still feels anxious because she doesn't know much about him or the palace. She wishes he would just tell her what he's hiding. She offers to help the gardener, and he hands her a watering can. He then shows her a blue rose and explains that it symbolizes happiness. Ray feels confused because she's getting a flower that stands for happiness, while she's worried about her own troubles. She thanks John for the flower and says softly that it doesn't matter if the place is strange because there are kind people who care for her. She then asks if he knows the name of the flower, but just as he's about to answer, Cloden arrives and says he's been looking for her. Ray approaches Cloden with concern, asking him directly what's wrong. Cloden, seemingly irritated by her question, notices that she isn't wearing the shoes he had bought for her. He comments on the situation, noting that she seems to be smiling over a wilted flower, which he considers insignificant. Ray explains that she wants to keep the flowers as long as she can, despite their state, because they hold sentimental value for her. Cloden, clearly annoyed, dismisses her explanation and instructs Philip to remove John from the premises. Ray, feeling the tension and confusion, tries to understand Cloden's reaction and asks if his anger is related to her not wearing the shoes. She explains that she didn't want to wear them out and risk damaging them. Ray acknowledges that she understands Cloden's frustration, but feels that his response is disproportionate to the situation. Cloden's focus then shifts to the wilted flower Ray is holding. She tells him that John gave her the flower to cheer her up, and she insists that Cloden shouldn't be angry about such a simple gesture. Cloden, somewhat perplexed, asks why she is holding on to the flower and what the problem is if it was a kind gesture from John. Ray explains that John's intention was purely kind and that all he did was give her a flower to lift her spirits. She emphasizes that there's no reason for Cloden to be upset over it. Cloden's frustration seems to momentarily soften as he apologizes, admitting that he feels he can't be as thoughtful as John. He then hesitates before asking if her affection for John's small gesture is causing her to consider breaking up with him. Ray is taken aback by the question. She tries to explain that her feelings for Cloden are genuine. Ray tries to clarify that she didn't mean exactly what Cloden seemed to have interpreted, but Cloden interrupts her, his irritation evident. He instructs Philip to get rid of John immediately and then storms off. Later that night, as they sit down for dinner, the room is heavy with silence. Cloden, breaking the silence, turns to Mary and instructs her to inform Philip that he knows Philip is hiding someone in the barn. Cloden's tone is firm and commanding as he warns that Philip needs to resolve the situation quickly, or Cloden will handle it himself. Ray is taken aback by Cloden's intense reaction. She struggles to understand why he's making such a fuss over what she perceives as a minor issue. Confused and frustrated, she tells Cloden that she doesn't believe John, the gardener, did anything wrong. She argues that the situation shouldn't be escalated to such extreme measures. Cloden's response is harsh and accusatory. He questions whether Ray is planning to harbor John in her room simply because she believes he's innocent. This insinuation only heightens Ray's frustration and feelings of helplessness. She is deeply unsettled by Cloden's attitude and his handling of the situation. Feeling overwhelmed and unable to tolerate the tension any longer, Ray decides that she can no longer sit at the table and continue eating with Cloden. She pushes her chair back and stands up, her emotions a mix of anger and resignation. As she starts to leave the room, Mary quickly follows, asking her to wait and to try to calm down. She gently tries to get Ray to stop and take a moment to collect her thoughts. Ray, clearly upset, explains her frustration. She doesn't understand why Cloden is making such a big deal out of something she views as trivial. It seems to her that Cloden is constantly looking for reasons to blame her for things that aren't her fault, which only fuels her anger. Ray expresses her frustration by saying that Cloden must be so consumed with jealousy and love for her that even the smallest issues provoke his wrath. She wishes he would just openly admit his jealousy instead of letting it simmer beneath the surface. Ray feels that Cloden always finds faults in situations that could be resolved with straightforward, honest communication. She recounts an incident from the previous day when Cloden had pushed her hand away after professing his love for her. This action left Ray questioning why he can't be honest with her about his true feelings. She had anticipated that being in love would bring happiness and joy into her life, but instead, it feels like an overwhelming burden. The constant tension and emotional strain are making it difficult for her to understand why loving Cloden has become so challenging. John tells them to stay away from him as Philip tries to move him. Mary says they should just send him out instead. When asked if she's willing to leave with John, she says that if they kick him out, Cloden and Ray will never fix their issues, but John doesn't care. As John leans forward to be taken away, Mary slaps his hand and then asks Philip if he realizes he could be next in line to leave if John goes, with the barn owner following, and then Mary herself. Mary questions who will be left in the manor in 10 years, Cloden or Ray. Philip, frustrated with the escalating situation, tells Mary to stay out of it, asserting that there's no chance they could ever. Mary interrupts him abruptly, arguing that it's better to address the issue now than to face a future where Cloden might be dragging Ray's lifeless body around in 10 years. Her words carry a chilling weight, emphasizing the urgency and severity of the situation. Philip, taken aback, asks Mary what she suggests they do. He points out that there's no place to hide from Cloden within the manor, and wonders who will suffer if they end up getting caught in the crossfire. He argues that it's not their problem and that they shouldn't get involved in Cloden and Ray's personal struggles. Mary counters Philip's reluctance by explaining that if it were just any couple, the situation might not be as critical. However, with Cloden and Ray, the stakes are much higher. She describes their relationship as volatile, where any misstep could exacerbate the problems. Mary notes that Ray has expressed concern that Cloden is becoming increasingly difficult to manage, suggesting the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Mary delves deeper into the emotional dynamics, explaining that when people's expectations are shattered, it leads to a profound shift in their emotions. Hope can quickly turn into despair, and love can transform into hatred. This intense emotional upheaval often leaves people feeling unbalanced and unstable. Philip remains silent for a moment, prompting Mary to insist that he listen to her for once. She emphasizes that despite their imperfections, they have managed to buy themselves a few days of relative calm. She asks Philip for his thoughts on the situation. Philip sighs deeply and admits that he's uncertain about the outcome, but speculates that if they're fortunate, they might get 3 days of peace before any new issues arise. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Mary stands behind Clodagh and Ray, holding a teapot. She mutters to herself, noting that Clodagh and Ray haven't spoken a word to each other throughout the meal. Clodagh, attempting to break the silence, asks for more sauce for both their plates. Mary acknowledges his request with a polite, "Yes, master." But when Ray asks whether she would like some sauce, she declines. Clodagh, growing frustrated, slams his hand on the table, his anger evident. He insists that Ray should do as she wishes, clearly irritated by her refusal. Ray, taken aback by his reaction, comments that there's no need to slam the table so forcefully. Clodagh's irritation only grows, and he questions if her annoyance extends to his actions as well. Ray responds that she doesn't want to hear his complaints, which only adds to the tension in the room. Clodagh, feeling cornered and defensive, tells Ray that if she is so unhappy, she should just leave. He accuses her of blaming him for her dissatisfaction, which only escalates the argument. The atmosphere at the dining table becomes charged with unresolved emotions, and the underlying tension between Clodagh and Ray continues to build. Ray thanks Mary for the dinner and leaves the dining area. Later, Mary knocks on Ray's door and enters her room. When Ray asks what she needs, Mary places a cup of tea and a piece of paper on the table. Ray looks at the paper and asks why Mary brought it. Mary explains that writing down her feelings might help her process everything. Ray wonders if Clodagh asked Mary to bring the paper. Mary shakes her head and assures Ray that Clodagh did not make her do this. Despite Mary's reassurance, Ray doubts that Clodagh would even read what she writes. She imagines he might become angry and tear it up instead. Mary encourages Ray not to think negatively and reminds her of how deeply Clodagh loves her. As they talk, there's a knock on the door. Philip walks in, bowing politely to greet Lady Ray. He hands her a letter from Master Clodagh. Philip explains that if Ray wishes to write a response, she can leave it under the vase next to the staircase, just as he mentioned before. Ray takes the letter and looks at Philip, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Philip nods reassuringly before leaving the room, giving Ray some privacy to read the letter and consider her response. As the door closes behind him, Ray sits down with the letter, her mind racing with thoughts and emotions. Mary decides to excuse herself from the situation and leaves, while Philip tells her to inform him if she needs anything. Once Mary has departed, Philip and Mary continue their discussion in the hallway. Mary observes that their plan appears to have worked for now. Philip agrees but expresses some unease, noting that it's odd because Clodagh must have caught on to at least part of their scheme. Mary is curious and asks Philip how he knows this. Philip admits that he isn't entirely sure how Clodagh discovered their intentions, but he notes that Clodagh hasn't mentioned anything directly. What strikes Philip as particularly strange is that Master Clodagh personally painted a yellow rose on the letter. He finds it unusual and wonders if this detail indicates that Clodagh has a deeper understanding of their plan than they initially thought. Mary takes a moment to reflect on the situation. She agrees that regardless of Clodagh's awareness, the most important thing is that their plan has been successful so far and that no one has been harmed in the process. She feels confident that Master Clodagh is genuinely interested in making amends with Lady Ray. This belief reassures her, and she tells Philip that they can afford to relax a little now. However, Philip remains cautious. He understands that although things seem to be settling down, the situation might not stay calm for long. He is aware that there are still potential challenges and complications ahead. Philip knows from experience that in situations like these, the peace they've managed to achieve could be fragile and subject to change. In the letter, Clodagh asks Ray when she plans to return the book she borrowed. He says he remembers everything that is his, and that by looking at the empty space on his bookshelf, he knows what's missing. He reminds her of the secret place he showed her and says he never mistreats things he cherishes, and he wouldn't share them with anyone. He then wonders if he's the strange one for feeling this way. Ray isn't pleased with the letter because she was hoping for an apology. She questions why he's making excuses about the book and wonders if this is how things will be from now on. Deciding to show him she sees through his games, she writes him back. In her letter, she apologizes if her spelling is off, as it's her first time writing a letter. She says she remembers the book well. It was when they first spoke. She acknowledges that the things he keeps are important to him, but insists that she is not just an object that can be tucked away. Ray writes in her letter that getting a flower doesn't mean much to her because her heart was always his to keep. She explains that when she received the yellow flower, her thoughts were entirely consumed by him. She admits to feeling overwhelmed by her own confusion and the effort it takes to understand him. Despite her struggles, all she does is think about him and yearn for his presence. Ray confesses that she's been waiting, hoping he would come to understand her feelings and the depth of her affection. In the letter, Ray acknowledges that she isn't the most perceptive or intelligent, but her feelings for him are genuine and intense. She wonders aloud if he really believes she became upset with him just because she was angry. Her emotions are raw and sincere as she pens these words, hoping they convey the truth of her heart. After finishing the letter, Ray carefully steps out of her room, clutching the paper in her hand. She makes her way to the designated spot, a place where he had asked her to leave the letter. With a sense of purpose, she places the letter under the verse, exactly where he had requested. The next day, Ray finds another letter waiting for her, accompanied by a yellow rose. As she reads Cloden's new message, she feels a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. In his letter, Cloden expresses his desire to hear her say that she loves him. He asks her to meet him where the yellow roses are, saying he will be waiting for her there. As she finishes reading the letter, Ray reflects on the significance of the yellow roses and the personal connections people have to things they love. She realizes that everyone has something or someone they hold dear, and she's come to understand that for her, it is Cloden. The thought brings a mix of comfort and excitement as she prepares to meet him, eager to express her feelings and share this important moment. Ray reflects on the influences of those around her. Her mother had a deep appreciation for wealth and honor. Her father was devoted to his business, and Hayes was known for his love of fine clothes and his sense of dignity. Each had their own passion, which shaped their lives in different ways. Now, Ray finds herself at a crossroads, feeling the need to discover what she truly wants and to make definitive choices about her own life. She's bewildered by her emotions, feeling a profound internal conflict that she can't quite explain. Despite this confusion, she finds herself drawn back to Cloden whenever he expresses that he misses her. She arrives at the spot where the yellow roses grow and is overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions. The feeling is unfamiliar and a little painful, but Ray senses that it's genuine. As she stands there, trying to grasp the nature of this new emotion, Cloden calls out to her. His voice is filled with warmth as he tells her he loves her. He seems to understand that she needed to hear those words, and she responds by embracing him tightly. In that moment, as she feels his arms around her, Ray realizes this might be what love truly is. Later, in the privacy of their room, Ray and Cloden share a tender kiss. The intimacy between them deepens as Cloden begins to take things further. Philip instructs Jack to take some food to John in the dungeon. As Jack reluctantly heads off to carry out the task, Philip grumbles to himself about the butler, lamenting how he always seems to be the one running all the errands. Philip feels the weight of his responsibilities, including managing tasks he finds tiresome. When Philip arrives at the dungeon, he sets down the food and picks up a piece of bread for himself. He surveys John, who is sitting in the dim, cold cell, and reflects on why John might be locked up. Philip doubts that the punishment is solely because of the flowers John damaged. He speculates that there might be more to the story, perhaps something involving theft. Philip tries to ease the tension by sharing that he understands the challenges of living as a noble, with people constantly scheming and trying to undermine him. He empathizes with John, who is now facing a harsh punishment. John insists that he hasn't stolen anything, maintaining his innocence. Philip acknowledges the severity of the situation, questioning whether it's truly fair to impose such a harsh penalty over a matter of money. Seeing an opportunity to help John and to satisfy his own curiosity, Philip asks John for a favor. He wants John to check whether the flowers are still alive. Philip is genuinely interested in the condition of the flowers and hopes John can provide some insight. He feels a sense of responsibility towards John and wants to offer support, even if it's in a small way. John agrees to Philip's request, saying he doesn't have anything else to do at the moment and that he feels he owes Philip for his previous help. As they discuss this, Ray and Cloden share an intimate moment. Meanwhile, Philip and Mary make their way to the dungeon, where they find John. Philip tells John to come out and hands him a coat to put on. Mary then explains that their master has decided that John should return to work starting the next day. She adds that John should refrain from speaking to Ray in the future. Although Mary understands that John might feel lonely, she advises him not to depend on Ray for emotional support. She makes it clear that he should focus on his duties and not seek comfort from her. As they prepare to leave, Jack, who is nearby, hands John a yellow flower. He mentions that all the flowers are still alive and that he kept his promise. Jack adds that John should stop bothering him since he wants to get some rest. As Mary and John walk away, Mary asks John if he knows what yellow roses symbolize. John thinks for a moment and guesses that it represents jealousy. Mary's expression is unreadable as they continue their way, leaving John to ponder the significance of the flower and its message. Philip tells Cloden that he didn't quite catch what he said and asks him to repeat. Cloden says again that the place is too small. Philip wonders if Cloden means the manor, but Cloden says they need to build an annex and asks what Philip thinks. Philip still doesn't get why Cloden is asking this, but he thinks it makes sense given how Cloden grew up. Philip remembers that Cloden's grandfather once told him to start work right away. Cloden's grandfather was a lord from a young age and always wanted to start a family. He had an arranged marriage and didn't care much for his wife, but when she had their first child, he became much more loving. The birth of his son meant the lord would spend more time at home instead of being out all the time. Cloden's grandfather brought peace to the family, but after becoming a father, he wanted more and hoped for a second child. However, that didn't happen easily. His wife was sick and weak, so having another baby was out of the question. Their relationship, which had been improving, grew distant again. Despite the disappointment, their only son, who would inherit the title, grew up to be a remarkable man. Edmund Casalier, Cloden's father, tells his own father that he has finished his schooling. His father picks him up and lifts him high into the air. Edmund finishes his schooling in the city with outstanding grades, earning praise for his academic achievements. When he returns home, his parents are eager for him to get engaged, and he agrees to marry a woman they have chosen for him. However, soon after, a serious issue arises. Edmund's father is visibly frustrated and slams his hand on the table during a heated argument. He is upset because Edmund has announced that he cannot live without the woman he loves, who is not the one his parents had selected. His father questions whether Edmund truly believes that his personal feelings are a valid reason to break off the engagement and replace his fiancée with someone entirely different. He argues that the woman Edmund is infatuated with is not from a noble family. Her father is merely a poor artist. His father warns that such a match will lead to gossip and judgment from their social circles, which could tarnish the family's reputation. Edmund, however, dismisses his father's concerns. He doesn't see the social implications as a problem at all. When his father presses him further, Edmund firmly responds that he would rather face the consequences of societal judgment and criticism than live a life constrained by what others think. His passion for the woman he loves outweighs any concern about public opinion. Reluctantly, his parents have no choice but to accept the marriage. They are visibly disappointed, but their objections are overruled. Edmund, on the other hand, embraces his married life with joy and contentment. He is indifferent to his parents' unhappiness and remains focused on the happiness he finds in his relationship, unfazed by societal expectations or others' judgment. This all happens around the time when Philip finally gains the family's trust. It's a rainy August day, right in the middle of the monsoon season. The rain falls steadily, creating a soothing rhythm outside as a new life begins inside. A baby is born, and Edmund suggests naming him Cloden in honor of his late grandfather. He asks his father if he would like to hold the baby. The newborn has his mother's amber-colored eyes, which are bright and full of life. The baby's arrival brings a lot of joy and, for a time, helps mend the strained relationship between father and son. However, this happiness is short-lived. Soon after the baby's birth, a highly infectious disease begins to spread rapidly through the village. The illness moves quickly, causing panic and grief as it takes the lives of the boy's grandparents. The loss hits hard, and before anyone can even fully grasp the gravity of the situation, the disease claims the lives of his parents as well. All of this occurs when Cloden is just 4 years old. Suddenly, the young child is thrust into the role of lord, a position he is far too young to fully understand. Despite his tender age, Cloden shows remarkable resilience and capability. He takes on his new responsibilities with a surprising degree of skill and maturity. Every tutor he encounters is impressed by his abilities and praises him highly. The people at the manor, seeing his dedication and talent, begin to take pride in him and marvel at how well he handles the weight of his new role. Philip approaches Cloden and mentions that he heard Cloden turned the maid away again today. He notes that as Cloden gets older, he has been displaying unusual behavior. Cloden has always been very particular. He doesn't like anyone in his room except his nanny. Philip remembers times when Cloden found a dessert he enjoyed and insisted on eating just that one thing every day for a whole month. There was even a period when Cloden wore the same set of clothes every day for 3 months straight. Philip realizes that Cloden has a strong tendency to become intensely focused on things he likes, whether it's food, clothes, or other material items. Recently, Philip has noticed that this fixation isn't just about objects. It extends to Lady Ray as well. Philip is starting to understand that Cloden's obsession with Lady Ray is just another example of his overall pattern of intense focus. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mary watches Philip closely and asks what's on his mind. She wonders if he's feeling disgusted or if something is bothering him. Mary's tone suggests she's curious about Philip's thoughts and is concerned about his reaction. Philip says sorry, but Mary keeps pushing him. She asks if he's worried that Cloden is totally fixated on Lady Ray. Philip says he thinks Lady Ray is too gentle and Cloden is too intense. He also mentions that he's unsure about Cloden's sudden choice to build an annex. Mary tells him he's just saying what everyone already knows and warns him to stay out of it, pointing at his face. She then questions why it matters so much if a lonely young woman falls in love with their master. Isn't that what they've all wanted? For Cloden and Lady Ray to fall in love? Philip doesn't say anything, and Mary tells him not to make her angry. She says she needs to go deliver Lady Ray's meal. Philip starts to think he might be wrong and wonders about Mary's attitude. Maybe it's nothing, just like Mary said. He figures that since Cloden and Lady Ray are in love, everything will turn out fine. Outside, the stars are glowing in the night sky. Mary walks in steps as she follows Cloden. She noticed the flowers on the side of the rails, thinking that this felt a bit over the top. She knew he put the flowers only because they were Lady Ray's favorite. But still. At that moment, Cloden paused and without turning called to her. His call startled her as she replied, "Her master." But then her eyes widen in surprise, seeing the glittering castle before her. It's a scene like something celestial. Cloden lets out a little smile as he inquires what she thinks, if Ray would like it. Mary quickly assures him, saying that she will, adding that it's not every day you see a man building an entire annex for the woman he loves. Even though Ray likes to keep things simple, she is sure she'll be overjoyed by this. As they enter the building, Mary asks whether she should get the spare key from Philip, but he stops in his tracks, turns to her with a dark look, and tells her there's no spare key. She asks him if he intends to keep it unlocked at all times, but the sinister look he gives her chills as he replies that he intends to keep it locked. Now she realizes why she thought it was strange when it was mentioned that they were building an annex. The old lady clenched her fist as it shook from anxiety, thinking of what he could possibly mean. After getting a view, Cloden insists that they leave. She takes one more look around, noting how beautiful it was before the door closes. Later, Cloden brings Ray to see the annex. Her eyes were covered shut with his huge hands. As he leads her, she is anxious to see what surprise he has for her. He tells her to open her eyes, and when she does, the breathtaking and glittering annex comes into view. Her eyes widen in surprise, and a little red appears on her face. Thinking she wasn't satisfied with her silence, he tells her he wanted the colored flowers to represent her. He confesses his love for her and asks whether she feels the same way. She throws herself into his arms, telling him that she loves him more than anyone in the world. Ray tells him she thinks she'll grow to like it here. He holds her cheeks affectionately, saying he doesn't know much about love and if it's possible to section off percentages of her love. She didn't understand what he was saying, and he explained that giving 20 to Mary, 15 to Philip, 15 to the gardener, and then 50 to himself, if she could separate it that way. She tells him he can't just divide love methodically like that, and asks what prompted his question. He sits up as he answers because he can't share her. He takes her hand and slides a ring onto her finger. She is surprised as she looks at her finger and sees the silver ring. He tells her it belonged to his parents. He tells her he knows she doesn't want to share him with someone else, that she wants all his love to herself forever. He brought out another ring box and asked her to put it on his finger, which she did. The next morning, Ray wakes up. She thought sleepily that it was already morning, but then she suddenly felt hungry and wondered why she was so hungry this early. Cloden approaches her, gently waking her up and asking that she go down with him for breakfast. They go down, and she is surprised as she looks at the line of dishes lining across the table. Seeing her dazed, he urges her to go on and eat. Taking a piece of meat, he stretches it across to her, urging her to take a bite. She swallowed hard as the smell of the food hit her, along with the heavy hunger she felt. She took a bite, and then, like that, all the meals were finished. Cloden asks her softly if she needs more, and there was this look on her face as she surprisingly asked if she had just eaten all of the food on the table. For her, there's no way that's possible, but he assured her otherwise. Soon she feels sleepy, and he lifts her off the chair in his arms, asking her if she feels sleepy. She didn't know if she was sleepy or just dizzy. Cloden tells her she couldn't sleep yet and takes out a small bottle, asking her to drink her medicine first. He tells her it'll aid her health as he feeds it to her, assuring her it was for them. Ray awakens later in the night with confusion clouding her thoughts as she struggles to determine when sleep had claimed her. Her memory reaching only as far as the moment Cloden fed her the medicine, while everything beyond that dissolves into an unsettling emptiness. And the longer she remains within this place, the more the passage of time begins to feel distorted, as day and night blur into one continuous stretch that makes it seem as though only she and Cloden exist within this isolated world, leaving her wondering about the others and when Mary might finally arrive. Yet her wandering thoughts are abruptly halted when she notices her reflection on the surface of a glass pane, and a gasp escapes her as she observes how pale she appears. Her complexion drained and her figure noticeably thinner, despite recalling how much she had eaten the other day. Confusion deepens as she realizes she has somehow lost weight without understanding how, and her mind drifts back to the recurring moments when Cloden feeds her the medicine. While assuring her it is meant to improve her health, she remembers again how she had unknowingly finished an entire feast, and how afterward he had carried her to bed and insisted she take the medicine once more. Now, as she lifts the bottle toward her lips, a sudden voice erupts within her mind, urging her to stop, the force of the warning startling her into stillness as she glances around in search of its source. only to notice that Cloden appears oblivious to the disturbance. The voice returns with urgency, commanding her not to drink the medicine and to hide it away. And in a quiet moment of defiance, she conceals it just as Cloden turns to ask whether she has finished it. She nods despite the deception, and he praises her obedience while reminding her that she has promised to remain with him forever. She reassures him. Yet he questions her certainty before leaning closer and revealing the hidden bottle in his possession, leaving her startled like someone caught in wrongdoing as he wonders whether she dislikes the medicine and whether she truly wishes to grow closer to him. As morning unfolds, Cloden watches silently as Ray rises from the bed and leaves the room while he remains behind, immersed in contemplation about the meaning of forever, a word he believes can describe both the depth of devotion one feels for another and the fragile illusion of untarnished beauty. He reflects that everyone dreams of eternity at some point in life. Yet, unlike most, he has risked everything to pursue it. Unwilling to accept a fate of decay beneath the soil, he chooses instead the path toward the eternal, even if it demands the loss of his humanity. And now, when monotony threatens to consume his existence, Ray's presence transforms his perception of everything, rendering the pursuit of immortality insignificant in comparison to the love she has awakened within him. Yet uncertainty lingers as he wonders whether her heart mirrors his own intensity. He recognizes that everything is still new for her, and believes that with time she will begin to ask rational questions about why she cannot leave this place, why no one is searching for her, and how long she must endure such confinement. He convinces himself that if she bears him a child, they can create the illusion of a normal life as parents, trusting in her kindness and loneliness to sustain their bond. He admits to himself that jealousy drives his actions and acknowledges that he does not truly desire a child, as his only wish is to possess her entirely. And if no natural way exists to keep her by his side forever, he resolves to create his own means. Even while knowing that his choices are harming her, he cannot bring himself to let go. Meanwhile, Ray stands alone before a mirror as realization crashes over her with overwhelming force, disbelief mingling with sorrow as she struggles to reconcile the man she believes loves her with the disturbing truth she is beginning to perceive. Tears stream down her face as she runs in search of him, determined to confront him. Yet a sudden voice calls out, causing her to halt in her tracks. At a distance, she sees the child form of Cloden, who tells her resistance is futile and extends a hand inviting her to follow. Though confusion clouds her thoughts, she accepts and allows herself to be led onward as he urges her not to look back and insists that time is running short. He stretches out his hand and a radiant light appears, opening a passageway. And once outside, Ray is left stunned by the sight of a vast maze stretching endlessly before her. Her attention is then drawn to a young girl who resembles her own childhood self, clutching a worn rabbit doll while crying softly, the toy's missing ear revealing the mark of past damage. And the boy explains that the figure is not truly her, but only an imitation formed through her memories. Yet Ray finds it difficult to deny the resemblance or the emotional weight of the doll, which had once been a gift from her grandfather during a painful moment when another cherished toy had been ruined, and in an attempt to restore balance, its ear had been cut away. The flood of memories sends shock surging through her as fear tightens its grip, and the world around her darkens into a suffocating heaviness, as though she is sinking into something inescapable. An unseen force clamps over her mouth while red hands emerge from nowhere, dragging her deeper into the nightmare. And in that chilling instant, her younger self turns toward her with an unsettling smile and affirms that she will remain with Cloden forever. She begins to slip away as the bloody hands drag her deeper into the unseen abyss, while the younger version of Cloden struggles desperately to keep hold of her fragile form. The grip between them trembles with fear and urgency. Her fading consciousness wavers as the younger Cloden leans closer, whispering urgently into her ear that she must not leave him, that he is all she has in this strange place, and that abandoning him means losing the only thread tying her to existence. The echo of his plea clings to her soul as he cups her cheeks with trembling hands, his youthful face filled with sorrow yet determination, reminding her that even if she forgets him for a while, she must remember the path that brought her here, the origin of her suffering, the memory of her journey, because that knowledge alone will lead them back to one another someday. Their fingers begin to slide apart like grains of sand, slipping through time until the connection breaks entirely, and she falls into a river of despair, her body swallowed by an endless darkness where her thoughts circle only around Cloden, her mind screaming his name as she wonders if this prison of shadows will bind her forever. Yet the image of him confessing his love ignites a flicker of strength within her, her resolve hardening as she fights against the pull, struggling violently to return to him. She thrashes against the invisible forces, clutching at her limbs, begging to be released, until suddenly another hand reaches out toward her, causing terror to surge through her chest. Her eyes slam shut as she screams in defiance, and the world shatters into silence. She jolts awake with a shriek, her lungs burning as she gasps for air, the remnants of fear clinging to her skin like cold sweat. It is only a nightmare, yet the trembling in her body refuses to fade. Cloden sits beside her, watching with concern, his presence grounding her as he gently touches her cheeks, attempting to soothe the tears she did not realize were falling. She slowly rises from the bed, calling his name softly before confessing that she has no appetite once again, her strength waning under the weight of restless dreams. While far away in the main mansion, Philip wanders through the halls, his thoughts heavy as he surveys the decaying order of the estate, noting silently that there is no one left who can be called normal anymore. It has been an entire month since Ray and Cloden vanished into the annex without a trace, leaving chaos to fester in their absence. The once vibrant household now feels abandoned. The gardener has locked himself away, refusing to nurture the grounds. Jack spends his days in pointless distractions. Mary, who once radiated devotion, now moves like a ghost devoid of spirit. The flowers have withered from neglect. The dirty plates rot in forgotten corners. Philip himself shoulders the burden of tending to the horses alone, his attempts to visit the annex thwarted by impenetrable gates. The memory of Jack questioning whether the master still cares lingers painfully, as if their situation were like stray dogs without an owner. His sigh carries the weight of resignation when a sudden bang echoes at the estate gate, startling him from his thoughts. He hears a stranger's voice, and curiosity, mixed with caution, drives him to retrieve an umbrella before stepping into the rain. He finds a man, soaked to the bone, standing beyond the barrier, claiming to be Thomas, a physician rather than an intruder, and explaining that he became lost while gathering herbs in the neighboring forest and sprained his ankle after slipping in the mud. He pleads for shelter, yet Philip instinctively turns away, declaring that strangers are not welcome, urging the young man to find his own path home. Thomas protests desperately, insisting that the darkness and storm will doom him if left alone, and Philip hesitates, the memory of Ray flickering across his mind, softening his resolve. He eventually allows the stranger to stay, with strict instructions to leave once healed. Thomas expresses overwhelming gratitude, while Philip reassures himself that Master Cloden's absence makes the decision harmless, though uncertainty gnaws at his conscience. 3 days pass as Thomas resides within the estate, his eyes constantly drawn to the dazzling chandelier suspended from the towering ceiling, its brilliance casting shimmering reflections across the lavish interior, where countless expensive artifacts adorn the space. The overwhelming opulence speaks of old money and deep-rooted power, leaving him both fascinated and unsettled. Yet it is not the wealth that troubles him most, but the people inhabiting the mansion, whose identical responses to every inquiry create an atmosphere of silent hostility, convincing him that visitors are unwelcome. He recalls venturing into the cursed forest earlier while searching for herbs after exhausting his medical supplies. Despite warnings from villagers about terrifying legends of the land swallowing wanderers whole, he dismissed such tales, believing disease posed a far greater threat than superstition. Yet the relentless rain disoriented him until he stumbled upon the hidden estate just as despair threatened to consume him, realizing his survival borders on miraculous, even as he endures the household's cold indifference. His attempt to cook a meal as a gesture of gratitude was rejected by Philip, who instead focused on questioning the condition of Thomas's ankle, forcing Thomas to exaggerate the injury to prolong his stay, driven by curiosity and the rare opportunity to study such a mysterious environment. Philip reluctantly agrees, granting him additional time, prompting a silent sigh of relief from Thomas, who watches as Philip departs, only for the stillness to be broken by the clang of silver plates. Turning, he notices John carrying them and greets him cautiously, recognizing him from before. Curiosity compels Thomas to request a moment of conversation, revealing his interest in both the estate and its inhabitants. John responds with uncertainty, admitting his ignorance of the place and confessing that everything has spiraled into disorder since his arrival. Bitterness colors his tone as he laments his ruined appearance, blaming the main figure of their story. Thomas considers this revelation carefully before offering assistance, explaining his expertise in rare diseases despite financial struggles, and proposing treatment in exchange for information about the estate. The offer plants a seed of uneasy hope in John's mind. While far away in the annex, Ray sits before a meal, absent-mindedly picking at the food, her appetite diminished by the strange dreams haunting her nights. Cloden approaches quietly, observing her lack of interest as she apologizes, attributing her condition to the relentless visions, and suggesting a walk for fresh air in hopes of regaining clarity. She rises and begins to move, but pauses upon noticing Cloden remains unmoving, calling out to him, only to discover him gripping a table knife. Confusion turns to dread as he suddenly slices his own palm, crimson spilling freely. Her scream pierces the silence, yet he turns toward her with an unsettling smile, beckoning her closer, the atmosphere thickening with tension as his act hints at a deeper unraveling within the confines of their secluded world. Cloden stretches his cut hand toward her, urging her to come drink, and her heart suddenly races, beating harder in her chest as a wave of nervousness washes over her. She gulps down anxiously, her hands trembling as she asks why she would drink from him, even as she feels a strange pull she cannot explain. Her mind reels, questioning why she feels this way. why the scent of his blood is sweet, almost like a forbidden sugary drink, and why it calls to her senses with irresistible allure. She feels the craving grow, a sharp desire to sink her teeth into his neck and taste just a little, an urge that consumes her thoughts. Without thinking, she suddenly charges forward with a rush of reckless hunger, reaching out, grabbing his hand, and pressing it to her mouth. Cloden calls her name, asking if it is good, but she only wants more, an insatiable longing that trembles in her chest. He reassures her, promising that she can take as much as she wants. And when she questions him, he simply takes her hand and leads her away to the bedroom. There, he tells her she can drink directly from his neck, and she finally surrenders to the desire, tasting him fully. One moment leads to another, and they become intimately entwined, their closeness consuming them both as the world outside fades into irrelevance, leaving only the heat of the moment and the pull of their shared need. The next day, they stroll outside together, the air crisp and carrying a hint of the forest around them. Ray notices that the path does not lead back home and asks Cloden where they are heading, but he does not reply. She calls his name again, but he only squeezes her hand, silent, and she has no choice but to follow. They pass familiar landmarks, and a memory flickers in her mind, a sense of recognition at the place they are walking past, memories of holding hands here long ago. She murmurs that she did not know the exit was so far away, and confesses that she misses everyone terribly. Cloden pauses and asks her if there is a lover she has stowed away at the back of the estate, puzzled by her longing to return and see others. She explains that it is not like that. It has simply been a long time since they have seen anyone from the estate. Cloden squeezes her hand again, his face darkening as he insists he is perfectly fine with just the two of them together. She is speechless for a moment before suggesting they walk around the garden since the day is drawing to a close. As they venture further, Ray stops abruptly, realizing they have entered a forest. Cloden urges her to come on, and she asks if he visits here often. He replies that it is the only forest he can visit and that he wanted to show her. She glances around, eyes wide with fear at the dark, shadowy canopy above, noting to herself that it seems like a place where monsters might eat children. Her instinct tells her to turn back, but before she can speak, a sudden light bursts ahead, revealing a shimmering lake that leaves her breathless with wonder. A small creature brushes against her, and she realizes it is a fairy, delicate and radiant, confirming that such beings truly exist and filling her with awe at their beauty. Cloden, meanwhile, pulls out a cigar and lights it, and she scolds him not to, but he shrugs, indifferent. After a while, she decides it is time to head back, yet a motion in the bushes catches her eye. A rabbit emerges, and a familiar surge of bloodlust courses through her, sharp nails forming instinctively. She tells Cloden to go on without her, her hunger taking hold, and she charges after the rabbit with purpose, finally catching it, unable to resist the urge to take a single bite. Holding the rabbit in her hands, Ray is struck by a memory of her younger self when she held her bunny doll close. A wave of guilt and confusion hits her as she releases the rabbit, questioning herself, wondering what she has become, hunting just to drink its blood. She fears she has lost her sanity. The word blood echoes relentlessly in her mind, reminding her of the medicine Cloden has always given her, a gift laced with mystery and suspicion. She doubts whether he truly intended her harm, reasoning that they are married even without a ceremony, and that there should be no reason for him to curse her in this way. Yet the thought persists, the fear twisting inside her. She considers returning to Cloden, thinking of how worried he must be that she has run off, realizing that confronting him directly is the only option. Suddenly, one of the fairies approaches, clearly in pain from an injury. Ray wonders what happened to it, her thoughts returning to Cloden, suspecting he must have hurt the tiny creature. The scene shifts to Cloden, whose expression hardens as the fairies mutter among themselves, lamenting how he has turned Ray into a monster and wishing she would survive. Their words ignite his anger, and he commands them to shut up, but they persist, questioning if what they say is false, and warning that he may one day destroy her. Rage consumes him, and he grabs one of the fairies, tossing it to the ground and stamping it dead. The others curse him, outraged that such an act has been committed upon a sacred lake. Ray, arriving just then, witnesses the carnage, horror etching her face as she questions what he has done. He turns to her silently, and she kneels to pick up the battered fairy, voice trembling but growing louder, declaring that she can no longer ignore his cruelty. She demands to know why he has done this, why he has transformed her into a monster. His answer is chilling. He acts because he desires to, because he feels like it. It strikes her with unbearable weight. He tells her that she has been abandoned by her dear brother, embraced only by the monsters who dwell here, that no one has searched for her since she disappeared, and that her brother has never once come for her. She has nowhere else to go, and all she has is him. His words strike like rocks shattering her into pieces, yet he explains that he is immortal, cannot die, and asks if she has lied in her promise to never leave him and stay by his side forever. Now, he insists, they can finally be together, bound by a force neither can resist, her world unraveling around her as the truth of their existence sinks into her soul. Ray concludes that if he could do such a thing, he would not love her. Her mind spins with disbelief, and she rises to leave, but Cloden reaches for her, asking where she is going. She yanks her hand away from his grasp, glares at him with an icy intensity, and declares that this is not right. He tries to hold on to her, questioning what she means, but she struggles, insisting she does not want to remain with him and only wants to go back. He asks her where she is going, whether she has found someone to take her place, and whether it is Mary, Philip, or the trembling gardener. He reveals that they all knew that they all understood what had happened and what would happen to her. He emphasizes that they are not her family, that they mean nothing to her. Ray calls him a coward, remembering the day he proposed to her and what she thought when she promised to be with him forever. Her thoughts flash back over a lifetime of unrequited love, neglect from her parents, and abandonment by her brother. And now she thought she had finally found someone who truly loved her. Her scream echoes through the room, fangs bared between her teeth, as she accuses him of thinking it is acceptable to turn her into a blood-sucking monster simply because she had nowhere else to go, simply because she had sworn to him, simply because she promised to stay with him forever. She asks who she is to him, reminding him that he had broken their vows, and questions whether he believes this is what true love is. For the first time, Cloden lifts his head and speaks, asking her if she no longer wishes to be with him, if she wants to leave. He tells her that she does not understand, that she cannot leave, and with deliberate motion, he cuts his palm and forces it to her lips. Despite her struggles, she cannot hold back. The blood tastes irresistible, and she drinks, trapped in a moment of powerless submission. The scene shifts to Thomas, standing beneath a tree's shelter, smoking quietly as he contemplates his time at the residence. He notes that he has been here for a considerable while, thinking it may not be right to remain when other patients require a doctor, and when people are depending on him. He wonders if the estate holds an exciting story to report back home, but recalling his attempt to gather information from John leaves him unimpressed. John speaks endlessly about himself and nonsense, revealing nothing of real value. Thomas feels that he has wasted enough time and should return home. Just then, a voice calls his name. It is John, arriving with questions about the progress of his treatment. Thomas feels irritated but masks it behind a polite smile, explaining that he had intended to discuss matters with him. John, surprised, asks further questions, and Thomas responds that the procedure would require major surgery, which is impossible to perform with the materials available here. He would need to return to the village to gather the necessary tools. John falls silent for a moment, expression solemn before asking if Thomas plans to leave soon. Thomas hesitates, flinching under John's determined gaze, and John insists that Thomas take him along. Thomas questions how his work here and his condition could be affected by leaving the estate. John replies that Thomas must see his condition to operate and that he will do his best to conceal the truth from others. Thomas attempts to respond with excuses, but John seizes his hand, eyes deadly serious, demanding confirmation that Thomas is not lying about his intentions. Sweating, Thomas replies with certainty, knowing he is already in trouble if he refuses. It is a snowy day, and Cloden stands by the window, watching flakes drift down and remembering that Ray had mentioned winter as her favorite season. It has been some time since Ray discovered everything and threw a fit, and now she grows gloomier whenever she is required to drink blood. Cloden feels relief that she has become more submissive, though he knows that winning her back fully will be far more difficult than he anticipated. All of his attempts so far have failed. He has tried taking her for walks only to have her refuse. Even when he offers to take her elsewhere, she turns a deaf ear, insisting she wants to be alone. She has grown lethargic, sleeping longer than usual, refusing food brought to her bed, and dismissing his attempts to engage her. When Cloden reaches for her and feels something odd beneath his hand, he realizes the steady beat of a life within her. She is pregnant. He thinks to himself that she may despise him, and yet life continues to flourish despite it. Ray, noticing his gaze, questions what he is doing, and he deflects, claiming it is nothing, before leaning in to hug her and whispering that he loves her. Back at the estate, Mary rushes to the kitchen, calling for Philip. She searches the house but cannot find him. For the past several days, Philip has diligently left food outside the doors, yet for the last 2 days, he has not collected it, compelling Mary to check herself. She cannot stop imagining the figure of an old man, unconscious on the kitchen floor, feeling as though Philip cannot cope with the reality that his master is no longer under the same roof. He stands outside the master's study for long periods before disappearing without a trace. She thinks he is better off not venturing outside, yet wonders if he may be lingering near the annex all day. As she walks back, she spots John beneath a hood and calls out to ask where he is headed. John turns, warning her not to try stopping him. He is leaving the estate with Thomas, who has promised to repair him and gather the necessary materials for the surgery. Mary questions whether he truly believes that, noting that John is duller than she imagined. John instructs her to remain silent, claiming this is a perfect opportunity while the monster, is absent, assuring that Thomas will succeed. Mary sighs, acknowledging that no one would try to prevent him, but she remarks that he will discover soon enough that all of it is vanity and false hope. John ignores her and dashes away. Mary watches, realizing that there is nothing anyone can do to undo the curse. She has tried everything, and observing John depart, she notes the striking resemblance between him and Lady Ray. A small sense of relief stirs within her, though she wishes she could leave as well, trapped by circumstances beyond her control. The scene begins with our male lead and our girl becoming physically intimate with each other. And during that moment, our male lead gently offers his hand to her, motioning for her to take his blood. Our girl accepts the offer without hesitation, taking his hand before biting into his wrist and drawing blood from him into her mouth, swallowing several gulps of his blood as he watches her closely. In the middle of this moment, a sudden throb of pain strikes her stomach, a sharp and unbearable pain that forces her to stop what she is doing. Our male lead immediately becomes alarmed, calling out to her with deep concern as panic and shock clearly cross his face. He urgently tells her to look at him, but she cannot lift her head, and he quickly asks her to show him where it hurts. With the little strength she has left, our girl tells him that the pain is coming from her stomach, and that it hurts so much. Our male lead reaches out and places his hand over her stomach to check the area, only to notice something terrifying. 2 separate heartbeats pulsing beneath his hand. Terror spreads across his face as he realizes that something unnatural is inside her, and he concludes that it must be a monster growing within her. In that moment, he convinces himself that he must eradicate it before it consumes her completely. Trying to calm her down, our male lead softly reassures our girl that everything will be all right and that he will fix the situation. He urges her to hold on for a little while longer as he tells her that he will go and get medicine for her. Our girl is already beginning to lose consciousness, something she does not want to do, yet she simply does not have the strength to resist the darkness closing in around her. As her vision fades, she wonders why her stomach suddenly hurts so badly and becomes certain that she feels something moving inside it. It does not take long before the last of her strength leaves her body, causing her to slump weakly into our male lead's arms. He gently holds her and tries to comfort her while she slowly drifts away into sleep. The next scene shifts to a flashback several years earlier, revealing Ray with her brother, Hayes. Hayes stands there, staring at a small, adorable dog in front of him, disbelief clearly written on his face. He angrily complains to the maid who brought the puppy, calling the tiny creature ridiculous because he had originally asked for a large, scary dog. Hayes continues grumbling as he questions how he is supposed to show off such a tiny dog to his friends without being ridiculed. While he is still complaining, our girl walks toward them and is immediately fascinated by the little puppy, gazing at it with bright eyes and marveling at how cute and adorable it looks. Hayes walks away from them and continues forward, but the little puppy follows him closely. He notices the small creature trailing behind him and suddenly turns back toward it with irritation written on his face. Raising his voice, he yells at the puppy to stop following him while stretching out his arm in anger. He attempts to strike the puppy, but before the blow can land, our girl quickly rushes forward, hugging the little puppy tightly and taking the hit herself. Hayes immediately becomes furious and demands to know what she thinks she is doing. Our girl responds firmly, telling him that his actions are unnecessary and explaining that the creature is only a harmless little puppy. Her words irritate him even more. Hayes angrily shouts at her, warning her not to tell him what to do. In a burst of anger, he slaps her across the face and orders her to take the puppy and disappear, insulting the poor animal by calling it an ugly mongrel. Still complaining as he walks away from the scene, he grumbles that having such a ridiculous puppy around would only give people another reason to tease him. His harsh reaction deeply hurts our girl. She looks down sadly at the puppy she is holding, but the little animal gently licks her face, prompting a sincere, heartfelt smile. For the very first time in her life, the affection she gives to someone is returned. Meanwhile, Hayes soon begins asking for another pet instead. At first, their parents try to persuade him to reconsider, yet their efforts fail. They eventually give in because they cannot refuse their beloved eldest son's wishes for long. The puppy, which is still not fully grown, is sent away to live with a farmer who regularly delivers milk to their household. Out of everyone in the house, our girl is the only one who feels truly heartbroken about the situation. The adults encourage her not to be so upset, explaining that shedding tears over a mere beast is unnecessary. Even the servants attempt to console her, though some of them show mild annoyance while telling her that once she grows older, she will eventually forget about the puppy. Despite all those words, time passes, and she grows a little older, yet she never once forgets the adorable puppy that had shown her kindness. After quite some time has passed, she encounters a very familiar dog on a certain day, walking behind a farmer along the road. As she quietly stares at the animal, the dog suddenly notices her and greets her warmly with a soft and friendly bark. Our girl freezes in place, staring at the dog, her face filled with complex emotions. That small greeting touches her deeply because she realizes that the dog standing before her is none other than the same puppy from years ago, now fully grown. The realization makes her heart ache. The scene then shifts back to the present, where our girl is sitting quietly on the couch inside Cloden's place, lost in memories of the past. She slowly rubs her belly as she recalls what happened earlier during her moment of intimacy with Cloden. Confusion fills her thoughts as she wonders whether there truly is no life growing inside her womb, because she clearly remembers feeling something strange earlier that evening. Sitting up slightly, she begins thinking about the strange way our male lead has been acting since that incident. His behavior changed after that night they shared the same bed. Since then, many of his actions suggest he is trying to be careful around her. The change becomes even more noticeable during moments of physical contact. Normally, embracing each other never feels unusual to her, but ever since that incident, he occasionally rubs her belly whenever they come close to each other. However, even that is not the most troubling thing. What truly unsettles her is the way our male lead sometimes looks at her stomach. After sitting there for a moment, our girl slowly rises from the couch. She begins to wonder whether our male lead might be in his study again, since she cannot find him anywhere else in the house. Lately, she feels as though she barely sees him at all. As she walks, her thoughts begin drifting once again. She quietly questions what would happen if she truly is carrying a child inside her womb. The thought makes her imagine them becoming a family together. In her mind, she pictures what it would be like if such a future existed. Soon she arrives at the door of his study and gently knocks before announcing that she is coming in. She opens the door and calls out, asking if he is there. Receiving no response, she looks around the room and wonders if he has stepped out somewhere. While searching the room, her attention suddenly lands on a nearby table filled with experimental beakers and tubes containing various unknown chemicals. Among all the items placed there, a particular small glass container captures most of her attention. Curious, she reaches for it and picks it up, examining it closely with a puzzled expression because she is not completely certain about what it is, yet she assumes that it might be some kind of medical potion. Our girl continues staring at the little glass bottle in her hand when she suddenly hears a faint creaking sound behind her. The sound makes her turn around to check where it is coming from. Cloden slowly approaches her, surprised, explaining that he did not realize she was there. Our girl calmly places the bottle back down and tells him that she simply did not have anything else to do. Cloden responds warmly, saying that he is glad she came, then gently places his left palm against her right cheek. He mentions that it is probably her first time in his lab and offers to show her around. However, our girl quickly stops him and asks about the small glass bottle containing the potion she had just been holding. Cloden casually replies that it is nothing important, yet she continues to question him, insisting that if it is truly nothing, then it should not be sitting inside his laboratory. Hearing her persistence, Cloden sets down the books he is carrying on the nearby table and wonders aloud whether she has suddenly developed a dislike for potions. He reassures her again that the potion is nothing serious, explaining that mixing potions is somewhat like a hobby to him and that he has been creating various concoctions for quite some time. After saying this, he gently pulls her closer to him and admits that living such a long life would drive him crazy if he did not find small things to occupy his time. Moments later, he leans forward and kisses her, and the two of them grow physically intimate once again. Despite everything that has happened recently, our girl still chooses to trust Cloden, and deep down, she truly wants to believe him. The scene later shifts to the next morning as our girl slowly wakes to the warm sunlight streaming into the room. She glances around but quickly notices that Cloden is not lying beside her. Her eyes then fall upon a small note placed nearby, so she reaches over and picks it up. The note is written by our male lead, informing her that he will be inside the lab and asking her to let him know if she becomes hungry. As she lowers the note, her gaze moves across the bed where she suddenly notices the same potion bottle she saw earlier in the laboratory. Meanwhile, she has already been thinking about paying a visit to Lady Mary. And our girl begins preparing herself to leave, getting dressed while wondering how the servants back at the main building have been managing ever since she and Cloden moved to the annex. She tries to reassure herself by recalling that those servants have lived alongside our male lead far longer than she has, so they likely know how to handle this situation better than she does. Even so, another thought crosses her mind, imagining how shocked and confused they might have been when she separated herself from the main building. She sincerely hopes that none of this has created any resentment or hatred among them. Soon, our girl steps outside the building and immediately notices how heavily the snow now covers the entire area. Looking around at the white scenery, she realizes that it must have been snowing frequently lately, and she admits to herself that she had stayed inside the annex for so long that she never even noticed how much the snowfall had increased. As she begins walking through the connecting passages, The layout almost feels like a maze, yet she somehow finds the right path without getting lost. Even though the route appears confusing, she instinctively knows which direction to follow. Soon she notices the familiar yellow flowers along the path, and seeing them reminds her that she is getting close to her destination. It surprises her that she can still remember the exact passage despite believing she might forget it over time. The reason for that memory soon becomes clear to her. She recalls a younger Clodin who once insisted that she must never forget the path. Thinking back on that memory makes her wonder which version of Clodin it was, and she begins to question whether she will ever see that version of him again. After continuing along the snowy path, she finally reaches the entrance to the main building. She pushes open the gate, walks inside, and immediately calls out enthusiastically for Lady Mary and Philip. However, completely unknown to our girl, someone else is present nearby, silently watching her movements from behind without revealing themselves. Our girl happily dashes into the mansion, announcing her arrival to Lady Mary and Philip, even though she has not seen them yet. She calls out to Lady Mary and Philip again while glancing around the large hall, searching for any sign of them and wondering where everyone has gone. Just then, a particularly young and rough-looking man suddenly appears in front of her, holding a bottle of alcohol in his left hand. At first, he thinks he is imagining things when he sees our girl walking into the building, but once he realizes she's really standing there, surprise spreads across his face. Scratching the back of his head, he asks what could possibly bring Ray to the main building. His gaze slowly moves over her as he tells her how lovely she looks in her dress, his eyes filled with obvious lust, and he wonders aloud if the master is even aware that she is here. The expression on his face clearly reveals that he has hidden intentions. Our girl immediately feels uncomfortable under his gaze and begins wondering whether the man might be drunk. The stranger then asks her if she needs a place to hide and offers to show her somewhere that no one else knows, taking a few steps closer to her while speaking. Our girl quickly declines his offer and explains that she is only looking for the others in the house. Before she can continue speaking, he suddenly cuts her off and asks with a smug expression whether she truly belongs to noble blood. She hesitates for a moment, then confirms that she does. Without warning, he grabs her left wrist tightly with a strong grip. Our girl flinches in fear and questions what he thinks he is doing. The stranger then mentions with disturbing excitement that this will be his first time with someone of noble blood, wondering aloud what special charm she possesses that made the master fall completely for her. Realizing where his words are leading, our girl begins crying out for help. In the next instant, a flower vase suddenly crashes against the back of the stranger's head. The heavy impact makes him bleed immediately before his body collapses to the floor unconscious. Lady Mary stands behind him, gripping the broken vase with both hands, breathing heavily as she asks our girl, with a tense expression, if she is all right. Our girl runs straight toward her and throws her arms around her in relief. Lady Mary appears both surprised and overjoyed to see her again, even wondering aloud if this moment might be a dream. She asks how long it has been since they last saw each other and explains how worried she has been ever since Ray moved away to the annex. Tears fill our girl's eyes as she confesses how much she has also missed Lady Mary, and Lady Mary gently comforts her with a warm pat on the back. Meanwhile, the gardener walks over to the unconscious stranger who had attacked our girl, lifts him up, and drags him away from the scene. As Lady Mary looks more closely at our girl, she suddenly notices her teeth and becomes visibly concerned. With disbelief in her voice, she asks what has happened to her teeth because her canines now appear much longer than those of a normal human. In that moment, Lady Mary realizes that Clodin must have already had his way with her as well. Our girl becomes shocked by this realization and asks whether that means everyone else in the mansion also drinks our male led's blood. Lady Mary quickly explains that this is not the case. She tells our girl that everyone living in the manor, including herself, Philip, the gardener, the man who attacked her earlier, and even John, is under a powerful curse. This curse prevents any of them from leaving the grounds of that place. She adds that she strongly believes there must be a way to break the curse for our girl because she does not believe the master ever placed the same curse on her. Lady Mary pauses for a moment before continuing, saying that there is something she had forgotten to mention earlier. Curious, our girl asks what it could be. Lady Mary begins to stutter, struggling to find the right words, until the gardener finally steps forward and speaks in her place. He explains that the thing Lady Mary failed to mention concerns John, revealing that John is actually her brother. Our girl is stunned by the revelation and struggles to process what she just heard. She asks them, in disbelief, what they mean by such a statement, and questions how John could possibly be her brother, since the only brother she has ever known is Hayes. Suddenly, her eyes widen as a terrible possibility crosses her mind. With fear growing on her face, she asks if they are saying that Hayes is actually John. Terror and deep concern are clearly evident in her expression. Our girl then asks whether Clodin is responsible for this transformation, and Lady Mary sadly confirms it while lowering her gaze with a somber look. Our girl remains silent for several minutes as she tries to absorb everything she has just learned. Eventually, she breaks the silence by asking where Hayes is right now. Lady Mary explains that a man claiming to be a doctor recently visited the manor, and that Hayes decided to follow him. Ray quickly asks if the man mentioned where they were going, but Lady Mary says that he never revealed their destination. The only thing they know is that the doctor works in a nearby village. Without wasting another second, our girl removes her high heels and begins walking away barefoot, saying that this information is all she needs. She ties her hair into a ponytail while declaring that she must make sure Hayes is safe, telling the others to stay behind and wait for her return. Lady Mary immediately grows worried and warns that it is dangerous for her to travel to the village all alone. Our girl reassures her that she will be quick, then hurries off. As she walks away, she quietly admits to herself that Cloden must have done something strange to her. After a few steps, she pauses, turns back toward them, and promises once again that she will return soon. When she does return, she declares that they will all escape from that terrible place together. The scene opens in a snowy compound where a man and a woman are having a discussion outside a small building, the cold air surrounding them as the woman thanks the man, who is believed to be a doctor, for helping her earlier, and he politely accepts her gratitude before bidding her farewell, warning her to be careful of the snow on her way home. As soon as she leaves, he steps back into the building with a tired sigh, muttering that he is finally done with the day's work, clearly exhausted from attending to patients all day. The woman he treated earlier had a fracture, a case that he admits will not bring him any real money, causing him to complain about how difficult it has become to keep up with the rising costs of medicine. Yet despite all this, he still appears relaxed and satisfied because he had a box filled with costly jewelry. At first, he had been surprised, even doubtful, that the freak would pull through. Yet the freak did, which makes the doctor believe that things will become very interesting in the future once he either finds a cure or sells some of the information he has gathered. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door, pulling him back to reality. A voice from outside calls out to him, but he immediately responds that he is no longer seeing patients for the day and tells the visitor to come back tomorrow instead. The person behind the door insists that the matter is urgent, saying it will only take a few minutes, but the doctor refuses, clearly unwilling to deal with anyone else at that late hour. He proceeds to lock the door firmly while explaining that, although he understands the urgency, there is nothing he can do right now, and urges the person to return very early the next morning. Suddenly, the voice outside grows angry and hoarse, the woman behind the door striking the door with such force that the wood begins to crack, demanding that he open it immediately because the situation is urgent. The sudden display of strength frightens the doctor, making him realize that the person outside is a woman, leaving him confused about how someone like her could possess such strength. Curiosity soon takes over, forcing him to unlock the door and open it, only to freeze in shock at what he sees. Standing before him is indeed a woman, our girl, breathtakingly beautiful, her appearance so striking that the doctor becomes completely captivated, wondering if he might be dreaming. She calmly asks if she may come inside, and he quickly invites her in, offering her some tea to be polite. She politely declines the offer, explaining that she will not be staying for long. The doctor then offers her a cookie while casually beginning to talk about the nice box he had received earlier, but she cuts him off mid-sentence, explaining that she has something important to discuss with him. Without giving him time to respond, she states directly that she came to see Hayes Lisbon. The doctor looks confused upon hearing that name, clearly unfamiliar with it, which makes our girl realize the problem quickly. She then clarifies that the person she is referring to also goes by the name John, a name she believes he will recognize more easily. The moment he hears that name, the doctor's expression changes, surprise mixed with fear appearing on his face. He nervously asks if she is from the estate, glancing at the jewelry box nearby with uneasiness. Our girl calmly assures him that she has no intention of taking the jewelry away from him, explaining that she only wants to see John. Hearing this, the doctor slowly gestures for her to follow him upstairs to the room where John is staying. They walk up the stairs in silence, neither of them saying a single word as they quickly reach a closed door. The doctor points toward the door, signaling that John is inside, then knocks while calling out for him to open up. Our girl also calls out to Hayes, firmly telling him to open the door and warning that if he refuses, she will have no choice but to break it down herself. A voice from inside the room, Hayes's, asks how she managed to find him there. She calmly assures him that he should come out because she is the only one who came to see him. Hayes refuses to believe her, accusing her of lying and claiming she must be with the old lady she's close to. The doctor quickly steps in, explaining that Hayes is mistaken, assuring him that the only person there is a beautiful woman, referring to Ray. Hayes immediately tells her in a firm voice to go back, declaring that he never wants to see her again while calling her nothing more than a traitor. Without showing the slightest emotion on her face, our girl suddenly breaks the door open, even though the doctor desperately tries to stop her. Inside the room, Hayes is seen standing, a cloak covering his face. The moment he sees her, he quickly moves back, warning her not to come any closer while telling her to leave immediately. He angrily asks whether they sent her to capture him, referring to our male lead as the monster she loves, and loudly declares that he will never return to that place again. Our girl calmly walks toward him while he continues shouting, completely unfazed by his anger. As she approaches him, she suddenly grabs the piece of cloth covering his face and forcefully pulls it away so she can see him clearly. The moment she sees his face, shock spreads across her expression. Hayes now looking sickly and hideous, his appearance far worse than she expected. Staring at him in disbelief, she softly calls out his name, her voice filled with confusion and shock as she struggles to recognize the brother she once knew. After she pulls the piece of cloth away from Hayes' face, he immediately becomes furious, his anger exploding as he tells her to stop, demanding to know who she thinks she is to meddle in his affairs, accusing her of being the one who betrayed him first by ignoring every single letter he had sent her in the past. His voice grows even harsher as he asks if Cloden, the monster she loves, told her that he intends to take revenge on him, questioning whether that is the reason she followed him all the way there. Hayes continues ranting, claiming that Dr. Thomas has already promised to fix her, insisting that her journey there is pointless because nothing has changed, and cruelly declaring that she will always remain the same useless and unlovable piece of baggage she has always been. Hearing those harsh words, Dr. Thomas quietly steps in, remarking that such a statement is far too harsh to say to someone. Our girl does not argue or react outwardly to Hayes' insults. Instead, she simply turns around and begins walking away. The doctor quickly grows concerned, rushing after her and reaching out to grab her left arm. The moment he touches her, she turns sharply and frees herself from his grip with surprising ease. Thomas immediately apologizes, explaining that he did not mean to grab her like that. He gently urges her not to take Hayes' earlier words too seriously, explaining that many patients become sensitive, irritable, or aggravated during treatment. Trying to ease the tension, he asks for her name. Our girl lies calmly, telling him her name is Siri. Thomas comments that the name sounds beautiful. Our girl then slowly turns her gaze toward him, her expression unreadable as she asks him what exactly he plans to do with Hayes. Her questions become sharper as she asks whether he plans to run experiments on him, place him in some kind of circus show, or sell him off somewhere else for profit. Thomas looks genuinely confused by her accusations. He insists that he has no idea what she is talking about, explaining that his only intention is to restore Hayes to good health. The moment she hears the word restore, she slowly repeats it under her breath, her expression turning eerie and cold. Suddenly, she grabs Thomas by the neck with terrifying strength, lifting him off the ground before slamming his back hard against the wall of the building. Thomas is completely shocked, his eyes wide with confusion, as he desperately struggles to loosen her iron grip, asking why she is doing this to him. Our girl calmly tells him that she has a simple request. She orders him not to do anything suspicious and warns him that everything that happened there must never be spoken about to anyone. She threatens him clearly, saying that if he tells anyone, she will make sure he meets the same fate as Hayes, and that she will also report him to the jewelry store owner for the valuables he stole. Dr. Thomas trembles violently under her grip, fear completely overtaking him as he hurriedly swears he will tell not a single soul about what happened there. He insists he only wanted to try healing a patient like John, nothing more. After hearing this, our girl finally lets him go. Thomas drops down, coughing violently, struggling to catch his breath. She calmly tells him she is counting on him to keep his word before turning away. As she walks away, she bids him farewell and asks him to take good care of Hayes for her. Just as she begins leaving the area, she suddenly stops, remembering something important. She turns back around, holding a small bottle in her hand, the very potion she had found earlier in Hayes' study. She asks Thomas if he can identify the potion. Still coughing, Thomas looks at the bottle and admits that it is difficult to identify a potion just by looking at it. However, judging by the color, he says it resembles a hemostat. Our girl then asks a very specific question, asking whether such a potion can be used on pregnant women. Thomas immediately shakes his head, explaining that such a potion should never be used on pregnant women. He adds that it is commonly used to abort a child before asking who gave it to her. The moment she hears this answer, memories rush through our girl's mind. She remembers the moment she had first seen the potion inside Cloden's study and asked him what it was used for. She clearly recalls how he casually told her that it was nothing important. The realization hits her all at once, causing her to suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Her reaction startles Dr. Thomas so badly that chills run down his spine. In the middle of her laughter, she calls out Cloden's name, asking aloud how he could dare take away her silver lining as well. Later at the annex, our male lead approaches her, asking where she has been all this time and telling her he has been searching for her all day. Our girl lies to him, claiming she simply needed some time to think, so she went to the maze garden. However, he does not believe her story. He calmly asks her to be honest and tell him where she truly went. Before he can continue questioning her further, our girl gently interrupts him. She raises her hand and places her right palm against his left cheek, softly calling his name. In a gentle voice, she apologizes for the way she treated him earlier, admitting that she has been harsh toward him lately, adding that she understands he must have his own reasons for everything he has done. After saying this, she leans closer and gives him a brief kiss. She then suggests that the two of them should take a walk together the following day. Her sudden change surprises him greatly. A warm smile spreads across his face as he pulls her into a tight embrace, thanking her sincerely. He promises to treat her well from now on, and never make her regret forgiving him. While holding her in his arms, he continues telling her how much he loves her and how deeply he cherishes her, speaking those heartfelt words while they remain wrapped in the same embrace. The next day finally arrives, bringing with it a quiet calm that settles over the estate as our girl and our male lead prepare themselves before heading out toward the garden together. The entire garden is now covered in thick white snow, creating a peaceful yet cold atmosphere as they slowly walk along the paths, holding hands. The snow crunches softly beneath their feet while the cold winter air surrounds them. Our male lead looks warmly at our girl as they walk, noticing that her cheeks have turned slightly red from the cold weather. Seeing this makes him smile gently, then lean closer to give her a kiss without hesitation. In that moment, he truly believes that everything is finally returning to the way it should have always been between them. Deep in his heart, he feels convinced that the tension between them has disappeared. Although he cannot clearly understand what caused the sudden change in our girl's heart, he firmly believes that she has chosen him in the end. As they continue walking through the frozen garden, our girl quietly observes the surroundings before commenting that the flowers are completely frozen beneath the snow. Our male lead listens carefully before asking if seeing the flowers like that makes her feel upset. She calmly responds that it does not upset her at all because the flowers are simply hibernating, waiting for the right season to return. Her answer brings a thoughtful smile to his face as he begins to imagine the future they could share. He gently suggests that when spring finally arrives, the two of them should plant flowers together in the garden. He describes the flowers he has in mind, explaining that they could plant purple flowers mixed together with yellow and blue ones, so the garden would look colorful once they bloom. He even adds that they could plant some trees as well, believing that once the trees grow tall enough, they would be able to sit beneath their shade while reading together peacefully. His imagination continues to wander as he speaks about their future, telling her that whenever they grow tired of staying in the same place, they can leave for a while to travel somewhere else. He assures her that he can make it possible for them to go anywhere they wish in the world as long as the two of them remain together. Our girl listens to his words quietly before smiling softly and saying that the idea sounds lovely. Her gentle reaction fills our male lead with happiness because he becomes convinced that she still loves him despite everything that has happened between them. After spending some time walking together through the snowy garden paths, the cold eventually leads them back toward the annex, where they return inside to warm themselves. Once inside the annex, the two of them grow closer, sharing an intimate moment as they remain alone in the quiet space. Our girl lies beside Cloden in the quiet room as the two of them rest side by side. After watching him for a moment, she softly calls out his name to see if he is awake. There is no response from him, so she slowly raises a finger and places it beneath his nose, carefully checking his breathing. The gentle rise and fall of his breath confirms that he is deeply asleep. Once she is certain of this, our girl quietly slips out of the bed without making a sound. She quickly moves across the room and begins gathering the few belongings she plans to take with her as she prepares to run away. Time is precious, so she rushes to pack only the things that are absolutely necessary for survival. As she gathers the items, a small thought crosses her mind. She silently hopes that Cloden will not see what she is doing as robbery. In her heart, she believes that taking a few things is only the bare minimum he owes her as the father of the child she now carries. While searching through the belongings, she notices a pair of blue shoes. The sight of them brings back a memory of the day he bought them for her. The memory weighs heavily on her heart, yet she pushes the feeling aside because she no longer sees a reason to keep them. With quiet reluctance, she places the shoes back down and leaves them behind. After finishing her packing, she puts on her coat to shield herself from the cold outside. She then slips into a pair of red shoes before making her way carefully toward the entrance of the building. Her mind remains focused on only one thing. She is determined to protect the baby growing inside her. When she reaches the entrance, she pauses for a brief moment. Our girl slowly turns her head to look back at the inside of the building one last time, silently taking in the place she is about to leave behind. After that final glance, she turns away and steps outside. Not far from the building, she finds Lady Mary standing with the gardener, both of them waiting patiently for her arrival. As soon as they see her approach, she informs them that she's ready. Lady Mary quickly asks if our girl is all right, then asks about Master Cloden. Our girl calmly reassures them that everything is fine, explaining that he is fast asleep. She tells them that this moment is their chance to leave before he wakes. Determined to move quickly, she offers to find a carriage that can carry all of them away from the estate. She explains that she had checked the day before and discovered that traveling toward the outer edges of the region is not too expensive. She confidently adds that if they bring a few gems, any coachman will likely allow them to ride along without asking unnecessary questions. Wanting to waste no time, she urges them to hurry. However, her words are suddenly interrupted by a voice that coldly declares that they will not be allowed to do such a thing. The voice belongs to Della, who appears with Philip standing beside her as the two of them slowly approach the group. Della looks at the scene before her with suspicion before turning toward Philip. She asks him if he did not claim earlier that our girl was being kept locked away. With clear mockery in her tone, she questions how Ray managed to walk out on her own 2 feet and is now preparing to run away together with Lady Mary and the gardener, whom she openly calls traitors. Della steps closer until she stands directly in front of our girl. Staring straight into her face, she demands to know where she thinks she is going. Our girl answers firmly that they are leaving, reminding Della that she herself once told her to get out of that place. Della immediately rejects the idea. She states that our girl cannot leave because it would make their master restless if she disappears without saying goodbye. She then turns her attention toward Lady Mary and the gardener, warning them that they will come to regret choosing to leave after everything their master has done for them. She questions how they could dare betray him in such a way. Lady Mary finally snaps at those words. A deep growl escapes her as she angrily asks Della what exactly the master has done for her in return. She reminds Della that she already repaid her debt to the master more than a century ago. Her anger continues to rise as she demands to know whether Cloden has not kept them trapped in that place for long enough already. She tells Della that she has no idea what they have endured during all those years. Lady Mary suddenly lowers into a fighting stance, openly declaring that she is prepared to fight her way out if necessary, because she has grown completely sick and tired of living there. Seeing this, Della immediately calls out to Philip, ordering him to stop them at once and take the bags they are carrying. Philip quickly moves toward Lady Mary with the clear intention of attacking her, yet his movement comes to a sudden stop the moment a loud scream cuts through the air. Our girl shouts in a commanding voice that echoes through the area, ordering everyone to stop. After silencing the confrontation, she calmly tells Lady Mary and the gardener to leave immediately. She then reveals something that shocks everyone present. Our girl announces that she is carrying Cloden's child. The revelation freezes the scene instantly. Della stares at her with wide eyes filled with shock and disbelief, before asking if she truly means that she is pregnant with the master's child. Our girl calmly confirms that it is true. She then adds one final piece of information that makes the situation even heavier. She reveals that Cloden intends to abort the child. Looking directly at Della, she asks how anyone could expect her to stay in that place while knowing such a thing. Della listens carefully to everything our girl has just revealed, yet her expression shows clear doubt as she struggles to believe the claim that their master wishes to abort the child. She narrows her eyes slightly before asking our girl what exactly she means by such a statement. Our girl calmly begins explaining the situation, revealing that the master himself created the potion. She tells Della that she secretly brought the potion to a physician to learn what it was. According to the doctor, the potion is something used to get rid of fetuses. Our girl continues speaking with growing pain in her voice, saying that Cloden already turned her into a monster. Now, as if that was not enough suffering, he also wishes to kill the child she carries. She bitterly states that Cloden never truly loved her. In her eyes, he only wanted a living, breathing doll who could stay beside him forever. Someone who would comfort him during his endless, lonely life. She insists that the child growing inside her has done nothing wrong. The baby is not at fault in any of this. Because of that, she declares that she will protect the child at all costs. That is the reason she is trying to escape from the estate. With desperation in her voice, she pleads with Della to help them leave safely. Della remains silent for a long moment after hearing those words. During that quiet pause, an image forms in her mind. She imagines herself holding a small child in her arms, watching it grow slowly over time. The thought lingers in her mind before she finally speaks again. Della asks our girl where she plans to go once she escapes. Our girl admits she hasn't decided yet. She simply hopes to travel somewhere quiet, perhaps an isolated village where no one will pry into their lives or ask unnecessary questions. After hearing this answer, Della asks one more question. She wants to know what the master is doing at that very moment. Our girl tells her that Cloden is still asleep. Upon hearing this, Della quickly turns toward the gardener with a firm command. She tells him to go to the stables behind the building to prepare a carriage immediately. Her sudden decision surprises everyone present. To their shock, Della announces that she will help them escape. At that very moment, Philip reacts with anger, stepping forward to question what Della thinks she is doing. Della calmly tells him that the three of them know nothing about the outside world beyond the estate. She asks him if he is prepared to take responsibility if something terrible happens to them while they wander aimlessly. She then moves closer to Philip so the others cannot hear her clearly. In a quiet whisper, she explains that she is doing this for the master's child. She adds that if they want any chance of bringing the lady back someday, it would be wiser to help her leave safely for now. Della finishes by instructing Philip to remain there to assist the master once he wakes up. Not long after that, the carriage finally arrives. Della quickly urges everyone to get inside, explaining that they must leave immediately before the snow grows deeper. She tells them that if they hurry, they will reach the village below before the weather worsens. She also mentions that the magic protecting the estate will be weaker while the master remains asleep. Della climbs into the carriage first, yet she notices that our girl still stands outside looking back toward the estate. Seeing this hesitation, Della gestures for her to hurry and join them so they can leave. After a final moment of hesitation, our girl steps inside the carriage. Soon the carriage begins moving forward, the sound of its wheels echoing softly through the snowy path as they travel away from the estate. During the journey, our girl quietly looks out the window, her hand resting on the ring on her finger. The sight of the ring brings back memories of the happy moments she once shared with our male lead. Those memories fill her heart with pain. Saying goodbye to him is not easy. After all, he was the first person who showed her what love truly feels like. He was the one who allowed her to experience happiness, even if it did not last long. He was also the one she once loved deeply. Holding on to those memories, she silently bids him farewell within her heart. After traveling for some time, the group finally reaches its destination. Inside a small building, Della enters the room where everyone is gathered. She announces that it is her before explaining their next plan. She tells them that they will stay in that location for a few days before moving again to find another place to hide. Until then, she warns them not to leave the building under any circumstances. Our girl quietly stands beside a window, deep in thought about the situation. She wonders why Della suddenly decided to join them on this escape. However, she soon realizes that Della understands the outside world far better than the rest of them. The jewels our girl brought from the estate turned out to be nearly useless in that village. Most people there do not understand their value. Trying to sell or trade them would only create unnecessary trouble. In contrast, everyone in that place prefers the type of currency Della carries. This realization makes our girl feel slightly embarrassed because she never knew something so basic about the outside world. She begins to understand how much living beside Cloden has sheltered her from reality. Della is the only person among them who regularly travels outside the estate. She acts as the proxy, handling the Cassell family's finances and depositing money into their bank accounts. In many ways, she serves as the Cassell family's treasurer. Even with this understanding, our girl still cannot figure out what Della truly wants. Despite this uncertainty, she feels relieved that Della is currently helping them rather than opposing them. Later, Della returns with food in her hands. She offers some of it to our girl, reminding her that she is now eating for two. Because of that, she should make sure to eat enough. Della also explains that she plans to visit the commercial district the following day to see what supplies she can find there. According to her, there will be much more food available in that area. Our girl quietly stares at the food placed before her. As she looks at it, a memory suddenly returns to her mind. She recalls our male lead warning her that she cannot simply go back to living like a normal human again. He once told her that if she went too long without drinking his blood, she might eventually lose control of herself. That memory makes her worry rise. Even so, she tries to calm her thoughts by convincing herself that she will be able to handle it. Determined to stay strong, she finally reaches for a loaf of bread. She thanks Della politely before taking a bite, continuing to reassure herself that everything will be fine as she slowly eats the bread. Della meets with a young man in a quiet, isolated place far from the village. The two of them walk side by side as they discuss a private arrangement. Della calmly tells the man that she will leave the rest of the matter in his hands for now, explaining that she plans to return the following day to complete the remaining payment. The young man appears satisfied with the agreement and accepts her offer without hesitation. As they continue walking, he casually remarks that he personally finds the building quite impressive. He comments on how pleasant the weather feels in that region, also noting how peaceful and quiet the village is compared to other places. In his opinion, such a calm location would make the perfect environment for raising children. Hearing this comment causes Della to briefly glance toward the building they have been discussing. She studies it silently for a moment before pulling her cape up to cover part of her face. Without saying much more, she slowly turns around to leave. Before departing, she bids the man farewell, telling him that she will see him again the next day. The young man politely returns her farewell as she walks away. While making her way back toward the village, Della begins quietly reflecting on everything she has arranged. In her mind, she carefully reviews every detail of the place she selected. It is a warm village located far in the southeast where winters are short and gentle. The house itself is clean with no visible flaws, the kind of home that can easily provide comfort and safety. Even the owner of the property proved cooperative, agreeing to nearly any request as long as he received proper payment. Every aspect of the arrangement was chosen carefully with purpose. However, the most important factor in Della's mind is the environment where the child will grow up. She silently reminds herself that times have become dangerous lately. It is far too easy for heirs to become compromised in uncertain situations. Because of that risk, she refuses to allow anything to threaten the future heir of the Cassell family. She does not know how long it will take before they can return to the estate, yet she firmly resolves to do everything possible to protect the child until that day arrives. In her heart, she believes that the master's anger will eventually fade away the moment he sees his healthy child with his own eyes. Not long after that, Della returns to the building where the others are staying. Inside the room, she finds our girl sitting quietly near the window, looking outside at the distant view. Our girl notices the moment Della enters and slowly turns her head toward her. Della believes it is now her responsibility to care for our girl's every need during this time. She also understands that Philip cannot continue bearing the master's anger forever if the situation grows worse. With that in mind, Della approaches our girl and gently tells her that catching a cold would not be good for the baby she is carrying. She then carefully wraps a piece of cloth around her shoulders to keep warm. Our girl softly thanks Della for the gesture. Our male lead lies asleep in bed when a strange dream begins to form in his mind. In the dream, he sees a bluebird soaring freely through the sky, its wings cutting through the open air as it glides peacefully above the world. Suddenly, the bird twists its neck in a disturbing way before falling straight down toward the earth. The creature crashes onto the ground below, dying instantly the moment it lands. It is nothing more than a small animal like many others, yet our male lead feels a deep wave of guilt, as though he is somehow responsible for the bird's sudden death. Drawn by that uneasy feeling, he bends down and gently lifts the lifeless bird into his hands. Normally, the death of a simple creature would mean nothing to him, yet this time, something feels terribly wrong. As he looks closer at the bird resting in his hands, its body suddenly begins to change. The small bird slowly transforms until the figure lying in his arms becomes Ray herself. Our girl now lies there motionless with her body completely lifeless. The sight shocks him to his very core. His eyes widen with disbelief as he stares at her unmoving face. He refuses to accept what he is seeing. His voice trembles as he desperately asks her what happened. He pleads with her to open her eyes, calling out to her in panic. Fear quickly takes control of him as he insists that he can fix whatever has gone wrong. He tells her that he can help her if she only wakes up. His voice rises into a desperate scream as he begs her again and again to open her eyes. At that moment, a voice suddenly speaks from somewhere ahead of him. The voice coldly tells him that he ruined everything. Confused by the accusation, our male lead slowly lifts his gaze to see who is speaking. Standing in front of him is a younger version of himself. The younger Cloden continues speaking without mercy. He tells him that there has never been a single thing he was truly able to protect. He reminds him that he deceived the woman he claims to love. Worse still, he even tried to kill the unborn child she carries. His younger self explains that Cloden tried to justify those actions by claiming it was the best choice. At the same time, he demanded that Ray should love him and care for him without asking any questions. That selfish desire is the reason everything has ended this way. The younger Cloden continues his cruel judgment, declaring that Ray no longer loves him. According to him, she cannot love him anymore after everything he has done. Our male lead stands there frozen with disbelief clearly written across his face while Ray's lifeless body remains in his arms. Suddenly, her body disappears without leaving any trace behind. The younger Cloden continues speaking, telling him that it is time to wake up from the sweet dream and crawl back into his pathetic little cave all alone. The cruel words echo through the dream before everything suddenly fades away. Our male lead violently snaps back to reality. He jolts upright in his bed while breathing heavily. For a moment, he wonders if what he experienced was only a nightmare. He recalls that his dreams had begun to calm down recently, which makes him question why such a disturbing dream appeared again so suddenly. Still half lost in confusion, he quietly apologizes to Ray while asking if he accidentally woke her up. Only then does he realize something strange. The space beside him in the bed is empty. Ray is nowhere to be seen. Surprised by this discovery, he calls out her name. Receiving no response, he climbs out of the bed and walks out of the bedroom while asking aloud where she might have gone. He wonders if she simply stepped outside for a walk. The silence that follows gives him no answers. Frustration quickly rises within him. He slams the door with anger and loudly tells her to stop hiding from him. According to him, this kind of game is not funny at all. As the silence continues, a frightening realization slowly forms in his mind. Ray is truly gone. He begins wondering where she could possibly be. After thinking for a moment, he convinces himself that she must have gone to the main house. The thought seems reasonable to him because he remembers how often she talked about wanting to see Lady Mary. Certain that this must be the case, he immediately heads toward the main house. When he arrives, he quickly notices that the place is strangely empty. No one is around. The absence of people causes him to pause before a cold smirk slowly appears on his face. In his mind, this only proves that the situation was carefully planned. He strongly believes that Ray would never leave on her own choice. According to him, someone must have tricked her or forced her to go. Convinced that there is a conspiracy behind this, he tells himself that all he needs to do is capture one person. Once he has someone in his hands, he will beat the truth out of them. Not long after that, he finally spots Philip sweeping the ground nearby. Philip quickly notices the master's presence. Shock appears on his face as he greets Cloden, telling him how wonderful it is to see him alive and well again. Philip begins saying that he cannot even express how happy he feels about the master's recovery. However, his words are abruptly cut off when our male lead suddenly demands to know where Ray is. Philip immediately flinches in fear. His body trembles as he struggles to respond. Stuttering nervously, he finally tells Cloden the truth. Our girl has already left the estate. She departed together with a few of his servants. The moment those words reach him, Cloden freezes completely. Shock spreads across his face as the reality sinks in. For a long moment, he stands there, unable to move, while memories of the happy moments he shared with Ray begin flashing through his mind. Our male lead suddenly storms toward the entrance of the main house, anger burning inside him. Philip quickly notices his movement and rushes after him in panic. He calls out to Cloden, urgently telling him to stop before he reaches the gate. Philip continues running behind him while pleading again for him to stop and calm down. However, our male lead refuses to listen. His mind is completely focused on leaving the estate as quickly as possible. When he finally reaches the entrance gate, he stretches out his hand, attempting to step past the boundary. The moment he tries to cross the gate, an invisible force suddenly blocks his path. Philip quickly arrives behind him and tells him again to stop, warning him to step away from the gate before things get worse. Cloden refuses to accept the warning. Instead, he takes another step forward, trying to push his way through the unseen barrier with brute force. The moment he attempts to force his way out, strange rope-like figures suddenly appear out of nowhere and wrap tightly around his body, binding him firmly in place. The restraints hold him down so strongly that he cannot move any further. Our male lead struggles fiercely, trying to tear the bindings apart with his strength, yet no matter how hard he fights, he cannot break free from them. Philip watches the scene with growing worry and tells him to hang on, promising to find a way to help him. Just as the struggle continues, a deep, ominous voice echoes through the empty space around them. The voice calmly tells our male lead that he cannot leave the estate grounds. It reminds him of the eternal life he once desperately desired. Because of that wish, he will now live forever while remaining bound to the estate. Even after hearing this declaration, Cloden continues struggling against the restraints with desperate determination. The mysterious voice urges him to stop resisting. It coldly explains that neither his body nor his soul will ever be able to leave the estate. Far away from the castle, life in the quiet, peaceful village continues moving forward. Our girl now sits inside the small home while Dr. Thomas performs a routine checkup. The doctor gently presses a stethoscope against her stomach to listen to the heartbeat of the child growing inside her. At this stage, her pregnancy has become very obvious. Her belly has grown nearly 3 times as large as it was before. After listening carefully, Dr. Thomas smiles with relief as he reports that the baby appears very healthy and active. According to him, everything sounds perfect. He advises her to eat well and maintain her strength, as the final stage of her pregnancy is approaching. Still, he encourages her to continue eating properly to stay healthy. Our girl calmly tells him that she understands. She also mentions that she knows Della instructed him to visit frequently. She points out that he has been traveling all the way from Peren just to examine her, noting that it must be a very long journey for him. Dr. Thomas quickly reassures her that the trip is not a problem at all. According to him, such effort simply comes with the responsibility of being a doctor. After a moment of silence, our girl decides to ask him about Hayes. The doctor tells her that Hayes has recovered quite well. He explains that Hayes has regained much of his strength and has even begun eating again. Dr. Thomas then hesitates for a moment before speaking again. He politely asks our girl for something, though he apologizes because the question might sound inappropriate. With some hesitation, he asks how she plans to raise 2 children all by herself. Our girl stares at him quietly for a moment before answering firmly that such a matter is none of his business. The doctor immediately attempts to apologize for overstepping his boundaries, yet she calmly cuts him off before he can continue. She politely wishes him a safe journey home and reminds him that they will meet again at the next appointment. Understanding that the conversation is over, Dr. Thomas quietly stands up before leaving the house. Not long after he departs, Della enters the room and greets our girl with a respectful bow. She asks how the medical checkup went. Our girl tells her that everything went well, adding that it is all thanks to Della's efforts. Hearing this, Della explains that they should begin preparing for the birth very soon. She adds that she plans to speak with Lady Mary, since Mary has much more experience with childbirth. Hearing those words causes worry to appear on our girl's face. She slowly asks Della whether she believes the children she will give birth to might become monsters. Della looks surprised by the sudden question and asks her what she means. Our girl explains further that sometimes when she finds herself missing Cloden, she begins hearing the voices of the children inside her. In those moments, the voices speak gently to her, telling her how pleasant the weather feels outside. They also say that they are eager to meet Cloden someday. She admits that our male lead once believed these babies would eventually kill her. However, she personally does not believe such a thing anymore. In her heart, she feels that the children are far too lovable to harm her. Della silently watches her while feeling a deep sense of awe. She realizes that our girl, the mother who now carries the heirs of the Cassell family, was first deceived through love. After escaping that painful situation, she somehow found herself embracing love again in a different way. Della also admits silently to herself that she has grown older since leaving the estate. Perhaps the struggles she experienced helped her form a deeper bond with our girl during this time. In that moment, Della quietly offers a prayer within her heart to the mighty gods. She gently takes hold of Ray's hands before pressing them against her own forehead with deep respect. In her silent prayer, she begs the gods to show mercy toward our girl and her unborn children while protecting them from any harm. A few days pass after that moment. Soon, the long-awaited time finally arrives for our girl to give birth. The entire house fills with tension as everyone prepares for the difficult moment ahead. Lady Mary remains beside her, encouraging her again and again to push through the pain. For our girl, the experience is extremely difficult because this is her very first childbirth. The entire building echoes with her painful cries as she struggles through the exhausting process. Time passes slowly while she continues pushing despite the overwhelming pain. At last, the sound of small cries finally fills the room. Our girl has successfully given birth to 2 healthy babies. Joy floods her heart as she gently holds both children close in her arms. Outside the quiet house, however, another presence watches from the shadows. A lone figure stands in the distance, observing the building carefully. A few years have passed quietly since their escape from the estate, and the children have now grown a little older. Outside the building, the twins are seen playing freely within the compound, their laughter filling the air. Pallas runs after Pamela, calling out to her with frustration as he demands that she return his toy. Pamela turns back toward him with a playful grin, teasing him as she says she will only give it back if he manages to catch her first. Pallas tries to reason with her, reminding her of the last time they played like this and broke a pot. He asks if she truly wants to get into trouble with Lady Mary again. Pamela quickly responds with confidence, telling him that nothing like that will happen if he is fast enough to catch her. Their playful argument continues until our girl suddenly appears, walking toward them with a calm expression. She calls out to them, hoping that they are not fighting once again. The children immediately stop what they are doing. At first, they look at her with surprise, then their faces light up with joy as they call out to her happily. She returns their smiles warmly as she looks at them. With a gentle tone, she warns them that if they keep arguing like this, they will not receive new clothes for the upcoming festival. Her words instantly catch their attention. Both children open their mouths wide in shock at what she just said. Pallas quickly points at Pamela, complaining that she started everything by taking his toy first. Pamela refuses to accept the blame. She argues back, insisting that Pallas is the one who caused the problem from the beginning. Their small dispute continues as our girl watches over them. It has now been 6 winters since they left the estate behind. The region they now live in enjoys strong sunlight, even during the colder months, making winter feel almost like early spring at times. Under such gentle conditions, the children have been able to grow well and remain healthy. Pallas is gradually growing into a kind young boy who shows a deep love for animals. Pamela, on the other hand, grows into a bold and playful girl whose lively nature often leads to minor troubles at home. Most incidents in the house can be traced to her mischievous actions. Later during dinner, the family sits together as Pamela suddenly asks our girl a curious question. She wonders if her hair is the same as her father's. The question catches our girl off guard, and she asks who told her such a thing. Pamela answers honestly, saying that Della was the one who told her. She adds that Della mentioned how Pamela resembles our male lead when he was young. Hearing this, our girl casts a quiet glance toward Della from the corner of her eye, her expression turning slightly stern. Della calmly explains that she only answered the child's questions. She adds that Pamela has been asking a lot about her father recently. Pamela then directly asks our girl where her father is and why they do not live together as a family. Our girl avoids answering the question. Instead, she quickly changes the subject, reminding Pamela of the rule about not speaking during meals. Over time, our girl has begun to notice a clear pattern. As the children continue to grow older, their curiosity about their father grows stronger, especially in Pamela. Though she cannot say for certain, our girl sometimes feels that Della has started to see the children as her own responsibility as they grow. Most conversations about the twins' father often seem to come from Della herself. From time to time, our girl notices Della writing letters quietly. She does not need to ask who the letters are meant for because she already knows the answer in her heart. Despite everything, she has not completely forgotten about Clodan either. At the same time, the strange hunger within her grows stronger with each passing day, a reminder of the life she left behind. One ordinary day, our girl reflects on how comfortable her life has become lately. She quietly tells herself that she may have grown too used to this peaceful routine. To distract her thoughts, she decides to prepare for the upcoming festival, hoping the activities will help clear her mind. At that very moment, Lady Mary suddenly rushes toward her in a state of panic. She calls out to our girl urgently, her voice filled with distress. From her expression alone, it is clear that something is terribly wrong. She asks our girl what they are going to do, her tone filled with fear and worry. Our girl quickly notices that Mary's face has returned to normal, which immediately raises concern. She asks Mary what has happened, questioning whether anyone might have seen her. However, Mary dismisses that concern, stating that her appearance is the least of their worries right now. With a trembling voice, she delivers shocking news. She tells our girl that Della is not breathing. The words hit our girl instantly. Her face turns pale as fear grips her completely. She stands frozen in place, unable to move as terror spreads across her expression. The scene begins with Mary sitting quietly in a chair as she slowly wakes from a brief sleep. She lets out a soft yawn while rubbing her eyes, realizing that she must have dozed off without noticing. She admits to herself that she never thought she would live to see a day when she could stop for a moment and take a nap so peacefully. As she gathers herself, she suddenly remembers the laundry and wonders if it has fully dried by now. Her thoughts drift for a moment before her eyes shift toward the window. She catches a glimpse of her reflection on the glass, and in that instant, she gasps in shock. Her face, which had once been affected, now appears completely normal. She stares at it in disbelief, unable to understand what she is seeing. Confusion fills her mind as she tries to figure out how such a thing could have happened. She knows very well that the only person capable of lifting the curse is the master, Clodan. Without wasting any time, she quickly gets up from her seat, feeling the urgent need to inform the others. She begins to think that if her curse has been lifted, then perhaps the same has happened to someone else as well. With that thought, she believes that Della might have some answers or insight into what is going on. She starts calling out Della's name while moving quickly around the building in search of her. Her voice echoes through the halls as she checks different areas, growing more uneasy with each passing moment. At last, she spots Della lying on the floor. For a brief second, Mary freezes completely as fear grips her heart. She rushes toward her in panic, calling out her name repeatedly while asking if she is all right and what might have happened to her. She quickly turns Della's body over so that she is facing upward, supporting her head carefully with her right arm. As she does this, Della's hand drops lifelessly to the ground with a dull thud, making the situation even more terrifying. Realizing the seriousness of what she is seeing, Mary runs off to inform our girl about what has happened. At that same moment, Della appears in her spirit form, standing quietly above her own lifeless body. She looks down at herself with a calm but thoughtful expression. She reasons within her mind that if she had died, then something must be wrong with the master's protection over the estate. A sense of concern crosses her thoughts as she wonders whether it is truly all right for her to leave the master behind in such a state. Soon after, our girl rushes into the room with panic clearly written across her face. Pamela and Pallas are also present nearby, their expressions filled with sadness as they look at the scene before them. Della, still in her spirit form, observes everything silently. She notes to herself that the things she had protected on behalf of her master are still safe and present. With that realization, she slowly begins to move toward the entrance of the building. Behind her, Mary and our girl remain crouched over her body, still unable to accept what has just happened. As Della continues moving forward, she pauses for a brief moment and glances back one last time. In her heart, she quietly hopes that her master, Clodan, will one day be able to spend the rest of his life with the person he truly loves. After that, she continues forward, leaving everything behind. Della's funeral is held not long after, and though it is small, it is filled with warmth and respect. She has no known family or close relatives to call upon, yet the villagers who knew her gather together to pay their respects and honor her memory. Our girl and her household carry a silent thought in their hearts, wondering where they would be in life if they had never crossed paths with her. Our girl reflects deeply during this time, feeling the weight of Della's absence. In her heart, she makes a quiet promise to step forward and assume the responsibilities Della once carried. A few days after the funeral, she receives a letter from the bank. The message inside raises an important concern. How should matters proceed now that the proxy for the Cassell family fund has passed away? She reads the letter carefully, sensing that Della must have prepared for this situation in advance. At the same time, it becomes clear that the bank is already aware of her existence. After thinking it through, she decides to borrow a carriage so she can travel to the bank herself. The bank is located in Lens, which is not too far from where they currently live. Before leaving, she informs Mary of her plan, saying she intends to make the trip quickly and return as soon as possible. She asks Mary to look after Pamela and Pallas while she is away. Mary reassures her with confidence, telling her not to worry at all. Just as she is about to leave, our girl suddenly feels a strange sense of unease creeping into her mind. The feeling causes her to pause for a moment. She turns back toward Mary and gives her a serious instruction, telling her not to open the door for anyone who comes visiting, no matter who it might be, under any circumstances. Mary agrees once again, promising to be careful. With that, our girl finally sets out on her journey toward the bank. As she travels, she cannot shake off the uneasy feeling inside her. She questions why she feels so anxious despite the trip being short. After thinking about it, she concludes that the recent events surrounding Della must still be affecting her deeply. She also thinks about Pamela and Palace, realizing that this is their first experience with grief. She wants to ensure that their lives remain as peaceful as possible during this difficult time, which makes it even harder for her to ignore the feeling. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks and turns around sharply. She calls out loudly, asking who is behind her. She makes it clear that she knows someone has been following her for some time. Her voice carries a firm tone as she states that the person must want something from her. She insists that she is aware of their presence and urges them to come out into the open. After a moment of silence, Cloden slowly steps out from behind the bushes. He looks at her calmly and begins to speak. He admits that he knows this is not the best way to approach her, and apologizes if his sudden appearance has frightened her. He explains that he simply did not know how to begin the conversation. Our girl stands frozen, completely shocked by what she is seeing. Her eyes remain fixed on him as disbelief fills her entire being. She cannot find any words to say, overwhelmed by the sight of someone she never expected to see again. Our male lead looks at her carefully before asking a simple question. He asks her if she happens to know who he is. Cloden steps forward through the bushes, the sound of rustling leaves breaking the forest's heavy silence, as he fixes his gaze on the figure standing before him and calmly asks if she happens to know who he is. The person he confronts is Ray, who flinches in shock at the sight of him, her breath hitching as disbelief floods her senses. Observing her startled reaction, he concludes that she must recognize him, while she struggles to regain composure and questions what he is doing in this place. Dread slowly spreads across her expression, tiny beads of sweat forming on her skin as she realizes it is truly Cloden standing before her. Her thoughts spiral with fear as she wonders how he managed to escape the confinement of his estate, believing he had been locked behind those gates forever. Her hand trembles involuntarily as darker worries surface, and she questions inwardly whether he might have gone to the house first, picturing Pamela and Palace in danger and imagining the worst possible outcomes. Her face pales at the thought of harm coming to them, and panic threatens to overwhelm her. As he begins to speak again, she interrupts him abruptly, demanding to know how he discovered her whereabouts, forcing herself to calm down for the sake of the children who depend on her. Cloden reveals that Della had informed him, and Ray feels a surge of betrayal wash over her, recalling the subtle suspicions she once had about Della's correspondence, but never expecting her to openly reveal their location. She realizes with bitter regret that she should never have trusted her promise of secrecy. Gathering her resolve, Ray questions Cloden's purpose in coming, declaring firmly that she has no intention of returning with him and that they have found happiness without his presence. He falls silent for a moment before stating that she might be mistaken because he does not recognize her at all. His words strike her deeply, igniting frustration and anger as she accuses him of lying, convinced that deception has always been his nature. She challenges his claim of ignorance, questioning why he would be observing her if he truly had no memories, insisting that he must remember everything. Cloden explains that he woke to find that 6 years had passed, informed by a man named Philip that he had lost her and destroyed himself in the process. As he steps closer, she warns him not to approach, but he dismisses her caution, stating that his curiosity drives him forward. He expresses a growing need to understand why he can now step beyond the boundaries that once confined him, why she holds significance in his life, and why their relationship carries such emotional weight. With deliberate calm, he raises her jaw gently with a single finger, questioning whether what they shared was truly meaningful. For an instant, memories of their intimate past flicker through her mind, stirring conflicting emotions. But she quickly pulls away, brushing off his touch and insisting that they meant nothing to each other, that she had been nothing more than a disposable plaything in his world. He responds with a faintly amused tone, suggesting that he must have handled her well if that were the case, leaving her confused and demanding clarification. He gestures toward her teeth, implying that he must have been responsible for her transformation, subtly acknowledging the lingering connection between them. Cloden then presents his request, stating that he needs only 1 month to remain by her side to recover his lost memories, promising that he will ask for nothing more beyond that time. Ray grips the fabric of her dress tightly, weighing the consequences of trust and betrayal as uncertainty clouds her judgment. She questions what might occur if she refuses him, contemplating the risks to herself and those she cares for. Cloden assures her that after 1 month, everything he possesses will belong to her, including Mary, the gardener, and the entire Cassell household, framing his offer as both a bargain and a resolution to the past that binds them. Observing her conflicted expression, he gently takes her hand and explains that his request stems solely from a desire to reclaim his memories, emphasizing that, in his current state, he has no personal interest in her. He encourages her to make a decision without fear. At the house, Pamela and Pallas are reading books while lying on the ground when Pamela suddenly feels something and rises, with Pallas asking what happened. We see Mary in the kitchen. She is complaining about the sting she got from a broken plate. She wonders what has gotten into her today when Pamela appears, asking if she hurt herself. Pamela asks if she is all right, and she tells her she just got a little scratch. She asks the little girl what has brought her to the kitchen and if she is hungry. She says it is not that. It is because they have a guest on the way. She has felt it earlier, so she has come to help Mary get ready. Mary doubts it. A guest, she has asked. She doubts they would be expecting someone so late in the afternoon and tells the girl it might be a dream. Pamela tells her it is not, that someone is truly on his way here. Just when Mary wants to say another word, Ray's voice comes from outside announcing her return home. Mary steps forward to welcome her, but pauses her steps when she sees the person behind her. Her face is written with horror. She opens her mouth shakily and asks what he is doing here. Ray tells her to relax, that she will explain everything. Cloden, standing there, sees little Pamela, his gaze fixed on her, and he lets out a soft hello there. Mary hugs her away, while Ray takes Cloden's hand, taking him inside. Little Pamela cannot help but wonder who that is. Closing the door behind them, Ray sighs and tells Cloden that if he is going to stay here, they need to set a few ground rules. He does not argue and tells her to name them. First, she tells him he must not leave this room when absolutely necessary. Second, he will treat Mary and the gardener with nothing but respect. Thirdly, he will not cross paths with any villagers, and most importantly, he will stay away from Pamela and Pallas. She says she will make sure there is no reason for the three of them to interact. So all he needs to do is make the potion that would fix her and recover his memories. She excuses herself and makes to leave, but his next words strike her as he asks if Pamela and Pallas are his. She replies that they are not his. She adds with a smile that he should probably know this. She is sure he forgets this with the rest of his memories, that he tries to kill her children. She hopes that will help jog his lost memories. As she turns the doorknob, she tells him to try not to overstay his welcome. The door slams as she leaves. He walks quietly to the window. His mind shifts to Pamela. He is sure they look awfully like him. She must have spent the last 6 years raising them on her own. It must be a tremendous amount of work for her. So for her to adamantly say they are not his, he must really be something else. Cloden lies on the bed, his body still but his mind restless, while Philip stands beside him, trembling uncontrollably. The servant struggles to steady his voice as he reminds Cloden of the past, recalling how his master once called the unborn children monsters. He explains through visible fear that they were not monsters at all, but twins, a son and a daughter, both carrying Cloden's own features. His voice cracks as he questions why such a judgment had been made. Cloden remains silent at first, the weight of those words pressing heavily on him. His thoughts drift back to that moment when he heard 2 heartbeats and allowed fear to take control of his reasoning. He remembers how he convinced himself that something unnatural had taken root within her womb. In that moment, a single idea consumed him: to eliminate what he believed was a threat. Now, as the memory resurfaces, he questions himself deeply, wondering why he allowed things to go that far. He recalls thinking that he had to act before the unknown harmed Ray, yet that justification now feels hollow and distant. Philip continues to sob, his body shaking as he searches for answers, but Cloden withdraws inward, his thoughts wandering through regret and confusion. The room feels suffocating as silence replaces the servant's cries. Later, Cloden picks up a letter concerning Ray and the children. His hands tremble slightly as he reads it, each word sinking deeper into his already fractured state of mind. Suddenly, he collapses to the ground, landing on all fours as a strange and unsettling laughter escapes him. The sound echoes unnaturally, as though it does not fully belong to him. In that fragile state, reality begins to blur. He starts to see Ray standing before him, vivid and lifelike, yet clearly a creation of his mind. He urges her to apologize, and in his vision, she does so with a gentle smile. He pushes further, seeking reassurance, longing to hear that she loves him. And again, the illusion grants his wish. His head lowers under the weight of his emotions as he asks for more. For her to admit regret, and a desire to return to him. The figure before him responds differently this time. She lifts his face gently, her expression soft as she studies him. Her touch feels real enough to deepen his delusion. She comforts him, easing his pain, drawing him into a moment that feels intimate and convincing. For a brief instant, he allows himself to believe that everything has returned to what it once was. But the illusion shifts. When he wonders if she would return to him even in death, her demeanor changes. Her words cut deeply, stripping away any comfort he had found. She makes it clear that his life holds no value to her and that his absence would only grant her true freedom. The impact of those words freezes him in place. He watches helplessly as her expression twists into something darker, her laughter echoing harshly in his mind. Then, just as suddenly as she appears, she is gone. Cloden finds himself alone on the cold ground, surrounded by nothing but silence and the remnants of his own thoughts. The weight of reality crashes down on him, leaving him hollow and disoriented. Under the bright glow of the moonlit night, he walks slowly toward the lake. Each step feels heavy, as though pulled by the burden of his past actions. He stops at the edge, staring into the still water, his reflection barely visible beneath the faint ripples. Memories resurface, including Mary's warning that his temper would one day lead him to regret everything. He quietly acknowledges the truth in her words. Without hesitation, he steps forward and lets himself fall into the cold embrace of the water. As he sinks, he closes his eyes, allowing a single thought to take hold. A simple wish to see Ray once more, even if only for a fleeting moment. The scene shifts back to the present. Ray and Mary sit together in the living room, the atmosphere tense and filled with unspoken concerns. Mary speaks first, her expression marked by unease as she suggests that Cloden's visit is not without purpose. There is a clear sense of worry in her voice as she suspects that something lies beneath his intentions. Ray listens and agrees, though she maintains a composed exterior. She reassures Mary that she no longer harbors any feelings for Cloden, attempting to ease her concern. However, Mary's gaze remains troubled as she questions whether Cloden will truly leave after a month, given his nature. Ray's expression pales slightly as her own thoughts begin to surface. She cannot shake the feeling that his presence is connected to the children. Doubt creeps in as she considers his promise to leave and his claim of lost memories. She wonders how he managed to break the curse and what that might mean. The realization settles in that he may need an heir, and that possibility leads directly to her children. Mary interrupts her thoughts, reminding her to remain cautious. She emphasizes that Ray's escape was not only for her own safety, but also for the protection of her children. The scene transitions as Ray descends the stairs, noticing the unusual quietness of the house. She realizes she has not seen the children and assumes they might be outside in the garden. As she moves forward, faint voices reach her ears from the kitchen. Curious, she heads in that direction. She opens the door and calls out, only to be met with a startling sight. Cloden stands in the kitchen with the children, engaged in what appears to be a calm and ordinary interaction. Before she can react, Pamela excitedly shows her what she has baked, explaining that Cloden helped her. The moment immediately shifts Ray's expression. She quickly pulls the children away from him, her protective instincts taking over. As she checks on them, she notices that Pamela is running a fever. Acting quickly, she instructs Palace to take his sister upstairs, promising to follow with what is needed to care for her. She watches them leave, her concern evident, before turning back to Cloden. Anger fills her expression as she confronts him, reminding him that she had explicitly forbidden him from interacting with the children. Cloden remains calm, showing no signs of guilt, and simply explains that the children approached him first. Ray dismisses the explanation, emphasizing that the children are at an impressionable age and naturally drawn to strangers. She insists that she will make sure they keep their distance moving forward and makes it clear that such an incident must not happen again. As she speaks, Clodan casually reaches for a cookie and offers it to her. The gesture catches her off guard, causing her to pause briefly. She questions his intentions, but he explains that the food was prepared together with the children, leaving no room for suspicion. He then shifts the conversation, pointing out that she rarely eats and implying that her condition has taken a toll on her. Ray reacts defensively, questioning his assumptions. Cloden gently lifts her chin, exposing her fangs, and suggests that she has been surviving on the blood of livestock. She immediately pulls away, her irritation growing as she demands to know what he is trying to achieve. She warns him that if he continues, she will force him to leave. Cloden remains composed and explains that he only intends to help. He reveals that the potion meant to cure her condition will be ready soon, but its effectiveness depends on her physical state. He points out that if she continues to deprive herself, the outcome may be compromised. He acknowledges her desire for him to leave, but implies that her recovery should come first. Without warning, he reaches for a knife. Before she can question his actions, he cuts his own palm and extends it toward her. The sight of blood triggers an immediate reaction in Ray. Her composure begins to crumble as her breathing becomes heavier. Her fangs lengthen instinctively, and an intense urge rises within her, pulling her toward him. Cloden remains steady, unafraid as he offers himself without hesitation. He reassures her through his calm presence, silently urging her to accept what he is offering. Ray takes quick, unsteady gulps, her desperation evident as she clings to Cloden's hand. Her movements are rushed, almost frantic, as though she is trying to silence a deeper hunger that refuses to be controlled. Cloden watches her closely, his gaze steady and unreadable. There is no sign of resistance from him, only quiet observation as he allows her to continue. He gently reaches out, tucking a loose strand of her hair behind her ear with surprising care. His touch lingers as he softly rubs her earlobe, a gesture that feels both intimate and unsettling. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with her urgency, and it creates a tension that fills the space between them. Inside her mind, Ray struggles to regain control. She warns herself that this is how he always gains influence over her, slowly drawing her in until she finds herself trapped again. She refuses to let history repeat itself. With a sudden push, she forces distance between them, breaking the moment. Her expression hardens as she makes it clear that she cannot trust him. Cloden does not react with anger. Instead, he questions her resistance, reminding her that he has repeatedly made it clear that he holds no romantic interest in her. To him, this is an act of kindness, nothing more. His tone remains calm, almost detached, as though her suspicion is unnecessary. Ray refuses to accept that explanation. She insists that there could be hidden motives behind his actions. Her past experiences have left scars, and those scars make it impossible for her to take anything at face value. She has been deceived too many times to ignore her instincts now. Cloden lets out a faint scoff, clearly unimpressed by her distrust. He challenges her to explain what she expects from him, pointing out that she has already taken his blood, and yet he has shown no intention of using it against her. His words carry a quiet frustration, but he still makes no move to retaliate. Ray hesitates, unable to fully articulate her thoughts. Her uncertainty only fuels her frustration. She grips the rope of her dress, her emotions rising as she accuses him of being a liar, someone whose words have led her into trouble before. Before Cloden can fully process her actions, she suddenly pushes him to the ground. The movement is swift and decisive, catching him off guard. He looks up at her, confused by the sudden shift, silently questioning her reasoning. Ray reminds him of his own philosophy, how he once claimed that words alone hold no value without proof. She makes it clear that she lives by that same principle now. Determined to take control of the situation, she restrains his hand, tying it firmly to prevent any resistance. With that, she resumes drinking from him, this time with a sense of control rather than desperation. The dynamic between them shifts completely, no longer driven by vulnerability, but by her need to assert dominance over the moment. The scene transitions to the children's room, where a softer atmosphere replaces the tension below. Pallas sits beside Pamela, his expression filled with concern as he checks on her condition. Pamela reassures him that she feels fine, though her voice carries a slight weakness. She begins to wonder aloud why their mother has not come to see her yet. Pallas speculates that Ray might still be occupied downstairs with their guest. The mention of Cloden sparks another question in Pamela's mind. She asks why their mother seems to dislike the visitor so much. She has noticed how Ray becomes upset whenever his name is mentioned, and how she discourages them from playing with him. Pallas pauses, thinking carefully. Then, suddenly, his eyes light up with excitement as an idea forms in his mind. He shares his plan with enthusiasm, suggesting that they invite Cloden to the upcoming festival. He believes that if both adults spend time together in a cheerful setting, they might begin to understand each other better. In his mind, shared experiences could mend whatever distance exists between them. Pamela immediately embraces the idea, her energy returning as she imagines the possibilities. She agrees wholeheartedly, convinced that it is the perfect solution. The two children giggle together, delighted by their plan and confident that they can bring their mother and Cloden closer. Time passes, and soon the day of the festival arrives. The atmosphere is lively and vibrant, filled with color, laughter, and music. The children stand happily in front of Ray and Cloden, their excitement impossible to contain. They eagerly invite Cloden to join them, each expressing their own wishes. Pallas is drawn to the flower shop, fascinated by the vibrant displays, while Pamela is more interested in visiting the cake shop. Their enthusiasm is infectious, but Ray's expression remains reserved. It becomes clear that the children have made their intentions known beforehand. They had insisted that they would only attend the festival if Cloden came along. Faced with their determination, Ray finds herself in a difficult position. Mary approaches her quietly, expressing concern about whether it is wise to spend an entire day in Cloden's presence. Her caution is understandable, given everything that has happened. Ray looks at the children, noticing their genuine happiness. After a moment of consideration, she decides to set her worries aside, at least for now. She reassures Mary that everything will be fine, and that she does not want to ruin the children's joy. She even encourages Mary and the gardener to take the day off. allowing them some rest. Before she can dwell further on her decision, Pamela rushes toward her, urging her to join in. Ray lifts her gaze and sees Cloden holding Pallas in his arms, the child smiling brightly. The sight stirs something within her, a mixture of emotions she cannot fully define. Despite her lingering unease, she chooses to let it go, deciding that for this one day, she will allow things to unfold naturally. The festival continues with laughter and play. The children move from one attraction to another, their excitement never fading. Their joy fills the air, creating a rare moment of peace. Cloden observes them closely, noting how intelligent and lively they are. Ray responds with quiet gratitude, acknowledging that her children have been her strength through difficult times. They gave her a reason to endure when everything else seemed impossible. Now, Cloden then turns his attention to her, asking how she is feeling about the day. He notes that the children appear to be having the time of their lives, but his question carries a deeper meaning. He seems to be searching for her honest perspective. Ray admits that the experience is not as unpleasant as she initially expected. Her answer is brief, but it reflects a small shift in her stance. Cloden begins to mention something important, as though he has been waiting for the right moment to speak. However, before he can continue, the atmosphere suddenly changes. A scream pierces through the noise of the festival. Pallas calls out in panic, drawing immediate attention. Both Ray and Cloden rush toward the sound, their movements urgent. They find Pamela lying motionless, her small body completely still. Fear grips Ray instantly. She drops to her knees, gathering Pamela into her arms, desperately trying to wake her. Her voice trembles as she calls out, her composure breaking under the weight of the situation. Cloden steps in quickly, taking the child from her arms with firm but careful movements. Ray reacts immediately, questioning his actions, her fear turning into frustration. He urges her to remain calm, reminding her that this is not the time to let her emotions cloud her judgment. His tone is steady, grounding, as he assures her that everything will be all right. The scene shifts back to their home, where the urgency continues. Pamela lies on the bed, a damp towel resting on her forehead as an attempt to bring down her fever. Ray stands nearby, her anxiety evident, while Pallas remains close, worried for his sister. Cloden stands with them, maintaining a composed presence. Suddenly, the door bursts open. A man rushes in, panic written across his face as he calls out for Ray, demanding to know what has happened. His urgency fills the room, but the moment he notices Cloden, everything changes. He freezes in place, his expression shifting from panic to shock as he locks eyes with him. The tension in the room deepens instantly, signaling that his arrival may bring even more complications. The man steps into the room and immediately notices Cloden, his gaze lingering as questions form in his mind about who he is and why he is standing so close to Ray. Suspicion flickers briefly, but he quickly pushes it aside, deciding that the child's condition matters more at the moment. He turns his attention to Ray and asks what has happened, and trying to determine whether the issue is a simple body ache or something far more serious. Without wasting time, he moves toward the bed, preparing to examine the child. However, just as he stretches out his hand, Cloden suddenly grabs his wrist, stopping him in place. The man tries to pull away, but the grip is firm and unyielding, far stronger than he expects. Cloden studies him with a sharp, piercing gaze and demands to know who he is. The tension in the room rises instantly, but before it can escalate further, Ray raises her voice and orders them to stop. The man's expression shifts into a polite smile, but the moment Ray calls Cloden by name, that smile stiffens slightly. He composes himself and gently gestures for Cloden to release him, explaining that he is the family physician. Cloden finally lets go, though his gaze remains cold and watchful. Ray quickly apologizes, allowing the physician to approach the bed. As he prepares to examine Pamela, he cannot help but cast another glance at Cloden. His eyes briefly settle on the matching rings worn by both Cloden and Ray, and a realization dawns on him. He assumes that Cloden must be her former husband. He reassures himself that it does not matter, convincing himself that whatever connection they once had is no longer relevant. As he leans closer to Ray, his touch lingers on her shoulder in a way that feels slightly too familiar. He attempts to comfort her, presenting himself as someone dependable, someone she can rely on. Deep down, he believes he has already secured a place in her life. He convinces himself that Ray and her children have grown accustomed to his presence and support, and that Cloden's return has come too late to change anything. His confidence grows as he imagines a future where he takes Cloden's place entirely. Meanwhile, Cloden remains silent, his eyes following every movement the physician makes. There is something dangerous in his stare, something restrained yet unmistakably intense. Days begin to pass, but Pamela's condition does not improve. Her illness seems unpredictable and concerning. One day she cannot keep any food down, and the next she remains unconscious for extended periods. The household grows increasingly anxious as no clear explanation emerges. Several doctors are called in, each offering different opinions but no real answers. The only consistent advice is to continue basic treatments and hope for improvement. With no better options available, they resort to giving her general medicine while monitoring her condition closely. During this time, Thomas, the physician, begins to visit more frequently. His presence becomes almost routine as he inserts himself deeper into the household under the guise of concern and responsibility. On one particular day, he arrives and calls out, asking if anyone is home. As he steps further inside, he senses someone nearby and turns, only to find Cloden leaning against the wall. The unexpected encounter immediately irritates him. Cloden observes him calmly, noting that he seems to be visiting far more often than necessary. His tone carries a subtle edge, as though questioning Thomas's intentions. Thomas feels a flicker of annoyance but quickly masks it. He reminds Cloden that he is the family physician, implying that his presence is justified. He then mocks Cloden in return, suggesting that Cloden himself appears to have settled in quite comfortably. Cloden responds with a faint smirk, stating that this is his home, and subtly warns Thomas to keep his distance from Ray. His words are calm, but the underlying threat is clear. Thomas refuses to back down. He challenges Cloden, questioning his authority to make such demands. His confidence rises as he boldly declares his intentions, revealing that he plans to marry Ray in the near future and take on the role of father to her children. Cloden's expression shifts slightly at the statement, though he remains composed. Thomas continues, convinced of his advantage. He believes that if he can save Pamela, Ray will have no choice but to rely on him completely. In his mind, that reliance will naturally turn into something more. He tells Cloden to step aside, certain that he is already too late. At that moment, Ray appears at the top of the stairs. Her presence immediately changes the atmosphere. Thomas notices her expression and realizes that she has likely heard everything. Panic sets in as he quickly tries to explain himself, attempting to frame his words as a misunderstanding. Ray does not accept his explanation. Her expression hardens as she orders him to leave, making it clear that she cannot tolerate his behavior. Thomas feels his frustration boil over. He lashes out, warning her that she is making a serious mistake and insisting that no one else can help her or her child the way he can. Cloden leans slightly toward Ray, quietly suggesting that Thomas would make a terrible figure in their children's lives. His words carry weight, and they cause Ray to react instinctively. In that moment, she realizes something unsettling. The way Cloden speaks reveals that his memories have returned. The truth becomes undeniable. She turns back to Thomas and firmly tells him to leave, making it clear that he is no longer welcome. Once Thomas exits, the room falls into silence. Cloden attempts to speak, but Ray cuts him off. She confronts him directly, accusing him of lying about his memory. She expresses her frustration, pointing out that everything has become more complicated since his arrival. She questions him, demanding to know why he chose to deceive her again. Cloden remains silent, offering no immediate explanation. Ray, already expecting that response, states that silence has always been his way of avoiding the truth. She then delivers her decision, giving him until the next day to leave her home. Cloden reacts with disbelief, unable to accept what he has just heard. The idea that she would send him away so suddenly does not sit well with him. Ray, however, remains firm. She tells him that his regained memories change nothing for her. In fact, she questions whether he was ever truly honest from the beginning. Her voice rises as she continues, pointing out that Pamela's illness began shortly after his arrival. The entire household has been filled with tension ever since, and she cannot ignore the timing. She also expresses concern about how attached the children have become to him, something she is no longer willing to allow. She makes a decisive choice, declaring that she will leave everything behind if necessary. She is willing to give up the house, the treatment, and even relocate to another district in search of a new doctor. Her only request is that Mary and the gardener remain unharmed by the situation. Cloden, who has been silent, suddenly steps forward and grabs her shoulders. There is a rare vulnerability in his expression as he asks what he has done wrong. He reminds her that he has followed her conditions, that he has kept his distance from the children and respected the others in the household. His voice carries a hint of desperation as he questions whether even a short period of coexistence has been too much for her to tolerate. Ray winces slightly, telling him that he is hurting her. Realizing this, he quickly releases his grip. She steadies herself and reminds him of their agreement. He was supposed to leave once his memories returned, and now that moment has come. She insists that there is nothing left to discuss. As she turns to walk away, Cloden suddenly pulls her into an embrace from behind. His voice softens as he tells her that he has no intention of taking anything from her, and that he will ensure Pamela recovers. Her response catches him off guard. She questions his intentions, suggesting that his sudden gentleness only appears when he wants something from her. She challenges him, offering a final moment of closeness as though it is nothing more than a transaction. Cloden lets out a quiet, almost bitter reaction, pointing out that she was the one who first broke their understanding. Time passes, and the tension between them settles into a quiet aftermath. Cloden dresses in silence, his expression returning to its usual composure. He acknowledges her decision, stating that she can keep everything, the house, the staff, and everything tied to it. He decides there is no need to wait until the next day. He will leave by sunrise. As he reaches the door, he pauses briefly. He tells her that this will be the last time they see each other and expresses regret for everything that has happened. A faint, almost forced smile crosses his face before he steps out and closes the door behind him, leaving the room heavy with silence and unresolved emotions. It is around midnight, and the house is wrapped in a heavy silence. Cloden, fully dressed and composed, walks up the stairs with a briefcase in hand, his steps steady yet final. Before he can go any further, Mary calls out to him, her voice filled with concern. She approaches cautiously and asks where he is heading at such a late hour. Cloden turns slightly and tells her that he is leaving, his tone calm but distant. The answer makes her flinch instantly, and she lowers her head in a hurried bow, nervously explaining that she does not wish to return to that place and would rather remain here. Cloden reassures her without hesitation, telling her to calm down because he has no intention of taking anyone with him. The response shocks her, and she looks up in disbelief, questioning whether he had ever truly lost his memory at all. Cloden does not address the question directly. Instead, he shifts his focus and asks about Pamela's condition. Mary informs him that nothing has changed, that the child has been asleep for most of the day without improvement. Cloden reaches into his belongings and brings out a bottle along with a letter, handing both to her with instructions to give them to Ray after he is gone. His voice remains steady as he adds that he will check on Pamela one last time. Mary hesitates before asking where he plans to go, but he offers no answer. Instead, he thanks her sincerely for all her dedication and hard work over the years, telling her that she should now live freely, and that he is sorry. The weight of his words lingers as he walks away, leaving Mary standing in quiet confusion and unease. Cloden enters Pamela's room and stands over her sleeping form. The room is dim, illuminated only by faint light, giving the moment a solemn stillness. He looks down at his child, his expression softening as memories begin to surface. There was once a time when he believed a being like her could only be a monster. He remembers the strange energy he sensed in Ray's womb, an energy identical to his own, something powerful and unfamiliar. But seeing Pamela now, fragile and small, he understands the truth he once refused to accept. She is not a monster, but a sorceress by birth, the last magical being in their bloodline. The ancient lake will one day recognize her as its master, and all that power now rests within her. Her illness is not random, but a natural consequence of that dormant power awakening within her. If she learns to control it, she could become the greatest sorcerer of her generation. Pamela stirs slightly in her sleep, murmuring softly as she calls for her mother. Cloden gently pats her, his movements careful and reassuring, as if trying to comfort her even in her unconscious state. His thoughts grow heavier as he considers the future ahead. Guiding her into magic means exposing her to a life filled with hardship. Ray would inevitably blame herself as she watches her daughter remain unchanged by time, unable to age like others. Pallas would struggle with feelings of inferiority, living as a powerless mortal beside a sister gifted with extraordinary abilities. And Pamela herself would face the burden of immortality, forced to watch others fade while she remains, potentially condemning herself to a life of loneliness. His mind drifts further back to a time when he believed his own life held no meaning. He remembers the moment he fell into the lake, ready to let everything end. Yet it was not Ray who pulled him back from that endless darkness. It was someone else waiting for him to abandon his curse, his relentless mentor and godfather who refused to let him disappear. That memory grounds him in the present, reminding him that even in a life filled with suffering, he was never truly alone. He had parents who loved him, servants who devoted themselves to him, a woman he loved deeply, and children who now carry his legacy. Cloden gently lifts Pamela into his arms, holding her close with a quiet sense of resolve. He looks down at her sleeping face and reassures her softly, as if she can hear him beyond her dreams. He wants her to understand that no matter what happens, she is not alone and never will be. His presence will remain with her, even if he is no longer by her side. Pamela finds herself standing before a vast and shimmering lake, the air around her glowing with a quiet, otherworldly energy. Confusion sets in as she looks around, calling out for her mother, her brother, and the familiar figures of home, but no one answers. The silence feels overwhelming, and fear begins to creep into her heart as she wonders if she has somehow become lost in a place she does not understand. Her small frame trembles as the realization sinks in that she might be completely alone. Just as her fear begins to take hold, a series of tiny glowing figures flutter into view. They move gracefully through the air, their wings shimmering like fragments of light. One of them lands gently on her hand, and as she looks closer, she realizes with astonishment that it is a fairy. Her eyes widen in wonder, her fear momentarily replaced with excitement at the discovery that such magical beings truly exist. The fairy reacts quickly, gesturing for her to lower her voice, clearly sensitive to the sound. Pamela immediately apologizes, explaining that she has never seen anything like this before and could not contain her excitement. The fairy advises her to remain calm and more cautious, its tone firm but not unfriendly. The small creature studies her carefully, as if searching for something familiar. After a moment, it calls out to the others, drawing their attention. More fairies gather around, observing Pamela with curiosity and recognition. They begin to comment on her features, noting how similar her eyes are to someone they once knew. After some discussion, they recall the name Ray, recognizing her as someone who had visited this place before. Pamela quickly confirms that Ray is her mother, her surprise growing as she realizes that her mother has been here. She asks how they know her, eager to understand the connection. The fairies explain that they have met Ray in the past and seem puzzled as to why she has not returned. Pamela listens in amazement, learning that once someone enters this magical place, they are able to return again. The idea both fascinates and confuses her, deepening the mystery of her surroundings. Noticing her uncertainty, the fairies offer to guide her out, recognizing her as Ray's daughter. Their tone becomes kinder, and they begin to lead her gently through the unfamiliar environment, their glowing forms lighting the path ahead. The scene shifts back to the house, where Ray stands by the window, her gaze drifting repeatedly toward the night outside. She checks the time more than once, her thoughts unsettled. She wonders if Cloden has already left, realizing that she never actually saw him go. A part of her begins to question whether she was too harsh, especially after everything that happened with Thomas. Her mind briefly recalls Cloden's expression earlier, the quiet heaviness in his demeanor. The memory lingers, but she forces herself to dismiss it, convincing herself that everything has unfolded as it should. She tells herself that this outcome is for the best, and that once Pamela recovers, life will return to normal. A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Mary enters and informs her that Cloden left something behind for her. She explains that he did not provide details about its purpose, only that it should be delivered after his departure. Ray takes the items, assuming it to be some kind of final gesture. She thanks Mary, who then leaves to check on Pamela. Ray opens the letter and begins to read. As she goes through it, the words reveal Cloden's inner thoughts, his resentment, his pain, and the complicated emotions he has carried. He reflects on the loneliness he felt after she left, the anger that drove him to seek her out, and the realization that came from observing her life with their children. He admits that despite everything, his feelings for her never truly faded. He expresses regret for his actions and acknowledges that he failed to understand her perspective. The letter carries a quiet acceptance of responsibility and a willingness to bear the consequences of his choices. As she reads, tears begin to fall from her eyes, the emotions in the letter striking deeper than she expects. The moment feels heavy and intimate, filled with everything left unsaid between them. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Mary rushes in, her composure completely gone as panic takes over. She explains that something is wrong, that Cloden had gone to check on Pamela before leaving, but the door has been locked from the inside and there has been no response. Ray reacts instantly, her heart racing as fear overtakes her thoughts. Without hesitation, she rushes out of the room and runs up the stairs, her mind filled with worry about both Cloden and her child, the weight of everything crashing down on her all at once. As that, Pamela continues walking through the strange, glowing landscape, her small steps growing heavier with each passing moment. The fairies flutter around her, their soft voices encouraging her to keep moving forward, their light guiding her path. She tries to keep up, but after a few more steps, frustration takes over. She suddenly stops and complains that it is not fair, pointing out how easily they move through the air while she struggles on foot. Exhaustion catches up to her, and she insists that she needs a break, unable to continue at the same pace. The fairies respond with light amusement, telling her that flying would actually be simple for her if she truly wanted to. Their statement confuses her at first, but then they reveal something unexpected, explaining that she is a sorceress. The words leave her stunned, and she looks at them in disbelief, trying to confirm if they are truly speaking about her. The fairies nod, explaining that her ability to hear them and enter this hidden space is proof of her nature, something ordinary people cannot do. They go on to say that only someone with magical ability can enter or leave this place freely. However, their expressions shift as they recall that Ray had once been there too, even though she's not a sorceress. The realization unsettles them. and they begin to whisper among themselves, trying to make sense of it. Their curiosity turns toward Pamela, and they ask about her father. As they exchange glances, a quiet realization begins to form among them. Pamela, confused by their sudden change in tone, asks what is happening. She explains that she does not know her father and has never even seen him. The fairies react with surprise, then laughter, finding it strange that a human child could be unaware of her father's identity. They tease her lightly, calling her unusual, before shifting the conversation back to their journey and assuring her that they are almost at their destination. After a short while, they arrive at a breathtaking lake. Pamela pauses, completely captivated by its beauty. The water shimmers with an almost magical glow, far more beautiful than anything she has ever seen. She realizes that this is the same lake she encountered earlier, but from a different side. This time, without fear clouding her mind, she is able to appreciate its true beauty. She expresses her amazement, explaining that she had not noticed how beautiful it was before because she had been too frightened. The fairies watch her reaction with satisfaction and ask if she finds it beautiful. She eagerly agrees, her eyes filled with wonder. They encourage her to move closer and place her hand into the water. She hesitates, asking if that is how she will return home. They confirm it and add that she must be tired and thirsty after all the walking, assuring her that it will only take a moment. Slowly, she leans forward, reaching toward the glowing surface of the lake. Just as her fingers are about to touch the water, a hand suddenly grabs her and pulls her back. The fairies react instantly, startled by the sudden interruption, questioning who would dare appear there. Pamela turns quickly, her heart racing, and finds herself face to face with Cloden. Relief washes over her immediately. Tears fill her eyes as she rushes forward and hugs him tightly, overwhelmed by the comfort of seeing someone familiar in such a strange place. Cloden gently reassures her, calling her brave as he holds her close. In his arms, she feels a warmth and safety that reminds her of her mother's embrace. The feeling is comforting in a way she cannot fully explain. She recalls moments when she had watched other children being carried by their fathers, always feeling a quiet sense of envy. Whenever she had asked about her own father, her mother's reaction had been filled with pain, leaving her with nothing but questions. But now, standing here with Clodan, something inside her begins to connect. She looks up at him with innocent curiosity and asks if he is her father. Cloden's expression softens as he gently wipes away her tears, looking at her with deep affection. That simple gesture fills her with joy, and her happiness becomes visible as she reacts with excitement. For a brief moment, everything feels complete. Cloden, however, carries a different weight in his heart. He apologizes quietly, expressing regret that her life could not be simpler, that she might have been spared suffering if she had been born without magic. Pamela quickly rejects that idea, insisting that she does not want to be ordinary. She takes pride in being special, embracing what she is without hesitation. He places a gentle kiss on her forehead, explaining that his wish is only for her happiness. Then, with a more serious tone, he asks her to promise that she will never return to this place again. She looks confused, asking how she even arrived there in the first place, explaining that she simply woke up and found herself there. He tells her not to dwell on it, urging her to forget the place entirely. Trusting him, she nods and agrees. Holding her securely, Cloden begins to walk toward the lake. His steps are steady as he carries her into the water, the surface rippling gently around them. He tells her to hold on tightly, reassuring her that he will make sure she returns home safely. Cloden continues moving deeper into the lake, the water rising steadily until it reaches his waist. He stops there and looks at Pamela, his expression calm yet firm. He explains that this is where she must return, encouraging her not to be afraid and to relax. Pamela looks at the water with uncertainty, confused by what he means. He clarifies that once she is submerged, she will be able to go back home. She hesitates, fear flickering in her eyes as she stares at the glowing surface. Cloden reassures her, telling her that he will remain there and that nothing will happen to her. His presence gives her some comfort, but she still feels reluctant. She asks if they can return together, wanting the safety of his company. Cloden gently explains that he cannot leave just yet, that he still has something to take care of on that side. He encourages her to go first, promising that he will follow afterward. His voice carries a quiet finality as he adds that she should take care of her brother, listen to her mother, and stay healthy. He asks if she understands. She begins to respond, but before she can finish, he suddenly releases her. She gasps in shock as she falls backward into the water, her eyes wide with surprise as she reaches out toward him. Cloden remains where he is, watching her with a soft, loving expression. Pamela sinks beneath the surface, instinctively holding her breath as the water surrounds her. Panic begins to rise as she struggles to hold on, but when she finally gasps, she realizes she can breathe. The sensation is strange yet calming, and her body begins to relax. A wave of drowsiness washes over her, making her feel as though she could remain in this peaceful state forever. But then a thought breaks through the calm. Her parents must be worried. The realization pulls her back to herself. She notices a glowing bubble drifting upward and senses movement nearby. Through the water, she sees a figure approaching rapidly. It is Cloden, moving toward her with determination. Her face lights up with relief as she reaches out to him. He takes her hand firmly and pulls her close, and in that moment, a bright light surrounds them, filling everything with brilliance. The scene shifts as Pamela slowly opens her eyes. She finds herself back in her room, the familiar surroundings bringing immediate relief. She sits up quickly, her heart racing, and notices Cloden beside her. He is seated by the bed, his head resting near her, his hand still gently holding hers. She calls out to him excitedly, trying to wake him and tell him that they are back home. However, he does not respond. His stillness feels unnatural, and confusion begins to set in. At that moment, the door bursts open, and Ray rushes in. Her face is filled with fear as she runs to Pamela, pulling her into a tight embrace and checking her for any signs of harm. Pamela reassures her that she is fine now, but quickly points out that something is wrong with Cloden. Ray turns her attention to him and tries to wake him, calling out and shaking him gently, but there is no response. His body remains completely still. Fear takes over her expression as realization begins to dawn. The memory of his letter resurfaces in her mind, each word echoing with painful clarity. Her hands begin to tremble as she struggles to accept what she is seeing, unable to believe that this moment could truly be the end. The sound of Ray's voice echoes through the house, loud and desperate, carrying even beyond the walls as she calls Cloden's name again and again. Her cries are filled with urgency and fear, drawing Mary and the gardener, who rush in immediately. They arrive to find a distressing scene, Ray shaking Cloden repeatedly, trying to wake him, but he shows no sign of movement. His body remains still, unresponsive to her touch or voice. Ray continues calling out to him, her tone shifting between anger and desperation as she threatens that she will never forgive him if he does not wake up, that he will never see her again. Her emotions spiral as she insists she does not even need the potion he made, claiming she would rather curse him forever than accept this silence. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with him, admitting that she has not even had the chance to apologize. The gardener steps forward, trying to bring some calm into the chaos. He carefully checks Cloden's wrist and announces that there is still a pulse, offering a small thread of hope. Mary quickly suggests that they move him to another room, noting that the children are growing increasingly anxious from the commotion. With careful coordination, they carry Cloden away and place him in one of the old rooms, hoping for a quieter space where he can rest. The following day arrives, but there is no change in his condition. Cloden remains still, as though trapped in a deep, unreachable state. Ray spends the day by his side, tending to him with quiet persistence. Over time, Ray begins to form a habit of speaking to him softly while sitting at his bedside. She murmurs small thoughts and memories, hoping that something she says might reach him, that perhaps one word or one memory might bring him back. The silence, however, never breaks. Meanwhile, the children grow more curious. Their questions become more direct, their concern more visible. Yet strangely, Pamela appears to have recovered completely, her previous illness gone as if it had never existed. It almost feels as though whatever had affected her has somehow been transferred to Cloden. This thought lingers uncomfortably in Ray's mind, though she struggles to make sense of it. After some time, Ray returns to the letter Cloden left behind, deciding to finish reading it. The remaining portion contains both reflections and detailed instructions on how to use the potion stored in the wine bottle. As she reads, she realizes how deeply his thoughts had been occupied by regret. He wonders what might have happened if he had given her the antidote when she first asked for it, questioning whether things could have been different if he had chosen honesty earlier. He reflects on the moment he suspected something unusual during her pregnancy, regretting that he did not speak to her about it. Despite searching for meaning throughout his long life, these are the questions that now weigh on him the most. Ray lets out a quiet sigh as she finishes reading, closing the letter slowly. She murmurs that perhaps they were always better at expressing themselves through letters rather than face-to-face conversations. Sitting beside him, she begins to recall old memories, asking if he still remembers the day they argued over flowers and how he later wrote to her. She reflects on how he taught her to read and write, how those lessons shaped her life, and how she is now passing that knowledge on to Pamela and Palace. Looking back, she realizes how much he has given her over the years. A quiet doubt settles in as she wonders if she has given him anything in return. She admits softly that she does not understand everything, that she is not as knowledgeable as he is, and that she still needs him to wake up and guide her. Her voice fades into the stillness of the room. Later, in the living room, Ray and Mary sit together in a tense silence. Mary asks if Cloden has shown any signs of waking, and Ray confirms that he has not, noting that he has been unconscious far longer than expected. Mary hesitates before speaking again, carefully choosing her words, but Ray already senses what she is about to suggest. The idea that the letter might have been written as a final farewell lingers heavily between them. Ray begins to question whether Cloden had anticipated this outcome or if his actions were driven by impulse. She asks Mary if she found anything unusual while cleaning his belongings, any documents, notes, or books that might provide clues. Mary sighs and explains that Cloden had destroyed everything, burning his clothes, his books, and even his watch, as though he intended to erase all traces of himself. Ray processes this quietly, realizing that without those materials, they may never understand how to wake him. The uncertainty weighs heavily on her. Suddenly, Pallas rushes into the room, his voice filled with urgency as he calls for his mother. He explains that something is wrong with Pamela, that she is standing on the windowsill and refusing to come back inside. Ray reacts instantly, rushing upstairs with a surge of fear. She enters the room to find Pamela standing on the windowsill, staring out into the distance as though drawn by something unseen. Ray calls out to her, her voice sharp with alarm. At that moment, Pamela seems to regain awareness, looking down and realizing where she is standing. Ray quickly instructs her to turn around and step down carefully. As Pamela complies, she explains that she has been hearing something, a voice calling out to her repeatedly. The voice tells her that she is important, that she is needed, and urges her not to stay away. She describes how it keeps whispering to her, almost as if it is inside her ears, impossible to ignore. It encourages her to jump from the window and fly, and before she realized it, she had already climbed onto the sill. And Ray immediately pulls her into a protective embrace and carries her down, trying to calm her. She reassures her gently, attributing the experience to exhaustion and stress, suggesting that her mind is playing tricks on her due to how tired she has been. To comfort her further, Ray proposes that they spend the night together, offering to read her favorite book and sing a lullaby. Pamela's expression brightens at the suggestion, clearly comforted by her mother's presence. Despite her calm exterior, Ray feels a deep unease. It feels as though she has just regained her daughter, only to sense that something else is trying to take her away again. With Cloden still unconscious, she knows she must remain vigilant. The responsibility to protect her children rests entirely on her now. That night, as they lie together, Pamela brings up a question that catches Ray off guard. She wonders why her mother never told them that Cloden is their father. Ray struggles to respond, unsure of how to explain the past in a way a child can understand. Pamela continues, not out of anger, but simple curiosity, asking why it took so long for their father to return. Ray considers explaining everything but hesitates. Pamela, however, seems content with her own understanding. She expresses her belief that her parents care deeply for each other, and she hopes that once Cloden wakes up, they will reconcile. She even mentions wanting to return to the festival together. Ray smiles softly, holding on to that hope. In her mind, she makes a quiet promise that they will go back once everything is resolved. In the middle of the night, Ray senses movement beside her. She opens her eyes to see Pamela getting out of bed and heading toward the door. She calls out, asking where she is going, but Pamela does not respond. Instead, she continues walking forward as though guided by something unseen. Ray quickly gets up and follows, grabbing her gently from behind and demanding to know where she is going at such an hour. Pamela turns slightly and asks if Ray wants to come with her, suggesting that her mother has been to that place before and might be able to return again. Confused but concerned, Ray decides that following her is the best option. She realizes that understanding where Pamela is being drawn to is more important than resisting her outright. Together, they leave the house and step into the quiet darkness of the forest. As they walk, Ray begins to recognize the path. A sense of familiarity settles in, stirring memories of her past. It reminds her of a time when she walked through these woods with Cloden, a memory that feels both distant and vivid. She tries to persuade Pamela to turn back, but the child insists that her father is ahead, that she can feel his presence deep within the forest. Ray looks forward, uncertainty filling her thoughts. The possibility that Cloden might somehow be connected to this draws her deeper into the mystery. She looks down at Pamela and asks if she would listen if told to return home, but Pamela refuses without hesitation. With no other choice, Ray decides to continue forward. This time, she chooses not to fight it but to follow through, holding on to the hope that she might find answers. She makes a quiet promise to herself that she will help her daughter find what she is searching for, and perhaps find Cloden as well. Step by step, Ray and Pamela move deeper into the forest, their pace steady but cautious. The path beneath their feet feels unfamiliar and rarely used, with overgrown foliage brushing against them as they walk. Ray cannot ignore the unease building within her. She studies the surroundings carefully, realizing this is not a place people pass through often. Concerned, she glances down at Pamela and gently asks how she is feeling, wondering if fear has begun to settle in her. Pamela responds with surprising confidence, explaining that she is not afraid at all and that she has been here before. Her calmness unsettles Ray even more as it confirms that this strange connection runs deeper than she understands. Suddenly, Pamela spots something ahead and rushes forward without warning. Ray reacts instantly, panic rising as she calls after her, struggling to keep up. When she finally catches sight of what drew Pamela's attention, she freezes. Small glowing figures hover in the air, their delicate wings shimmering softly in the darkness. Pamela excitedly identifies them as the fairies, insisting that Ray has seen them before. Ray remains still, trying to process what she is seeing, her mind racing with confusion. Yet something feels off. Pamela soon notices it as well, mentioning that she cannot hear what the fairies are saying this time, even though she could before. The silence creates an unsettling gap between them and the creatures guiding them. The fairies begin to move, their glowing forms drifting forward as if urging them to follow. With little choice, Ray and Pamela follow closely behind. The path opens up, revealing the lake once more, its surface glowing faintly under the night sky. Pamela steps closer and peers into the water, her expression shifting as she focuses on something beneath the surface. She suddenly declares that her father is down there. Before Ray can react or even fully understand what she means, Pamela dives into the lake without hesitation. Panic overtakes Ray immediately. She rushes forward, desperate to follow her daughter, but the fairies swarm around her, holding her back with surprising force. She struggles against them, her fear turning into desperation as she demands to be released. The thought of losing both Pamela and Cloden is unbearable, but with sheer determination, she breaks free and dives into the lake. The cold water surrounds her instantly, pulling her into its depths. She cannot call out, her voice trapped beneath the surface, so she reaches out mentally, hoping somehow that they can hear her. As she descends, her eyes search frantically until she finally spots them. At the bottom of the lake, Cloden lies motionless while Pamela struggles to pull him upward. The effort is too much for her small frame. Without hesitation, Ray joins her, grabbing hold of Cloden and helping lift him. Together, they fight against the weight of the water, pulling him upward. Ray reassures him silently, urging him not to push himself any further, promising that they will return home together. The three of them move upward through the water, bound by determination and a shared will to survive. Back in the house, the atmosphere is tense. In the children's room, Mary sits beside Palace, who remains wide awake despite the late hour. His worry for Pamela keeps him from resting, his thoughts consumed by the fear that something might happen while he sleeps. Mary does her best to comfort him, assuring him that Pamela is not alone and that Ray is with her. Palace remains quiet for a moment, but his concern does not fade. Suddenly, he climbs out of bed, deciding that he cannot simply wait. He needs to see for himself that everything is all right. Acting on impulse, he rushes out of the room and heads toward where he expects to find them. When he arrives, he is met with an unsettling sight. Neither Ray nor Pamela is there. The emptiness sends a wave of fear through him. At that moment, a loud crash echoes through the house. Mary hears it as well and immediately looks toward the source. The sound came from Cloden's room. Her mind races with possibilities, from intruders to something happening to Ray and Pamela. Without hesitation, they rush toward the room and push the door open. Inside, they find Ray, Pamela, and Cloden lying on the floor together, their clothes soaked as though they had just emerged from water. Ray is the first to regain consciousness. Hearing Palace's voice, she realizes that they have returned home. Pamela wakes shortly after, coughing as she struggles to catch her breath. Ray quickly checks on her, relief washing over her as she confirms that her daughter is alive and safe. Her attention then shifts to Cloden. She watches him closely, hoping for any sign of movement. After a moment, his eyes slowly open. The first thing he does is question Pamela, his voice carrying both concern and frustration. He reminds her of the promise she made not to return to that place and asks if she understands the danger of what she has done. His intention had always been for her to live a normal life, free from the burdens he carries. Pamela responds with quiet determination. She explains that leaving him alone in that place is not something she can accept. She may not understand everything, but she knows that he went there for her. She points out that the rest of them are together and it makes no sense for him to remain alone. Her words carry an innocence that cuts through the tension. She expresses her desire for their family to stay together, refusing to accept separation. If danger exists, she believes it is his role to protect her. All she wants is a life where they can all be happy together. Mary and the gardener stand nearby, witnessing the exchange, the weight of the moment settling over everyone present. The following morning brings a quieter atmosphere. Cloden regains full consciousness, and Ray comes to check on him. She asks how he feels, her tone softer now. He replies that his primary concern is for the children. Ray sits beside him, explaining that they cried themselves to sleep the previous night. There is a pause between them, filled with unspoken thoughts. She finally calls his name and admits that they have a lot to discuss. Silence lingers between them as Ray gathers her thoughts. Before Cloden can speak, she interrupts him, demanding an explanation for the letter he left behind. She turns away from him, unable to hide her frustration, questioning whether he had written it with the intention of dying. She points out how he destroyed his belongings, as if trying to erase his existence completely. Her voice carries both anger and hurt as she asks if he truly planned to leave them behind to face everything on their own. Cloden reacts immediately, denying it with urgency. He reaches for her hand, his expression filled with concern as he insists that he would never abandon them. He urges her to listen as he explains the situation. He reveals that normalcy is no longer possible because of Pamela's powers. The lake is the source of her magic, and the fairies will continue to call her back in order to use that power. He cannot guarantee that she will not fall ill again. He admits that he may have made mistakes, but ultimately, Pamela's condition is tied to him and his past. Ray listens, her emotions building. She asks if he intended to sacrifice himself in her place and how long he planned to remain at the bottom of the lake. Tears begin to fall as she struggles with everything she feels. Cloden calls her name softly, but she lowers her head, overwhelmed. She questions why she cannot bring herself to hate him. Even after learning about his deception, after all the resentment she once held, she finds herself unable to let go of her feelings. She had convinced herself that she could be happy without him. Yet now that belief feels fragile. Unable to hold back any longer, she moves closer and embraces him tightly. She admits that loving him is difficult but unavoidable, that their daughter was right about one thing. Their happiness lies in being together. She asks him to be honest with her moving forward, to stop hiding the truth. Her confession is raw and sincere as she expresses her love. Time passes, and the tension between them softens into something quieter. Hours later, Ray wakes to find Clodagh no longer beside her. She calls out faintly, her voice carrying a hint of concern, but instead of silence, she hears laughter coming from outside. She steps out and finds Clodagh with the children. They are gathered together, engaged in a simple activity, their laughter filling the air. The sight is warm and peaceful. Cloden notices her and approaches, asking how she is feeling. He apologizes lightly, explaining that the children insisted he join them. Ray reassures him that it is fine, her tone calm. The children eagerly call her over, showing her the colorful decorations they have made. Their faces glow with happiness, proud of their work. As Ray takes in the scene, her heart softens completely. For a moment, everything feels right. The hardships, the misunderstandings, the long journey that brought them here all seem distant. She quietly wishes that if this is a dream, it is one she never has to wake from. After everything they have endured, they have finally found a place not defined by isolation or pain, but by warmth and belonging. And with that, this beautiful story comes to an end. If you enjoyed it, please leave a comment below. Until next time, ciao.